think he was suggesting we are on YouTube Live now.
Yeah, I'm going to check. So
Okay.
I got to get on YouTube.
I'll give the phone number while you check.
Yeah.
877-905-9274. One line is available right now. We're not on?
I'm not seeing it.
Well,
No.
you know what? That may be a blessing, actually.
Maybe he would. Let me try this other one here, because me and YouTube. So wait a minute. There we are.
Oh.
No. Yeah. Oh, there's a delay. Yes. Man, I don't know. I'm so confused.
Mary had a little lamb. You ever talk like that with the delay?
No, I'm fascinated here because, okay. Yes, we are on YouTube. It's just, it's me. I get easily distracted, but I've got it now. 877.
I specifically have chosen this chair, which means you see just the back of my head.
That's all right, I guess. Whatever.
International man of mystery here.
That's all right. You can come down to the station if you want to meet Wayne, and if you want to meet me, if you're brave enough. And like in past years, if you've come down, of course, it was, everything was wide open. And it still kind of is, but with COVID, we don't have the tables set up. We don't have all the extra food and everything like that. We do ask that if you come down as a visitor, just put a mask on. We would really appreciate that. But come down, bring your gift, say hi to whoever is here, depending on what time you come. But I did want to make that available for you, too. We have one line available right now, 877-905-9274.
And we're in a sealed room.
Yeah.
So they can look at us through the glass.
Yeah, I feel like, it's I feel like I'm on display. Like, usually I'm here by myself. And so I love having the people around, but it is, a little bit different for me to have all the lights on in the station. It's usually just me in here, some mood lighting. I'm just kind of hanging out, doing my thing.
Candles are burning.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, right. I don't burn candles. Yeah, Jeff's going to come running down the hall. He's kidding. I'd
love to get you in trouble.
Yeah, there you go. All these foam, acoustic padding around here. Yeah, I got candles, but no, I do not do that.
Just kidding.
I do that at home. Yes, there we go. 877-905-9274. We have one line open, and we want to see that lit up because we want you to get a busy signal just briefly, because if you get a busy signal, that means all the lines are full. Going to go to some Ryan Stevenson now, but we want to hear from you. Two lines available, 877-905-9274. Give online, WCRH. There we go, .org.
05 WCRH or go to WCRH.org.
Thank you for your phone calls this morning. A couple of lines still open right now at 877-905-9274. Maybe you're listening to one of our translators from WCRH in Cumberland or Frederick or Newville. We'd love to hear from you here today. We've heard from many listeners in these areas. And this station has extended its outreach. It's just one of the services provided partially at least because of the Sharathon. As listeners fund the station, we're able to make plans for the future and reach out more. Oh, I forgot. There's a first-time partner. That's number 82. We need 18 more, Dave. 18 more to reach our 100 goal. When we reach that 100 goal, that's going to put us an extra $5,000. If that $5,000 were added right now, we'd be at $200,000 needed.
That'd be great.
So we're getting real close. Thank you very much. We're also beginning to see some of the online gifts that have come in the last few hours be tallied here. So we're seeing the results of those on the screen as well. So we're chipping away here at this goal. We're at 63%. I have a feeling we should be going to 64% pretty soon here.
I think so because, the lines have been full all morning. They're slowing down a little bit, but we still got 3 lines available.
Let's get the train rolling again.
877-905-9274. 877-905-9274. Online, WCRH.org. Thank you to the listener in Winchester, $25 gift. Listener in Greencastle with a $50 gift. And also a first-time partner with a $100 gift from Berkeley Springs. So good to hear from Berkeley Springs. Hadn't heard from Berkeley Springs in a while, so that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Give online at WCRH.org. The YouTube video is now live. It's up and running. There you go. So tune in.
What does that morning guy look like?
Yeah, it's me. Hi. I'm the bald. They know what I look like, I think. The brave ones do. But and what's funny is Claude and I have always joked around, even when I first started here, about our similar looks, the facial hair, the haircut, the glasses. And it's funny when I watched some of the archived footage of Claude and I yesterday. Even my daughters came in and said, you guys do look an awful lot alike. And I said, I don't know if he's the lucky one or I'm the lucky one, but there you go. It was fun. It was fun to watch.
Here is a donation from Florida. A first-time donation from a listener in New Smyrna Beach. They're either listening online or perhaps they're out of the area, getting ready for the wintertime.
Yeah, I think I may know who that is down there in New Smyrna Beach.
Of course. Okay, yeah. All right.
Yeah,
okay.
It might be somebody I know that,
I see. Well,
call some time in Wisconsin.
Call the rest of your friends down there.
In New Smyrna, yeah. New Smyrna Beach, great place. But
there's a first-time gift from Hagerstown. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that. 877-905-9274. 877-905 WCRH. Again, online, WCRH.org. The $1 a day challenge is a great way to do it. And also, we've been on for 45 years. And, of course, I will remind Wayne because it's fun. I was in preschool 45 years ago.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
But some people have been doing the $45. We had someone do $450 in honor of the 45th anniversary. So that's something to do. Day sponsors are still available. Another first-time partner. So we're up to 85. We need 15 more new partners.
This is getting serious, isn't it?
To reach that 100 mark for 100 new partners. Then the $5,000 challenge when it gets released. And, of course, we're going to go, we're not going to cut it off at 100.
Less than $2,000 to go to get under 200,000 needed.
We're going to do it. I think I can feel it. It's in the air. We're going to do it.
I trust you.
I think we're going to do it before the news hits here in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Let's watch that happen.
Or in 7 minutes. I don't know.
Hey, the phones have, there's a line, 3 lines. What am I trying to say? 3 lines available right now. And what are you pointing at?
The screen over there.
Oh,
I just wanted to see if I could distract you.
You did.
Wayne, look.
You did. Oh, look. We're less than $500 to go to get under 200,000.
That's what I was pointing at, Wayne.
Thank you. All right. Well, I'm a little slow to catch on this morning.
Okay.
All right. The online gifts are being tabulated. These have been coming in for the past several hours, and
it's been great.
The computer's just catching up with them. So that's what's happening at the moment. But also keep the phones ringing. A couple of lines available. We need to see constant activity on those phones to make it here today. We really, really do. There's no question about that. It's gonna be a race to the finish.
It will.
To use a cliche, right?
877-905-9274. Let's squeeze in one more song from some of my favorite guys. on the planet. Yeah, I love Big Daddy Weave. So we're going to listen to their song Alive, and we're going to keep those phones going. 877-905-9274. It's Sharathon on the Compass. Good morning.
I was dead in my transgressions, wandering in sin. I went searching for redemption down a road that had no end. I was walking through the fire. I was living on the run with my flesh lost in desire. I was drowning in the flood, but God.
In New Smyrna Beach, Florida, and just a great lady.
Thank you,
just
Sandy.
Some good memories coming back to me there. So
I want to know what it was like to work with Dave, though. That's what I want to know.
Well, I mean, you've worked with me.
Could I get Sandy's phone number? I want to talk to her.
No, are you kidding me? She knows all. No, no. I'd have to talk to her first. Like, don't tell that story. Yeah. But worked with her back. It was my oldest. It was just newborn, and worked at a station in Port Orange. With her and her husband, and just some great people. So some good memories there. So thank you, Sandy. Good to hear from you. Love you.
Thanks to everyone who's giving this morning. This has been wonderful here. I have a feeling our next gift will put us under $200,000 to go.
You think?
We're only $41 away.
Well, you've got that on you, don't you?
Let me look. $200,041 right now is what we need to make the goal here. So I'm watching the numbers. You carry on while I watch the numbers.
Wait, just a second. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, but there we go. Oh, the wrong song started. That's always fun. Now we'll just keep talking. 877-905-9274.
Why should things go smoothly?
I don't know. But we're going to hit the news here in about 45 seconds.
Okay.
And I just learned something new about the automation system. So let me write a note. Don't do that again, Dave. All right. 877-905-9274 is the number to call. And, of course, you can give online at WCRH.org, and you can listen online. You can listen with the app. You can listen with your smart speaker, and the YouTube feed is up and running. And we did it, didn't we?
We are over $350,000 now received. We are under needing $200,000 to make the goal. So thank you. That gift from Clear Spring took us to that total. Give us a call, 877-905-9274, online, WCRH.org.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. COVID vaccination deadlines are fast approaching, and that could make for an especially chaotic holiday travel. Criminal contempt charges against former White House aide Steve Bannon for defying a subpoena for documents and testimony. Also at SRNnews.com, denounced by Team Biden but upheld by the courts, the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy will be reinstated.
The court filing says the policy should be in effect around mid-November. A U.S. district judge in Amarillo, Texas, who's a Trump appointee, left open the possibility that the Biden administration could try again to end the policy. Officials say they will release a plan soon that they hope will survive legal scrutiny.
Correspondent Mike Hempen says the policy requires asylum seekers to stay in Mexico while awaiting their hearings. On Wall Street, Dow features up 228 points. This is SRN News. Decency groups say the movie rating system needs to be overhauled.
There have been a number of studies, for example, that show that, an R today is not what an R-rated movie was in the 1980s. A PG-13 today is not what a PG-13 was.
Melissa Henson of the Parents Television and Media Council.
There is, I think, a strong case to be made that they are, over time, desensitizing kids, inuring kids to certain kinds of content so that they feel more comfortable with more adult content at younger and younger ages.
She says Congress may need to step in. Nearly all female inmates at New York City's Rikers Island jail complex will be temporarily transferred to state lockups. It's a move officials say will relieve strain on the city's failing jails, but that advocates are calling a rushed, ill-conceived plan that will deprive inmates of services and support. This is SRN News. Democrats say they will bring their Freedom to Vote Act up for a vote next week on the Senate floor.
The bill is a modified version of the Democrats' failed For the People Act. It would give all voters access to at least 15 days of early voting, as well as same-day registration. It would also make election days federal holidays, and it requires states to have automatic voter registration and would restore voting rights to convicted felons once they've completed their prison sentences. It's unlikely to draw the 10 Republican votes it would need, as GOP leaders say the bill is designed to give an edge to Democrats in all future elections. Bob Agnew reporting.
His doctors say they're hoping that former President Clinton will be released from a California hospital soon, possibly within a matter of days. The 75-year-old former president being treated for sepsis, said to be in good spirits and on the mend. Once again on Wall Street this hour, the Dow futures are up 239 points. More details at srnnews.com.
Consider God's goodness today. Here's Lamentations 3, verses 22 and 23. The unfailing love of the Lord never ends. By His mercies we have been kept from complete destruction. Great is His faithfulness. His mercies begin afresh each day. That's Lamentations 3:22 and 23.
The WCRH four-state forecast for today. A partly sunny day shaping up. It'll be 80 to 85, but it'll be turning much cooler by the end of the weekend. We're partly cloudy tonight, 60 to 65. Clouds move in tomorrow, breezy with scattered showers and thunderstorms developing, high 70 to 75. Clearing and much cooler tomorrow night, 45 to 50. Sunny, breezy, 60 to 65 Sunday. I'm staff meteorologist Rob Carolyn for WCRH-FM and WCRH-HD, Williamsport.
I'm just going to take a little off the back and trim up around the ears.
Be careful, Mom.
Everyone has to shave their budget sometimes.
And the top, just a little shorter, I think.
Oops. What? Why'd you say that? What happened?
Like a bad haircut, sometimes you end up with thin spots. But unlike a bad haircut, our finances don't grow back. Not without your support.
You like wearing hats, right?
With your help, it'll grow back in no time. Call now with your support. 877-905-9274 or give it WCRH.org.
Now, why are you laughing over there? When we started talking about bald spots.
That went right over your head, didn't it?
It did. It just slipped right off that shiny dome of mine, and away it went.
I'm asking, what's a razor? You know?
Yeah. A haircut? Yeah, I don't know. I cut my own hair, believe it or not. Yeah. You're supposed to say I don't believe. Anyway, go ahead.
All right.
I'll
well,
throw it back to you.
You know what? Just to prove that life is full of second chances.
Yeah.
God gives second chances. I've been given a second chance as a deputy.
Oh my.
Of the station manager.
Wow.
Who has entrusted
me. He must be in a really
me.
good mood today.
Yeah. Well, he has entrusted me with what listeners have entrusted to him, and that is a challenge to our other listeners.
Okay.
So the challenge is $1,500. Now I'm not going to count what's on the screen right now because that would supersede the challenge. Look at that.
Look at you.
Look at that. There's a $2,000 first-time giver right there on the screen from Martinsburg.
Thank you.
So I can't count that. I'm not going to count that. But between now and 9:30,
it's still counted, just not in this.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay,
Of course,
just to make sure.
Yeah, I'm not taking credit for that under this particular challenge.
Gotcha.
Don't confuse the matter. Okay, we are on a $1,500 challenge. What does that mean? It means that the gifts that total at least $1,500 in the next 20-some minutes, 25, 28 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
Will result in a match of $1,500.
Okay.
So the net gain, $3,000. Sounds pretty good to me.
Net gain, supersede, man, that education of yours paid off, didn't it, Wayne? No, but
yes, sir, Bob.
Good. So it would be $1,500 challenge, and then
Oh, you're not Bob. Sorry.
Well, I'll take you. I'd like to be Bob. Yeah. So that's good. So we need to do that in the next 28 minutes by 9:30.
By 9:30.
Because at 9:30, just to give you a heads up, we're going to be talking to Adam Holtz from Plugged In.
Okay. Oh,
for
good.
like about 10 minutes or so. So looking forward to that. But
all right.
In the meantime, we've got to get to this $1,500 challenge. So 877-905-9274. 877-905-WCRH, if that helps you remember. Also give online at WCRH.org. And just real quick, speaking of online, we are on YouTube. Search for WCRH. You can listen online. You can listen with the app available for Apple or Android. And you can listen with your smart speakers. And a lot of people are doing that more and more.
Are we in sync on video now?
Not really, no. That's why I'm getting easily distracted, because I see Jeff walking behind me, but then on the screen he's still here. And see, this is not good.
You could do a magic trick here. You could predict the future.
Yeah, for a guy as ADD as I am, this is not a good thing to have this in my view right now, but it's all right. 877.
Well, you're not supposed to be watching.
905-9274. Give online at WCRH.org.
Start the challenge now.
1, 2,
phone calls
3,
now.
go.
All right. $1,500 challenge.
They heard you. Look at them ring. 877-905-9274. Let's listen to some Crowder. Always a good time for Crowder. 877-905-9274. Online, WCRH.org.
Good God Almighty, I hope you'll find me praising your name no matter what comes.
It's Nathan from Mercy Me, and it's time for you to call WCRH during Sharathon. If you appreciate a station that plays great music and has solid biblical teaching as well, let them know by giving a gift during Sharathon. Call 877-905-9274. That's 877-905-WCRH, or give online at WCRH.org.
Your gift right now essentially would be matched because of the challenge that we have going. We have a $1,500 challenge going right now. Now, if you give a day sponsorship, obviously that won't get the full match, but whatever you want to do, it's fine with us. We just remind you of the opportunity to support the station that feeds you with God's Word every day, encourages your heart with music and worship. 877-905-9274.
Give online at WCRH.org. It's starting to get busy over there in the phone room. We appreciate that very much. The phones are ringing. A lot of excitement in there. Always some excitement going on during Sharathon, but there's something special about Friday.
Yeah.
It's just, Friday is always a special day anyway. But
the adrenaline is running, isn't it?
I tell you, we have a good, and I'm looking forward to it because you never know what's going to happen on a Friday at Sharathon, and we still have about 12 hours to go.
Only one line available now. 3
good.
are busy. That's great. That's what needs to happen. Let's meet this $1,500 challenge.
877-905-9274. And I was talking to Jeff about this morning because I want to be sure I word this right. It doesn't encourage me to know people have gone through hard times. So I'm not saying that. But what does encourage me is that we hear from people who have gone through some rough times, and all the lines are full right now. So that's great. And they let us know how the Compass has ministered to them in those dark times. And I was talking to Jeff and talking to the listeners about 2020. Not the greatest year in my house. My wife went through her cancer, but has recovered and doing well. Shortly after last year's Sharathon, my mom passed away, and so it was not the best year. And I'll admit, I was in the bottom. I was in a rough spot, and there was a lot of stuff going on the station. I remember specifically some of the things Nancy DeMoss Walgemuth was talking about. Chip Ingram had a series that just quote unquote happened to be there. A lot of them were talking about loss and talking about dealing with grief, and so the station was there for me, during those times. So I know firsthand that the teaching and the music and everything you hear on WCRH, it's not going to make the pain go away. It's not going to make everything all roses and sunshine, because that's not what life is. But it does help. It helped me, and it helped my wife, and it's just a really good thing. We believe in it, and we're glad to see you believe in it, because we know from hearing from you, and we know now, of course, because all 4 lines are full. So if you get the busy signal, keep calling. It's only going to be a minute. 877-905-9274.
Dave, I appreciate what you just shared with us, because it just illustrates that we are listeners too. We are people. We need spiritual nourishment as well as anyone.
My life gets rough too.
This station feeds us just the way it feeds you. So it just so happens that we sit in front of a microphone from time to time. So thank you for your encouragement. Those of you who are on the line right now, you're not listening to me, you're talking to the volunteer, but those of you who have called, let's see, 955 faith partners have checked in thus far during this event. That is wonderful. I'm looking for that number to grow just beyond bounds here today. I just want to see so many people get involved. Many more people, I'm pretty confident in saying this, many more people listen than call. So if you've yet to call, 877-905-9274. We're in the midst of a $1,500 challenge right now. All gifts up to that total $1,500. Those will be the extra $1,500 will be matched when we reach the total of $1,500. So I think you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Also, we're at 86 new partners right now. We need 14 more. Right?
Yep. Carry the one. Yeah.
Denominator. 14 more to get to 100 new partners. Now, when that happens, $5,000 of challenge money release, and of course, we're not going to stop at 100. You can keep calling and be a new partner, but when we have to get to at least 100 new partners, and then that $5,000 is added. There we go. All 4 lines still busy.
Wonderful,
Thank
folks.
you so much, and it's an exciting time. We've got that $1,500 challenge. We've got, that's been going on since day one, the new partner challenge to get up to 100 new partners. And we need to hear from you. 877-905-9274. Going to go to some music. If you get a busy signal, it's because all the lines are full, and that's a good thing. 877-905-9274. First timer and $1 a day sponsor. If you get the busy signal call back, it'll only be busy for a minute.
Or give online at WCRH.org.
877-905-9274. Give online at WCRH.org. I know I'm copying what she just said, but I'm lazy. I can't come up with things to say sometimes.
Well, you were much more convincing.
Am I? Oh, thanks, Wayne.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. 877-905. I was trying to think of a. See, this one, I know I'm getting tired now because I can't even think of something. I was like, yeah, thanks, whatever. 877-905-9274.
You're not used to having a smart aleck in the studio with you. That's
I'm used
the problem.
To being by myself, man. Give online at WCRH.org, and all 4 lines are still lit up.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Man, this is great. Where are we at as far as our?
Well, we're getting very close to meeting that $1,500 challenge. I think we're. Let me glance here. I think we're about $500 away.
Okay.
Less than $500 away.
All right, yeah, okay, so we're getting close there.
Well, there's a big chunk of it. There's $1 a day from Upper Strasburg, PA.
Yeah.
$365. Thank you, friends. Thank you. So we're only $100 away from meeting the $1,500
And all
challenge.
4 lines are busy. So again, if you get the busy signal, it's only going to be busy for a minute. Remember, if you get a busy signal calling into Sharathon, believe it or not, it's a good thing.
That's a great thing.
And it's a good thing because it's not going to be very long before a line opens because we understand you're busy. It's Friday morning.
Yep.
You're running around doing, 100 different things. We get that. So if you're not even able to... Hang on. If you're not even able to get through on easy on the phone, maybe give online if you can. Yes, because I can't. I want to. Well, I'll let you say it because it's.
Settle down, big guy. Settle down.
Oh,
You're
man,
telling me, right?
man.
A half-day sponsor just came in. Thank you. God bless you. $1,000 half-day sponsor. That puts us well beyond the $1,500
and we still have 3
challenge.
lines full, so we have 1 line open. So thank you so much.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
You know what? This is exactly what needs to happen. In all seriousness.
Oh, yeah.
We are here to give the phone number to remind you of the opportunity to support the station, the ministry that does so much for you and your family.
Yeah.
So we're just here to remind you of the opportunity. But when you respond the way you're responding now,
it means
is
a lot.
so fulfilling.
Yeah, and I'm glad. Yeah, in all seriousness, because I like to goof around. I like to act silly and all that. And I've had a few people ask me, "Do you ever take anything serious?" And I do. I really do.
I know you do.
I don't take myself very seriously, and I do like to have fun because life's too short. You got to lighten up. But when it comes to things like this, it is just.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't want to talk about it too much because I might get a little emotional, to be honest with you, because just to see that what I do, what Jeff does, what Claude does, Tiffany, Susanna, Harry, all of us coming in. Sometimes we forget day to day. We just kind of come in, we're doing our thing. I'm wondering, is anyone listening to me babble? Is anyone listening to me do what I do? Claude and I have talked about that, because we don't see it firsthand. We don't see, things light up or things come through that say, yes, they're listening, this is happening. So you talk about encouragement. My goodness, thank you so much. 877-905-9274.
We are more than happy to fill that emotional love tank there, David. You guys are doing a great job with this radio
Appreciate
station.
it very much.
Thanks for your day in and day out service. Not to WCRH. You're doing it as unto the Lord.
Oh, yeah.
We get
definitely,
that. We get that. So, and listener, thank you. Keep calling now. Let's not let the momentum die down. We need these phone lines ringing all day long. 877-905-9274. That $1,500 match was met, and we got about 12, 13 minutes to spare.
We got it. Yeah, coming up at 9:30, Adam Holtz from Plugged In is going to join us on the phone for about 10 minutes or so, find out what's happening with him. And I know he's got a lot to say about the importance of Christian radio. So looking forward to that. Going to go to some music. A classic group doing a very classic song, one of my favorite renditions of this song. It's For Him with a Solid Rock. Give us a call, 877-905-9274. That's 877 Like it. 877-905-9274 is the number to call. 877-905-9274. Give online at WCRH.org.
I'd love to see the phone line stay hot all day.
Yeah.
You know, we have indicators here in the studio of a light bulb when a phone line is busy. So seeing those lights lit all day long would be so encouraging and so needed, Dave, as we make this goal here today.
Yeah, 877-905-9274. Hagerstown with a $1,500 gift. I don't know if we mentioned the Mercer.
That was the match,
That was the match. I'm sorry.
Yep.
I did it after I told you last time.
Yeah, we're taking turns.
It's going to be all right. But we have 2 lines available, so give us a call, 877-905-9274. In just about 5-6 minutes or so, we're hoping we're going to have Adam Holtz on from Plugged In. Now, Plugged In is a favorite around here, and I know on Fridays they usually feature whatever the big hit movie is in the theaters, and I know they have different features for like the someone does like the new songs. They cover video games and help parents out, like, you know, maybe this video game's okay, other games they'll say no, you don't want to do that. They focus on a lot of the online streaming services with their series, and it's just they do a great job. Of course, Bob Waliszewski, I think, he retired.
Yes, and moved to Hawaii.
Yeah, so now there's 3 other, and I know I can't remember the name of the other 2, but we're going to talk to Adam, and that's going to be in about 5 minutes. So looking forward to that, and we need the phones to keep ringing. We got 2 lines open, 877-905-9274, of course, online at WCRH.org. And the YouTube stream is streaming and doing whatever it does, because I don't understand how it works. I just know it's working. I know that I'd have to push this button right here to make it work. I let Dennis, the IT guru, and he's doing a great job, and Harry, our engineer, they know all that stuff. They know how to talk to the computers.
They're wizards, aren't they?
And, you know, make it all work. I just, you know, they try to explain it to me, and I just nicely say, you know what? I'm sure you know what you're talking about. I can't understand it. Just tell me which button to push. And they do. They're patient with me now. They understand. They kind of pat me on the head and say, this button, Dave, right here. 877-905-9274. Going to go to some music from Dan Bremnes. We're going to try to get Adam on the line from Plugged In. Good. Come back, talk to him for a little bit. And we still need to hear from you. 2 lines available, 877-905-9274. Give online at WCRH.org.
I used to think when the sun was shining, it was a sign that things were going right. I used to think when my heart was breaking,
There you go, Dan Bremnes, The Way, right here on the Compass, pointing hearts to Christ on a Friday morning, a third day of Sharathon, and it is just hopping around here. 877-905-9274 is the number to call, and we want you to keep calling, even though right now we're going to be talking with Adam from Plugged In. The lines are still open, so, don't stop calling. 877-905.
Third and final day here, man.
9274. Give online, WCRH.org. My name is Dave. Wayne Shepherd's right across from me, and we have Adam from Plugged In on the line. I hope. Adam, are you there?
I am here.
Woohoo! I did it. All right. Well, welcome to the Compass. Definitely, a lot of our listeners really appreciate what you guys do at Plugged In. I've been listening to Plugged In for a long time now, and I know of course Bob retired, and now there's a new crew in there. And so just real quick, because I know you guys switch off a lot, like if someone said, Adam, what is your main focus on Plugged In? Like, is there like a main thing you focus in on when you do your Plugged In segments?
So here's the thing. PluggedIn.com is focused on the family's media and entertainment review website and ministry. We have a podcast too. We want to help you know everything that's happening in pop culture. Movies is our bread and butter, but we also review TV, music, games, books, and YouTube channels, and we have a blog. And we want to help you know what you can expect to find in pretty much everything that's buzzworthy in pop culture. So, if your kids come home talking about the Squid Game, Mom, everybody's watching the Squid Game, you can come and see our review and probably realize, even if everybody else's kids are watching it, you may not want your kids to watch it. So we give those content overviews so that you can know in terms of, violence, profanity, sex, drugs, content issues that parents are concerned about. You can know exactly what you're dealing with. And we also want to help people grow in developing a biblical worldview in terms of how you think about entertainment.
Very cool.
And how those bigger philosophical issues may be influencing your kids. Maybe in more subtle ways than just, this movie has a bad scene in it.
Yeah, you guys offer a great service. You really do. I know nothing about the Squid Game, but I lived through the Jesus Revolution back in the day, and I know there's a new documentary out called The Jesus Music. Have you seen it? What's up with this one?
The Jesus Music is a fantastic overview of that entire period of time, and it really goes all the way back to the beginning of what was, the Jesus people and what started as sort of a Christian countercultural response to what we saw in the late 60s and early 70s with the likes of, Larry Norman. You also get Keith Green in there, and then it just goes through the 80s
Amy
and
Grant,
early 90s.
yeah, sure.
And so when you get into the 80s, you get Amy Grant, you get DC Talk, you get Michael W. Smith, and then it gets into the early 90s, and man, almost anybody who was anybody in those early to mid days of the whole CCM world is featured in this. And so I think if you're a fan of this genre, if you grew up in it, it's going to be an eye-opening, in an encouraging way, sort of, deep dive into what that time was like. But we're also going to hear about some places where things were hard. I mean, obviously when Amy Grant got divorced, it was sort of an early version of culture cancellation, right? I mean, all of a sudden she was kind of damaged goods, if I can use that phrase. And so, she talks about that. What was it like to live through all of a sudden Christians responding really not very graciously to this thing that had happened in her life. So, I think it does a really nice job of painting that full picture of this was an amazing thing, and, there are some moments in that history that maybe aren't so amazing and are kind of painful for some of the
Sounds real.
Some honesty. That's good.
Totally real.
Talking to Adam Holst from Plugged In. It is Sharathon. We do still have some lines available. Some lines are busy, but give us a call. 877-905-9274. Give online at WCRH.org. Now, of course, one of the things you guys do, I know, on Friday, and that's, I listen every day, of course, but especially on Fridays because I am a big movie fan, and I like to hear what you guys are saying about the newer releases. And you and I were talking a little bit before we went on air, and I know, and this we're going to cover the gamut here. Wayne, are you ready? We're going to talk about the Muppets and James Bond.
I see the similarity, actually, yeah.
Can you see how these two go? Or just, just real quick, because I know that's all I've been hearing about. And I am a James Bond fan.
You put Animal in a tux, and you got it.
There you go. And I know the James Bond movie's out. So, I'll throw that out there. Maybe parents are wondering, James Bond, yay or nay? What are your thoughts on what's going on with that movie right now?
Well, the interesting thing with Daniel Craig, and this is his last turn as 007. Well, actually, he's not 007 anymore. He's just James Bond.
Unfortunately, it's his last turn, yeah.
It is his last turn.
Yeah.
A lot of people have loved what he has brought to the role for 15 years now.
Yeah.
James Bond has sort of, in a gradual way, moved away from depicting, this, suave double agent as a total womanizer with no, basically objectifying women. Up until Daniel Craig, that was just part of his shtick. But as this movie starts, he's married, and then something happens that causes him to wonder, is his wife really who she seems to be? And then there's a little girl who gets in the mix. And so we really see him focusing on trying to save his family as he is trying to take down yet another guy who has, a maniacal cackle. Actually, I don't really think he does. It's Rami Malek.
Oh, wow.
And this is a long movie. It's like 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, they're usually pretty long.
They've dialed down some of the old stereotypes. We still see some women in slinky dresses and, kind of walking and talking seductively. But the sexual content is not as much as it maybe was in the past.
Okay.
But this is a crazy, violent movie. Let's not kid ourselves.
He doesn't mess around, James Bond,
No, it's high body count. It's PG-13.
Yeah.
So it's not, for the most part, gory.
Okay.
And I won't spoil it, but there's some pretty interesting twists and turns plot-wise here.
Are there cool cars?
Oh, yeah. He's back in the original Aston Martin.
Oh, look out now. Now you got Wayne's attention.
If you're a James Bond fan, Sean Connery's first Bond car was that classic, 66 Aston Martin or something like that.
Oh, cool.
So there you go.
All right. We appreciate it. Talking to Adam from Plugged In. All four lines are busy right now. That's great. 877-905-9274. 877-905-9274. Still got a few minutes. And I can't just throw the Muppets out there and then not talk. Being the Muppet fan that I am,
right?
I've been watching since I was, probably before I could even walk.
I'm a big fan of Waldorf and Statler. So.
Oh, yeah. So the Muppets are still at it. What are they up to? What's going on with them?
Well, I have to just segue into this segment by saying Frog.
Okay.
Kermit the Frog. With the James Bond.
Gotcha.
Anyway,
I like that.
Thank you for indulging me. I'm 51. I have 3 kids, so my dad humor leaks out sometimes.
Gotcha.
There's a new show, a new Halloween special. It's not quite a movie. It's about an hour special on Disney Plus called Muppets Haunted Mansion. And in this one, Gonzo, the Muppet with the big, banana-shaped nose and big eyes and blue fur, Gonzo, who sometimes goes by the Great Gonzo, has decided that he's going to take up a challenge to spend the night in the world's most haunted mansion, and it is allegedly inhabited by 999 ghouls and specters. Wow. And he brings along a newer Muppet that I wasn't that familiar with named Pepe the Prawn. So he's a little shrimp-like Muppet. And they go spend the night. And there are lots of spirits there, and they are, hoping that Gonzo and Pepe will join them forever. So you get spills and thrills and chills, but mostly
Muppet-style humor.
We get Muppet stuff, right? And it's fun and it's silly.
That's cool.
I will say though that there's a spiritual component here. That even though the Muppets is treating it lightly, I think it would be great if families watch this. To spend a little bit of time talking about the spiritual elements too
with their
after
kids.
You watch it.
Sure.
Suggestion.
All right. Appreciate that. Talking with Adam Holz from Plugged In, and just got a couple minutes left. So of course we are having Sharathon here at WCRH and getting just some great responses. I know a lot of our listeners really appreciate Plugged In and being listener supported. They are supporting Christian radio. And just real quick, take a minute before we let you go. I'm just going to say, ask you, Adam, why should somebody support Christian radio, and specifically, why should somebody support WCRH? What would be your thoughts on that?
Well, you do a service that does so many things on so many different levels. It informs, it helps people know what's going on in the world. It encourages, you encourage with your various programs. You challenge people, right? And as Christians, sometimes we need to have that. We need to have that challenge. And I think that there's, it helps us to understand in a world that sometimes seems like it's gone completely crazy, there are actually other people out there who share our convictions. And then obviously you have, I'm assuming, a wide variety of different programs from national Christian leaders. And so you have an opportunity to really get the best of the best in some ways every day, as just a part of your radio. You don't have to subscribe to anything. You just turn it on. So by all means, consider a donation.
Yeah, appreciate that. Well, Adam, we're going to let you go and keep rolling with Sharathon. Thanks for taking some time and educating us on the Muppets and James Bond and the Jesus music documentary. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Variety right there.
There we go. I got your microphone on now. Well, Adam, we appreciate it, and take care. We're going to keep listening to Plugged In. Thanks for taking the time to talk with us.
You bet, guys. Thank
you.
Right.
Bye. So there you go, Adam Holtz from Plugged In.
Service,
so I like it. Yeah, they do good. I really enjoy everything that they do on Plugged In, and it's just a great resource for parents too. And the phones, we have 2 lines available. 877-905-9274 is the number to call. Give online, or you could live online.
Some of us do live online.
WCRH.org. Dave's getting tired. It's almost time for his nap. 877-905-9274. Going to go to some music from Vertical Church Band. And Wayne Shepherd and I will be back right after that, and just keep this going. We got 2 lines available, 877-905-9274.
for the greatness and power of God to be displayed.
Be reminded that heaven rules on the next Revive Our Hearts with Nancy DeMoss Waldemuth.
Weekday mornings at 9:25 on the Compass, pointing hearts to Christ. Which it is usually.
Yep, Monday.
I meant to do that.
Monday.
I meant to do that. Yeah, as soon as it started, I said, oh, man. But I meant to do that because, she's usually on. Okay, I'm not covering for this. Yeah, I messed up. I played the wrong thing, but that's all right.
That's okay. We love Nancy.
Yeah,
I just interviewed her husband, Robert, for First Person. And Nancy has a Christmas book coming out that she will be on First Person talking about in the coming months.
And I know that we tried to get her on for Sharathon, but I don't know if they're doing it right now.
They just finished a big conference in Indianapolis.
Her big one that she does every.
Yep. I have friends who were there and said it was just outstanding. Shane and Shane provided the music.
Oh, wow.
So.
Yeah, I know they do it every time. So every once in a while, we can get Nancy to, squeeze us in, but we understand why she can't, and so that's good. It's always good talking to her.
Hey, it's not even 10 o'clock in the morning, and the phone lines have been humming around here this morning. It's been wonderful. Thank you for the response, but we still need a lot more phone calls this whole day long. This is the third and final day of Share 2021, the Sharathon at WCRH, The Compass. We need your help. We need your gifts. We need your support. Can we count on you? Call 877-905-9274. Give online at WCRH.org, but just please get in touch with us today and let us know what you can do to ensure that this ministry has what it needs to carry on its work in the year ahead.
877-905-9274, of course, online at WCRH.org. The $1 a day is a great way to do it. Just to keep reminding you of that. It's the 45th anniversary of WCRH, so some people have been doing $45, $450. I mean, get creative. There's no set rules that the operators have where it's like, there's 10 different ways you can give, and if you don't mention one of those, then forget it. I mean, get creative.
Yep.
The half-day sponsors are $1,000, full-day sponsors $2,000. Lots of holidays, great ways to do that.
Yeah.
People do it in honor of somebody's birthday.
Half of Valentine's Day is available.
Say, Valentine's Day, guys, there you go. Think about that. Your wife.
You got to plan ahead for these things.
Yeah, and you're telling her, Happy Valentine's Day over the radio, and that's good stuff. And of course,
I may be out of line telling guys to plan ahead when I don't do it very well.
Yeah, I was just going to say no. But I think a lot of the big holidays. I don't know. Is Christmas and Christmas Eve?
Christmas. Half day on Christmas Eve is available.
Okay.
All Christmas Day is available.
Wait a minute. All Christmas Day is still available.
Day is available for sponsorship.
There we go. All right.
And New Year's Eve is available.
All right. Well, they're still available. So maybe you've been sitting and thinking, I'd like to sponsor Christmas Day, and you were thinking, but by now, of course, somebody has taken it, so I'm not going to call it. It's open. Yep. As far as we know, I think that's still up to date.
Yeah, this was updated just a short time ago.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so 877-905-9274, and as an honor of a birthday, people do it in honor of their grandkids, their kids, their parents. On a more serious note, some people do it in memory of someone who has passed away that meant a lot to them. So there's just all kinds of ways you can do that. So talk to the operators. They know what's going on. They'll get you set up. 877-905-9274. Online, WCRH.org. And we do like the classics around here at the Compass. And Wayne and I talking about the Jesus Music documentary. And of course, one of the first artists that come to mind when you think about that movement, Keith Green. I mean, I think, didn't he pretty much kind of help kick it off? He was one of definitely the pioneers.
There's been no one like Keith.
We got to listen to a little Keith Green.
Died tragically way young.
Way too young. But his legacy, I guess you want to say, still lives on. I know I have been inspired by his writings, and I still have some of the books on my shelf, based on, the notes basically from some of his sermons and talks he gave. Very challenging. He did not mess around. He did not sugarcoat anything. And I love it. 877-905-9274. Give online at WCRH.org. It's Keith Green.
You put this love in my heart.
Oh, look out, Wayne.
24/7, proclaiming the good news of Jesus. Let them know how much they mean to you by calling in with your gift during Sharathon. Call 877-905-WCRH. That's 877-905-WCRH. Or give online at WCRH.org.
How can you resist that appeal?
You can. Look at that. 877-905-9274. We're about 2 minutes away from hitting the news, and then you and I are stepping aside, and I'm not sure who's coming in. But we'll
it'll be a surprise.
It'll be a surprise for both of us. I'm not even sure if I'm still here this morning. 877-905-9274. But always enjoy our time on the air together, Wayne.
Thank
every
you.
year. I look forward to it.
Likewise, yep.
And I know you and I are off for a little bit today, but we're gonna be back together tonight.
You can't get rid of us that easily.
No, I'm coming. I'm going to go home for a little bit and, play with something. I don't know, maybe sleep a little bit. But we'll be back this evening. And I always look forward to, Sharathon as a whole, but Fridays and especially Friday nights there's like I don't know how to explain it. There's just a buzz in the air. So I'm really looking forward to tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. Remember, if you do want to stop by the studios, you can. It's not quite the same as it always has been in the past. Kind of restricted on food and everything, but please have a mask on. Mm-hmm. But if you want to come down, give your gift, just say hi. We're here. Wayne and I aren't here for a few hours, but someone will be here at least until 9 o'clock tonight. So we'd love to see you. Stop by. And give us a call while the news is playing here in just a minute. 877-905-9274 online at WCRH.org.
One last time for us, for the moment, we'll give you this report of where everything stands. The Sharathon total goal is $550,000. We have received $356,109, which leaves about $194,000 to go. We're at 65% of the goal. That number needs to grow throughout the day, and it's growing every moment here that the phone rings. So you keep them coming, and we'll keep adding them up, and we'll trust God for the outcome.
877-905-9274, online, WCRH.org. It's Dave. I appreciate you so much. I tell you that as often as I can. Probably not as much as I should, but I really do appreciate you. You mean the world to me. And can't wait. I'll be back later on this afternoon. And yes, come around 7 or 8 o'clock. You'll see what Dave's like when he's really tired. But I'm really looking forward to it. We'll see you in just a bit.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. Americans continued spending at a solid pace last month, even in the face of sticker shock in the grocery store, car showrooms, and restaurants.
The Commerce Department says retail sales rose a seasonally adjusted 0.7% in September from the month before. Consensus estimates were for a decrease of 0.5%, according to a survey of economists by FactSet. Sales at clothing and accessory stores rose 1.1%, while online sales were up 0.6%.
Correspondent Jeremy House. A longtime British lawmaker has been stabbed multiple times while meeting with constituents in a church east of London. The BBC's Pete Sewell is following the story.
Sir David Amess was having, as a lot of MPs do on a Friday, their regular constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea. Essex police have confirmed that they have arrested a man following reports of a stabbing there.
And last word, paramedics were treating the 69-year-old lawmaker at the scene of the attack. MP David Amess, member of Prime Minister Johnson's Conservative Party. Also at SRNnews.com, Chicago police officers will not be sent home this weekend for failing to comply with the new COVID vaccination reporting mandate.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot said officers who don't report their vaccination status won't be moved to no pay status this weekend because confirming compliance will take a few days. In a video posted Tuesday, Fraternal Order of Police President John Catanzara instructed officers to file for vaccine exemptions and to not enter information into the city's portal.
That's correspondent Mike Rossier. A federal appeals court has rejected the latest attempt by the Biden administration to strike down the Texas abortion law. Watching Wall Street, the Dow is up 259 points, the NASDAQ 41 points higher. This is SRN News. Have you been watching church online?
A new study released by Lifeway Research finds that 45% of adults in this country opted to view a worship service via the internet at some point during the worst of the pandemic. Of that group, 15% were not regular churchgoers, suggesting that putting local services online may be attracting more people. Lifeway spokesman Scott McConnell says, quote, A form of communication that was not even used by most churches before the pandemic has now reached almost half of Americans. Michael Harrington, SRN News.
Jurors in Arizona have convicted an Air Force airman of first-degree murder in the death of a Mennonite woman who was living in New Mexico. The jury reached its verdict after deliberating for about 5 hours. Mark Gooch was also found guilty of kidnapping of Sasha Krause in January of 2020 at a church near Farmington, where she was gathering material for Sunday school. This is SRN News. Senator John Cornyn says his fundraising committee collected more than $2 million for fellow Republicans in the third quarter.
Senator Cornyn won't be up for re-election himself until 2026. For 2022, the senior senator from Texas is using his Cornyn Victory Fund to raise money for all GOP senators up for re-election. The effort comes as Republicans hope for a major midterm election season win. Republicans hope to regain their majorities in both the House and Senate for the remaining 2 years of President Biden's term in office. Bob Agnew reporting.
After losing a legal battle, the Biden administration plans to reinstate the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy, a policy previously denounced by the Biden team. It requires migrants to wait in Mexico for their asylum hearings. However, Mexico's government would have to give its approval before the policy could be brought back. And on Wall Street, the Dow up 288. More details at srnnews.com.
Consider God's goodness today. Here's Lamentations 3, verses 22 and 23. The unfailing love of the Lord never ends. By his mercies we have been kept from complete destruction. Great is his faithfulness. His mercies begin afresh each day. That's Lamentations 3, 22 and 23.
The WCRH four-state forecast for today. A partly sunny day shaping up. It'll be 80 to 85, but it'll be turning much cooler by the end of the weekend. We're partly cloudy tonight, 60 to 65. Clouds move in tomorrow, breezy with scattered showers and thunderstorms developing, high 70 to 75. Clearing and much cooler tomorrow night, 45 to 50. Sunny, breezy, 60 to 65 Sunday. I'm staff meteorologist Rob Carolyn for WCRH-FM and WCRH-HD, Williamsport.
You can't imagine how many times we've heard,
the right song will come on, and you know that that's a word from God.
Our listeners are being blessed in very real ways.
The message that you need when you need it.
I don't know what I would do during my day without it.
We couldn't do what we do without you and your prayers and financial support. Call now, 877-905-WCRH, or go to WCRH.org to give online.
Well, thanks for joining us for Sharathon. I'm Jeff Bean, and joining me here in the studio is the wonderful Bob Lepine. Hey, Bob, good morning.
I love coming in and seeing the Christmas lights partially lit up. That's what I call them, the Christmas lights. So these are here in the control room, we've got 5 lights that let us know how many lines are used, and 2 of our 4 lines are lit right now. So that's always exciting to see that we've got some folks who are joining us. It's also good to know that those of you who want to join us here on the final day of Share, you can call right now and get right through at 877-905-9274 and be a part of what God is doing through the ministry of WCRH throughout the year. As I said, this is the last day of Share, and this is a big day, Jeff.
Yes, it is. This is our final day, at least to be on the air for Sharathon. Now, we'll see some continuing mail come in over the next couple weeks, but this is the big day when you let us know in a public way that you want to help support the Compass. We've heard from 961 families, individuals or families, with our pre-Sharathon mailing and these 2.25 days of Sharathon. Thank you for that call.
Yes.
877-905-9274 is the number to call. We have one line that's still available for you. So go ahead, give us your call. Make that call. Make your faith promise. Bob, we need to get to that 100 first-time partner goal as soon as possible, so that will induce $500 or $5,000.
$5,000.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Just like inducing labor, it will bring that into existence. So we got 13 slots open. That means there are 13 $50 gifts with your name on at least one of those. If you're one of those 13 people, we're talking to those of you who are regular listeners to the Compass, but who have, for whatever reason, never called, never gone online, never said, I'll pitch in and help out. We're asking that today would be the day that you would do that, because whatever you give, whether it's $5 or $50 or $500, $50 is going to be added to your total thanks to this matching gift opportunity. But we've got to get all 13 of you to call in to make that happen. I'd like to think before we get to noon, maybe we could break through that goal. So if you are a regular listener, maybe new to the area, and you've never contributed to the Compass, you've never called during a Sharathon, today's the day to call. Still a line open at 877-905-9274.
And we have one line that is open for you right now. And especially if you want to be a half-day sponsor or a full-day sponsor, you can call now and get through as the volume of calls increase throughout the day. This is a good time for the volunteer to get up and check your day, make sure it is available. So we have some major holidays that are still open. If you'd like to talk to someone about Christmas or Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, I think, is still open. We can look at that for you. Thank you. There are 4 lines are now full. So we're going to go to some music, I think, Bob. Let people call. We'll come back with an update. How's that sound?
Sounds like a good plan. Call us, 877-905-9274.
He became sin, who knew no sin, that we might become his righteousness. He humbled himself and carried the cross. Love so
mean, this is the time when we really are saying, Lord, we need you to move on the hearts of your people, and we're asking you, would you ask the Lord, what would you have me do? What would you have our family do? If everybody who listens, weekly to WCRH would call in and say, we're going to help pitch out, we'd have no problem meeting our goal. Those of you who are calling in, what you're doing is you're helping sponsor this station for those who aren't going to call in. You're helping pay it forward. You're helping invest in the lives and the futures of people, the spiritual life, the spiritual future of people who, for whatever reason, aren't calling in. Maybe they're truck drivers driving through, like the testimony we just heard. A truck driver on I-70 or somebody on I-81 who's listening, and they don't live in the area, but whenever they drive through, they know where 90.5 is, and they've got it tuned in for the 140-mile stretch from the east to the west or from the north to the south, so they can listen to the station. And some of them, I know, we've got folks who are listening on the app right now, folks who are listening on your smart speaker right now. We need to hear, however you're listening. We've got one line lit up. We'd like to see all four of them lit up right now at 877-905-9274. So invest, not in the radio station, invest in the spiritual life of your community and people in your community by calling 877-905-9274.
Well, Bob, one thing that we proved, I believe, was before Chris Tomlin, all the lines were in use.
Yes.
And by the time we finish, the lines are free. And that just means, hey, we're only going to keep you on for a couple of minutes. If you've already given before, all we're going to do is find your name, just verify your address and some other information, take your faith promise, and you're free to go for the rest of your day. Continue to listen to Sharathon and pray for us. The other thing, though, if you're a brand new partner with us, that will take a little bit more time because we have to input all your data. But once that happens, then again, you are free to come back and listen to the Sharathon or watch us on YouTube. Just do a search for WCRH. Well, Bob, you mentioned the online listening. I will probably have an update for you when we come back about where some people are listening from. Maybe we'll even have one or two respond from the listening area as they listen to our online stream.
We would love for you to do that. And again, 4 lines are open right now at 877-905-9274. I had an opportunity this week to be in contact with Nancy DeMoss Wolgemuth, who last weekend had an event called Revive 21 with hundreds of women who had gathered together in Indianapolis. Was a great event. And I mentioned that because we heard this morning from a listener in Marysville, in Myersville, who said, I have been listening for years. I love Revive Our Hearts. Yeah. And they did a series of programs on Nancy's book called Adorned. And this listener said, I love that series. Thank you to WCRH. And she called with a $35 gift, so thank you for that.
Yeah, every gift is important, and you'll be able to get through to our operators on 2 lines right now.
Yeah.
When you call 877-905-9274. We're going to have to go back into the archives, Bob, and snip that out.
Well, every time the phone rings, the lights light up, we hear the phone in the background. It's exciting for us here because we know that listeners like you are calling to say, this station makes a difference in my life. We heard from somebody this morning in Needmore who said, I care about WCRH. I'm going to give a half-day sponsorship, $1,000. Thank you for that. We heard from a listener who called in from Greencastle and said, I love the music I hear on WCRH. Always a great reminder of God's love and care. I enjoy the teaching as well. And this is somebody who's setting up their regular monthly payment on their credit card. And you can do that and make it easy. I was talking about this yesterday. I've got I have a gym membership, so my $10 a month for the gym is on my recurring credit card payment.
And they're doing a great job with you, I might add.
Well, my wife is saying, you have to show up for them to do it. Paying the gym membership is not just enough to get that done. And then I've got automatic deductions for things like cell phone and for satellite TV, other stuff, our internet at the home. Add a recurring payment on your credit card or on your debit card and add WCRH to that. It makes it easy and quick for you to be able to contribute. 2 lines are open right now. The number is 877-905-9274.
Well, thanks for that word, Bob. We're going to listen to some music from Francesca Battistelli. We'll give you an update when we're back right here for Sharathon here at 90.5 The Compass. Again, 877-905-9274.
Third grade, I drew my dreams on a blank page. My own silver screen painted sun, never rain, and love without pain. It's funny that life I designed never played out like I had in mind. Had some highs hit the ground, some ups that went down, but one thing that I figured out: joy comes, tears fall. I'm learning there's beauty in it all. It's not hard to find it, you just have to look. Oh, God is I've said hellos and goodbyes, and I've held my friends while they've cried, tasted bitter and sweet. Those moments between, oh, he's had his hand on everything. Joy comes, tears fall. I'm learning there's beauty in it all. It's not hard to find it, you just have to look. Oh.
Time. We need there to be busy signals. Well, we don't want that, but we need these lines lit up. We need WCRH listeners to recognize We are in the final hours of Sharathon today, and we've got a ways to go to get to our goal of $550,000. We're at $363,000, and you look at that and go, can we do that today? And you say, the Lord can do that today.
Absolutely.
So we've heard from 977 of you so far during Sharathon. We're at 88 new partners, so we're 12 away from getting to 100 new partners. If you're a regular listener and you've never given, today would be a great day. You'll help us go over 100. You'll unlock $5,000, $50 for every new partner. So your donation, $50, is going to be added to whatever you give. But you have to give. You got to call 877-905-9274.
Our new partner, number 88, came from Hagerstown. They made a $500 gift as well, so they'll have $50 added to that. Let's get to 90 here before 10:30. We would like to get 2 more new partners who have never given to the ministry before. And your gift, it can come in any size and any time over the next year. You don't have to pay it today. And your gift will have an automatic $50 added to it when we get to 100. So we're looking for that magic number of 100. That'll release $5,000 more into our total.
So let me just ask everybody who's listening. If you're listening right now and you have never given to WCRH, would you please raise your hand? Okay.
If you're driving, please keep your hands
one
on the
hand
wheel.
on the wheel, but raise the other hand and let us know that you've never given. Now, who would be the 2 people, of those of you who just raised your hand, who would be the 2 of you who would say, okay, all right, you got me. I'll call 877-905-9274. Help get you to 90 people on your way to that goal. 2 lines are open right now, so we're holding those open for the 2 of you who just raised your hand and said, yes, I'll be one of those 2 new partners. And you can call. I'm looking at the board. We've had in the last half hour, we've had a $50 donation. We've had a $100 donation. We've had a $1 a day donation. We've had a $500 donation. We've had a couple of half-day sponsors. We've had 1 full-day sponsor. So we've had people who are calling in at all levels of giving. Whatever you can do. You call in and give a $50 gift, it becomes a $100 gift if you're a first-time partner. You call in with a $100 gift, it becomes a $150 gift as a first-time partner. Those 2 lines are open. Those 2 of you who need to call, the lines are there for you, 877-905-9274. Let us hear from you.
And Bob, maybe there's some hesitancy in giving your name and phone number because you don't want to be bombarded by mail every month from WCRH asking for money.
Right.
I just gave to you last month. You want more this month? Well, we don't do that. There are special occasions where we might let you know of a need, but that is not what our normal plan is. We do the 3-day Sharathon to raise the significant amount of money that we need for the next fiscal year.
Yep.
And so the Sharathon year begins November 1st and runs through October 31st. So we're just finishing up the gifts from last year. And we're looking and launching into the end of 2021 into 22 with that in mind.
Yeah.
So $365,000 has been submitted so far in Faith Promises. Our need is just under $185,000. We believe that with God's help, we can do it. Now, right now, all 4 lines are full.
Yay!
That is what we like to see. So thank you very much for that. We're going to take a music break, and we'll update you when we come back. Will you stay with us? I hope you will. We'll be here all day for Sharathon here at 90.5 The Compass. Here's Phil Wickham. This is Living Hope.
How great the chasm that lay between us, how high the mountain I could not climb. In desperation, I turned to heaven and spoke your name into
in your car, you can listen to those channels anytime online, right?
Yes, that is true.
We have a listener from Hagerstown who called in with a $50 pledge, said, I had one of my kidneys removed last year due to cancer. My legs and feet swell. I would appreciate prayer for healing, and I want to thank WCRH for being there when I need you, mostly at night, not able to sleep well. You are a source of comfort. Can I pray for this listener?
Absolutely, Paul.
Lord, thank you for this friend of ours who has called in with a pledge, and I do pray for healing. I pray that you would help her to sleep well at night. I pray for her legs and her feet not to swell, and just pray that you would bring healing and wholeness to her body. Thank you for her and our partnership with her. We love her. We know you love her, and we just ask that you would touch her body and heal her, and we ask it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thanks, Bob. Well, here is a $50 gift. This is from Hagerstown, and $1 a day. Thank you for this gift from St. Thomas. They listen to the radio all the time. The radios are tuned to 90.5. And, I know who this person is. They say I'm a friend from a fellow woodworker. So, yes. Hi, Joe. Thank you.
877-905-9274. We've got one line open. You'll get right through if you're the next caller at 877-905-9274. We had somebody else from St. Thomas who called in to be a half-day sponsor and said, we're doing this in honor of Paul Heckman's, whose 80th birthday is coming up. So happy birthday to Paul from the family. There's just an extra. You just got a little bonus plug for Paul's birthday. It's not even your half-day sponsorship yet, but thank you for that half-day sponsorship.
Well, Bob, I heard earlier this morning that someone had already made a faith promise to be a day sponsor. They called back this morning and made an additional gift of $450 because they wanted to give $10 for every year WCRH has been on the air.
That's wonderful.
So that was a great gift. If you're a first-time donor, don't forget that your gift will have an additional $50 added onto it. We're right now at 88. Could we be at 90 before we take a news break in 20 minutes? I'm sure we can. Maybe one of the four that's on the line right now will help us with that.
And maybe somebody who's on WCRH.org, the easy, this is the contact-free way to give. You don't have to talk to anybody. You can just go type in the information and do your giving online with all four lines lit up. That's a great way to do your faith promise pledge this morning.
Okay, we're going to hear from Zach Williams. We'll give you an update when we come back right here on The Compass, pointing hearts to Christ.
For so long I carried the weight of my past, crippled by burdens like stones on my back. I thought I had fallen too far from your grace, but you came and showed me the way. When I was lost, so searching, you were the ground beneath my feet. When I was a blind man begging, you were the eyes so I could see. When the smoke was rising up, you were the air that I could breathe. You gave me hope, you gave me something to believe. Now I'm alive and born again, rescued from the grip of sin. God, your love came crashing in and pulled me out of the fire. I'm a survivor. Now all I can see are the fields
They enjoy the teaching and the music, and they made $1 a day gift. So thank you. On the year, $365. And we just want to remind you that that does not have to be paid in the next week or even the next month. This is good for over the year. You can make Faith Promise payments of $10 a month, or if you're a day sponsor, $30 a month, $31 a month, however you want to do that. Of course, we gladly accept everything paid in full.
Yes.
But it helps us to balance our budget when we have those monthly partners who help us with income every month.
Okay, guys, we're at 984 who have called in during Sharathon, so we are actually 16 people away from getting to 1,000. 91 new partners, so we're 9 away from getting to 100. Now is the time to call. 4 lines are open. There's no better time than right now to call 877-905-9274. We got a half-day sponsor who called in from Warfordsburg and said, I love WCRH. Odyssey is a favorite, as we know it is for so many of you. So thank you for that half-day sponsorship calling in. And a listener in Hagerstown who called in with a $600 Faith Promise said, I listen all the time. I love Money Matters. I love Family Life. Thank you for loving Family Life. And said, I didn't receive my calendar last year.
Yeah, there was a little inside story. They were all mailed before Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Some people got them in June.
Oh, my goodness. Well, hopefully we've got the postal system worked out, because I'm looking at the new calendars. They look great.
Yeah, and everyone who makes a gift for Sharathon will receive one of the calendars. They are complete 2022 calendars, so we'll get them to you as soon as we can in the end of November, early December.
Okay, 4 lines open. I've been saying that for 5 minutes now, so I'm sad. 4 lines open at 877-905-9274. Call us right now and be part of what God is doing through the ministry of WCRH here during the last day of Sharathon.
It's hard to believe it is the last day, but alas, it is. And we have about 45 seconds to go before news. As Bob said, all the lines are available for you to give. We appreciate those who are giving online, but we would like to hear the phone ring at 877-905-9274. And Bob, when we come back, I think there'll be a special announcement. I'm going to be here. You'll be here for another hour.
Yeah,
so we'll share that news when we come back.
You're going to have to share it with me.
That might surprise you.
Okay,
you
all
never
right.
know. Okay, 877-905-9274. Be sure to call us now for Sharathon.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. A veteran member of the British Parliament has died after being stabbed multiple times during a meeting with constituents in a church in Essex, east of London. 69-year-old David Amos was a member of Prime Minister Boris Johnson's Conservative Party. He had been in Parliament since 1983. A man is under arrest. No details yet on the suspect. A congressional committee investigating the January 6th unrest at the U.S. Capitol will vote next week to recommend criminal contempt charges against former Trump White House aide Steve Bannon.
Representative Benny Thompson, who chairs the special committee, says the panel will vote Tuesday after Bannon defied a subpoena and failed to appear for a deposition. Bannon also failed to provide documents to the panel by last week's deadline.
Correspondent Mike Rossius says Bannon, a Trump advisor for 2 years, was not a White House staffer on January 6th. Also at SRNnews.com, the Biden administration plans to reinstate a Trump-era border policy.
The Justice Department says beginning next month, asylum seekers will have to wait in Mexico for hearings in U.S. Immigration Court, complying with a judge's order. The Mexican government, which has raised concerns that U.S. officials are working to address, must give its approval. About 70,000 asylum seekers have been subject to the Remain in Mexico policy, which President Trump introduced in January 2019 and which President Biden suspended on his first day in office. Mike Hempen, Washington.
Retail sales held up well last month in the face of sharply higher prices for just about everything. Sales rose a seasonally adjusted 0.7% in September from the month before. The Dow is up 291 points, and this is SRN News. An American ministry is boosting evangelism in the UK.
The Billy Graham Evangelistic Association is halfway through a 4-city tour designed to teach Christian leaders how to more effectively spread the gospel. Meetings have been held in Glasgow and Liverpool so far this week, with trips to Cardiff and London in the offing. One ministry leader who was in attendance says the events are coming at a critical time, as she tells it to BGEA, quote, "Fire for the church in this country is a wee bit lacking." Michael Harrington, SRN News.
A federal judge has blocked Baltimore City officials from banning a conservative Catholic media outlet from holding a prayer rally at a city-owned pavilion during a U.S. bishops' meeting next month. The judge ruled that St. Michael's Media is likely to succeed on its claims that the city discriminated against it on the basis of its political views. This is SRN News. Nippon Steel is suing Toyota over a patent for technology used in electric motors.
It's a rare case of legal wrangling between Japan's top steelmaker and automaker over intellectual property. Nippon Steel filed the lawsuit in Tokyo District Court demanding compensation for damages totaling $177 million. Also named in the lawsuit is Bao Steel, a Chinese steelmaker.
That's correspondent Jeremy House. A federal appeals court has turned aside the latest attempt by the Biden administration to strike down the Texas abortion law, the so-called Heartbeat Act. This does not mean the court fight is over. However, at least for now, that pro-life law in Texas does remain on the books. Once again on Wall Street this hour, stocks are higher. The Dow up 285 points, the NASDAQ ahead 68. More details at srnnews.com.
Consider God's goodness today. Here's Lamentations 3, verses 22 and 23. The unfailing love of the Lord never ends. By his mercies we have been kept from complete destruction. Great is his faithfulness. His mercies begin afresh each day. That's Lamentations 3, 22 and 23.
The WCRH 4-state forecast, occasional sun, low 80s this afternoon. Tonight's partly cloudy, low 60s. We'll have some sun in there on Saturday. Watch out for some afternoon showers and thunderstorms, though. It's breezy, low 70s. Clearing and kind of cool out there Saturday night, upper 40s. Sunny and breezy, low 60s on Sunday. Monday's mostly sunny, 60 to 65. Going into Tuesday's a mostly sunny day with a high temperature topping out somewhere close to 70. I'm staff meteorologist Rob St. Pierre for WCRH-FM and WCRH-HD. Williamsport.
Do you want to make an impact on people's lives? Do you want to encourage believers who are hurting? Do you want to challenge people to follow God with all their hearts? Then become part of our family of supporters. Your support not only provides you with quality Christian radio, but also others who need to hear this vital ministry. Call now. 877-905-WCRH. That's 877-905-9274. Or go to WCRH.org to give online.
And thank you for listening to The Compass. Yes, as he said, you can give online at WCRH.org. Right now, one phone line is in use.
The green one. The green one is lit up.
That is phone number 1.
The 3 orange. Would you say those are orange or the other 3 orange?
Orange or yellow.
Okay.
Yes, we'll go with either.
So those 3 lines are available at 877-905-9274. We were hoping that maybe in the last hour we would get to our full allotment of 100 new partners.
Mm-hmm.
And we got close. We're at 94 new partners. We are 6 away from being able to dump all of the $50 gifts. So we got $150 gifts. That's $5,000 that we can add to the total as soon as we hear from our 100th new partner. So we're asking you this hour to call and be a part of this. And we're at 995 people who have called in during Sharathon so far. So we're 5 away from going over 1,000. This is a big hour. I think we're going to hit a couple of milestones in this hour if people will call the orange lines at 877-905-9274.
Well, Bob, sometimes I watch the TV shows about the cars and hot rods
Yes.
and how they make those go a little bit faster.
Yes.
They use oxide or something like that to inject into the system.
Yes.
We're going to do our own injection
Little
into
fuel
the system.
injection right here?
Yes, we have a $3,000 challenge.
Okay.
It's $3,000 dollar for dollar. So for this next hour, when we hit $3,000,
Like that person who's calling right now.
if they have a day sponsor, they've already covered 2/3 of it.
Okay.
But $3,000 dollar for dollar challenge.
I love this. So anything you give $100, it's automatically $200.
Yep.
You give $200, it's $400. You give $1,000, it's $2,000. We got $3,000 in matching gift funds. So there's no better hour for your donation than this hour, when your money is going to be doubled. And if you're a first-time partner, it'll be doubled plus $50 added to it.
That's right.
So here's one of these hours where we can really, as you said, add some jet fuel, some oxide, some whatever we need to do, some STP to our gas tank, and see if we can get. There are a couple of lines lit up. Thank you for calling 877-905-9274. 2 lines still open for those of you who want to give this hour. See your gift doubled. First-time partners, $50 added to that. And see if we can get past this hurdle of 100 new first-time partners and get us over 1,000 Faith Promise pledges for this Sharathon. There's a third line open. Thank you for that. 877-905-9274. We heard this morning from a listener who called from Williamsport, said, I want to give $100. Thank you for your $100 gift. These gifts mean so much, whatever the amount is. I'm looking at the board. $50, $45, $100, $240. There's a $25 gift, a $100 gift. Thank you for these gifts. Again, whatever the amount. Somebody gave $45. That's $1 a year for the number of years that WCRH has been on the line. Here's a Chambersburg donor with $365. That's $1 a day. Whatever you're able to do, every little bit helps. But we just have to hear from you.
We have one line that is still available. You'll be able to get in on this $3,000 challenge, dollar for dollar, so you'll be able to see your money doubled in ministry. And if you're a first-time partner, we're inching closer to that 100 mark. Right now, we've heard from 94, and when you make your gift, then $50 will be added to that. So if you're a first-time donor who's never given before, you say, I'll give you $45 for your history.
Yep.
Well, that becomes 45 times 2 because of the challenge, plus 50 more because you're a first-time challenge partner.
So 45 is $140. That's amazing. I mean, where else can you invest $45 and have it automatically become $140?
In the next hour.
That's right. One line open at 877-905-9274. We've got a song in queue from Evan Kraft that we're going to hear in just a minute, but maybe we need to wait for this last line to light up. Evan Kraft sounds like, is that an outboard motor company? I have an Evan Kraft motor on my. No, I guess that's somebody else.
Motorcraft.
Yeah. So 877-905-9274. We'll get back to music when that last line lights up. And again, thanks to those of you who have already called or gone online to make a gift today.
And it doesn't take long. If you're at the office or in your car traveling, it's only going to take a couple of minutes to get the information that we need, and you'll be free for the rest of the day to listen to Sharathon.
Yep.
Here's a $240 gift. This comes from Everett, Pennsylvania. Thank you to our listeners there in the West. $100 gift from Keymar, Maryland, and they appreciate the Sunday morning teaching, focus on the family life, and they love the music and appreciate the staff. So thank you.
877-905-9274. We're waiting for that last line to light up in an exciting hour here at Sharathon. Every donation is going to be matched dollar for dollar. First-time partners, an additional $50 going to be added to your gift. And this is one of those hours that we're asking God to do exceedingly abundantly above, beyond what we could think or ask, because this is the last day of Sharathon. And there's that last line.
Thank you.
So let's do as we promised. Let's go to music. You keep calling or going online at WCRH.org.
There's a name that can silence love that embraces the heartache, the pain, and the tears. Through my faith and my doubting, I know one thing for sure. His word is unfailing, His promise secure. Todo va a estar bien, everything will be alright. Whole world's in His hands, your whole world's in His hands. In the darkness and the trials, He's faithful and He is true. The whole world's in His hands, y todo va a estar bien. Oh, 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 everything will be alright.
Sharathon on this 15th day of October. This is day number 3, our final day of doing Sharathon this year. I'm Jeff Bean along with Bob Lapine. Bob, the voice you'll remember from, and still remember from Family Life Today. It's not like you've gone anywhere.
No, I'm still around.
Still with them. And Monday through Friday evenings at 9 o'clock, you welcome Alistair Begg to the airwaves.
I do.
And you say goodnight on his behalf as well.
I do it in an American dialect so that we counterbalance between the Scottish accent that he has. But I have always enjoyed meeting listeners to both Truth for Life and Family Life Today. And those of you who live in the area and want to drop by, I'd love to say hi to you. Love to have you come by the station. So if you're out and about today and you want to swing by, I'm going to be here till 2, and then I'll be here after 4, and you're welcome to come by. And in fact, we've got a gift for you if you come by and you participate in Sharathon. Our friends at Truth for Life have sent a number of flash drives with messages from Alistair. You can take your pick of one of those flash drives as a thank you gift for dropping by. This hour during Sharathon, between 11 and noon, this is an exciting hour. And in fact, a few minutes ago, all 4 lines were lit up. And right now, all 4 lines are open. Let me explain why this is so exciting. We've had a friend of the ministry who has come and said, I will match every donation that is received during this hour, dollar for dollar, up to a total of $3,000. I almost said $300,000. $3,000. Put that donor on the hook, right? $3,000. So any of you listening, yeah, you call in with a $50 gift, it's an automatic $100 gift. You call in with $100, it's $200. You call in with $500, it's $1,000. You see how it works, and we want to take full advantage of this $3,000 matching gift. To do that, we need the lines to be lit up throughout the hour. So 4 lines open right now. Your donation is going to be matched dollar for dollar. There is no better time than right now to call and give to WCRH. The number is 877-905-9274. Here in the next few minutes, we're going to go over 1,000 donors during Sharathon. We're at 996. We're also 6 away from our goal of 100 new partners. Mm-hmm. So the next 6 new partners, you will get us to a new spot in this goal. You'll help unleash $5,000.
Thank you for that call.
For the ministry, and we do appreciate that call. So your first-time gift is worth an additional $50. Not only will you get the dollar-for-dollar match, but an additional $50 added to your gift as a first-time partner. So with 3 lines open right now, let's fill them up, okay? 877-905-9274. This is a critical hour, and we want to hear from you.
Yeah, we still have room for you on the phone lines. 3 lines are available, and the operators are ready. They're skilled, they're seasoned, and they want to hear from you. Now, right now, we have 2 lines. 1 line that's
there we
open.
go. We love
Thank you for responding.
Thank you.
And if you're a first-time partner, go ahead and call us now as well. Your money will not only double. I'm going to quit talking.
There's the fourth line. Thank you.
All gone. So we're going to go back to some music while you take those calls. Here's the number, 877-905-9274. You hit redial. You'll be able to get right through. This is from Jen Johnson. This is Goodness of God. We appreciate you so much. Let us say thank you for praying for us. Thank you for giving to the Compass. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
I love you, Lord. Oh, your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hands. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, for I will sing.
This goal, and we're salivating a little bit,
Just
wanting
a little
to
bit.
get to it.
Come
So
on.
call 877-905-9274. Just heard from a listener in Greencastle with $1 a day. Thank you for that.
And it looks like our fourth line is, just freed up.
Yep.
So we have a line and a call available to come through at 877-905-9274. And that one fills up, but another one just went empty. Bob, we have this $3,000 challenge also for this hour.
And this is so exciting. So everything that's being given right now is being matched dollar for dollar up to a total of $3,000.
Yep.
And we've had about $1,200 already given this hour. So we still have about $1,800 available for this matching gift opportunity. You call right now, and your donation, it's $1 a day. It's now $2 a day. If it's a $50 donation, it's a $100 donation. If you're a first-time giver, $50 is added to that. So this is a significant hour. There's no better hour for you to give than right now. There's one line open, and the number to call is 877-905-9274. Maybe this is the first time you've tuned in during Sharathon. You've been busy the last couple of days, maybe out of town, and you've tuned in today and go, oh, it's Sharathon. Well, don't wait around. Don't think, I'll call later. No, call right now.
Right now.
There's no better time, and again, your donation is going to be matched dollar for dollar.
All 5 lines are being used right now, so you'll be able to get through in just a couple of minutes. It doesn't take long. Here's a caller, a first-time donor, $50 gift. This came from Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. Here's $275 from Clear Spring, Maryland. Thank you, neighbor. And God has blessed them, and they would like to give back. And
let me read this one. A listener from Charlestown who said, I've already pledged $500. I'm adding $45 to that just to celebrate the 45th year of the station. So they called in with an additional gift, which you can do. We need everybody to do whatever you can do today, because this is the last day of Sharathon, and it is crunch time for us.
Yeah, we're about $1,500 still needed. We're about halfway for that hourly challenge of $3,000. So your money will double as you give and make your faith promise. And you'll be able to join people who have given from Waynesboro. We had 3 contacts in a row from Greencastle. Thank you. Clear Spring, Greencastle, Charlestown, Hagerstown, and Fairfield, Pennsylvania, all in support of the Compass, and we appreciate you so much.
If you don't want to get a busy signal or wait on hold to talk to us, you can call, or you can go online at WCRH.org. I just saw a number of online donations show up. Thank you to those of you who have given online. WCRH.org. It's easy to fill out your own online form. And if you want to drop by the station, as we've said, we're going to be here. We'd love to greet you. We've got some gifts for you when you come by. So do that. One line just opened up at 877-905-9274. Call us and help us during this hour when we've got this $3,000 matching gift challenge. We are less than halfway there. We need to hear from you right now.
Callers come in, and I think we have a victory report.
I think we do. First, I'll let you know 3 lines are open right now, so thanks to those of you who have been calling in. But if you're looking for a window when you can call and get right through, this is that window, 877-905-9274. We started the hour with a $3,000 matching gift. Every caller who called this half hour during this hour, your donation was matched dollar for dollar up to that total of $3,000. And while we were listening to In Christ Alone, we went over that $3,000 gift amount. Thank you for that. So we are grateful. We're at 1,010 Faith Promise partners. We are 4 people away from our new partner goal of 100 people. And when we get there, that's going to make available a $5,000 gift that is on hold until we get to 100 first-time partners. So the next 4 of you who are new to the WCRH family as givers, you are going to you're going to play a significant role. Every donation you make, $50 will be added to that, and that will get us to a total of $5,000 added to our amount. We're at 68% of our goal here in the middle of day 3, and we can see the finish line in the distance, but what we need to see is the green light and the 3 yellow lights lit up. And right now, all 4 lines are open at 877-905-9274. We'd especially love to hear from you if you're a first-time partner with us here at WCRH.
So we know that radio can be theater of the mind. We can explain a story or a scene to you, and you, in your own mind, enhance that story that we're telling.
Yes.
So what we're saying is, I have a control board between me and a wall of monitors. All I see is the top of Bob's eyes, and we view each other that way. But there's a little box in front of us that has a number of lights on it. They correspond to phone activity. And right now I'm looking at it. Either we have no callers or all the lights burned out, Bob.
So
I'm not sure.
4 lines are open. There's a green one and 3 yellow ones that are right next to it. In fact, if you go on YouTube, you can see this. Go to YouTube and type in WCRH and pull up today's Sharathon. You'll see what we're talking about in terms of this bank of lights that we wait to light up. And every time a light goes off, we get excited here. I want to ring the bell again. I shouldn't ring it because all lines are down right now. But there see, like that. We hear it ring in the background. The green light just lit up, and we love when listeners call in because it tells us that we're taking another step toward our goal. We heard from a listener earlier from Greencastle who said, I want to do $1 a day for WCRH. Thank you for that. Another listener in Greencastle who said, I want to do $150. We're grateful for that. And a listener who called in from Waynesboro and said, I've got $100 I want to give to WCRH. Thank you for whatever you're able to do.
You know, Bob, we certainly want to thank the new donors, and maybe, at times we put our emphasis on that, but we've had faithful donors like this one who has been a listener since the 70s. So thank you for your gift of $100. Here's a $1,000 gift, comes in from Mercersburg. They love the music, especially during COVID. Said the station was soothing to them.
There are 3 lines open at 877-905-9274. A listener in Hagerstown with a $100 faith promise. Thank you for that. A listener who called in from Hagerstown with a half-day sponsorship. $1,000. Thank you for that.
And Bob, I know you wanted to underwrite Christmas Day. Well, too bad. That is gone now.
Oh, man. Christmas is gone.
Yep.
Thank you for somebody sponsoring Christmas. Is Easter open or not?
I don't know.
Okay.
We'll have to check on that. We haven't checked those dates. $500 first-time gift. Thank you very much. This is from Hagerstown. And they like the Independent Bible Church program and Erwin Lutzer on Sunday. $200 gift. This is from Needmore. and they enjoy listening to Haven Today on the way to work.
Thank you to the listener who just called in. We've got 2 lines lit, 2 lines open at 877-905-9274. Third line just lit up. Thank you for that. I get excited. I'm waiting for the last one to come. 877-905-9274. Here's a listener who called in from Chambersburg. I've enjoyed WCRH for so many years. Grateful to have it available. I listen constantly. And then here's somebody who called in from Waynesboro, $50, said, I was in a serious car accident in August. If it wasn't for God, I would not be here. God's been so good to me. I've listened to WCRH for years. They called with a $50 pledge during Sharathon. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Well, I've been holding off, Bob, to start some music until that final line is in use. 877-905-9274. We'd love to hear the phone ring.
Yes. Yes, Jeff is holding Ann Wilson hostage here. We're not going to let her start singing until you call at 877-905-9274. The last caller. There it is. Lit up the fourth line.
And we are listening now to Ann Wilson with My Jesus. Don't hesitate. Call right now for Sharathon. We appreciate it.
Are you past the point of
the greatest thing. And the fact that we can call you guys for prayer whenever, that's wonderful. And I just want to let you know how very much we appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, reaching out to the local audience, that is what we do. You know, we say a couple times during Sharathon, we are you. We are in your neighborhoods.
Yep.
We go to church with you. We shop at the same places. We might even run into you at the market with our shopping cart, especially Dave. He's a terrible driver. But we are local people who have a heart for this community, and we hope that shows through our programming. We want Jesus Christ to be edified above all that we do.
And we've heard from 1,013 of you, 1,014 now, of you who have called in during Sharathon and said, we believe in the ministry of WCRH. We want to sponsor it and see it go. Here's the thing that I'm looking at right now. I'm going, we are 3 people away from getting to 100 new partners. 100 new partners. When we get there, we're able to add to our total $5,000, and we need that $5,000 gift in order to move us forward toward our Sharathon goal of $550,000. So if you are a first-time, you're a regular listener, you've never given to the Compass, you're hearing us during Sharathon, you can be one of the 3 who we need to have call in the next. We'd love to have you call before noon.
Yeah, absolutely.
And help push us over the top here so that we can end the morning hours with a little boost. Will you call at 877-905-9274 and say, I'll give you the boost you need. I'm a first-time caller, first-time partner, and I want to support the ministry of the Compass. 4 lines are open right now. You'll get right through when you call. And as I've told you before, whenever we see the green light light up or the yellow lights light up, we get excited here. It just lets us know you're with us. So we've heard from, there's a yellow light that just lit up. Thank you to that caller. We've heard from 19 listeners this hour. Last hour we heard from 34 of you. So those of you listening this hour, let's give it a little push here, okay? Call 877-905-9274.
You know, Bob, this has been an hour of small victories, but yet big victories.
Yep.
Because we had set out before 11 o'clock to see over 1,000 participants for Sharathon this year, and we've accomplished that in this hour. We've now heard from 1,014. We also were just about able to celebrate that 100 first-time donor.
We need 3 more of you to call. Come on, lines are open at 877-905-9274. You're a regular listener. You've just never given. Call and say, okay, you got me. Here's $20. Here's $50. Here's $100. Whatever you're able to do, just call and do it right now and help push us over the top with 100 new first-time partners.
And you know, statistically, when we have those 100, that will mean 1% of our goal has been met just by those 100 people. Huh. So just let us know. Now, we also had a victory this hour with a challenge goal of $3,000, and we've just completely blown that out of the water. We've exceeded that right now by about $1,800.
Yes.
But we have room for you to join us this hour. It's 11:47 just about, and 3 new callers needed for first-time partners to put us over 100.
And 3 lines open. So 3 callers needed, 3 lines open. This is a perfect match, folks. You can call 877-905-9274 right now. You'll get right through. And if you're a first-time caller, first-time partner, you'll help us get to that total of 100 first-time partners. We already heard this hour from a listener in Hagerstown with a half-day sponsorship of $1,000. Thank you for that. We heard from a listener who called in from Hagerstown with another half-day sponsorship. Thank you for that. And we heard from a listener who called in from Waynesboro with a half-day sponsorship. Said, I love the station, so there's a $1,000 gift. Thank you for that. And then finally, we heard from a listener who says, I love the station in Greencastle with a $100 gift. Thank you for that gift as well.
And you know, Bob, one of the areas of giving that we haven't really spoken about too much is ways to maximize your tax savings if you have stock that you're looking to transfer. the way that you can work with Cedar Ridge and make your gift to WCRH is through, a special tax program that is set up. You could save almost $2,800 in taxes if you donate $5,000 in stock. So we have all the details for that. I don't have all the details before me right now to explain it much more, but we have someone on staff who can go into the details and tell you how you can do that. And by the way, all gifts are tax deductible to WCRH. And the process works that we will send you a verification letter here in the next couple of days. And that verification letter will have a return envelope, and when it's time for you to make your faith promise a reality with the donation, you can send that right back to us. You'll get a receipt for that.
And again, if you've got any questions about how to give appreciated assets, any of that, call us, and we're happy to help you with that. 3 lines still open at 877-905-9274. I'm wondering if we can make it to 100 new partners. I know we can, but it means that 3 of you who are longtime listeners, you've never given, you call in and say, here's my gift, here's my pledge.
I choose to bow. Though there's pain in the offering, I lay it down. Here in the conflict, when doubt surrounds, though my soul is unraveling, I choose you now. I will praise you through the fire, through the storm, and through the
grace. Come on now. Bet you wanna sing hallelujah. Bet you say it amen. Can't help but celebrate being born again. Somebody who loves you is waiting at the door. It's home sweet home here in the house of the Lord. Take a load out. You're about to find your rest. It's a crazy world out there. Got some hope right here out of the wilderness. If you need water for your soul, you're in the right place. Doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, whoever you are, this is where we all find grace. Come on now. Bet you wanna say hallelujah. Bet you say it amen. Can't help but celebrate being born again. Somebody who loves you is waiting at the door. It's home sweet home here in the house of the Lord. Bring your heartache, bring your burden. You can lay them down at the door. There is no fear, you belong here. Step into the house of the Lord. Bring your heartache, bring your burden. You can lay them down at the door. Ain't it so clear? You belong here. Step into the house of the Lord. Bet you wanna sing hallelujah. Bet you say it amen. Can't help but celebrate being born again. Somebody who loves you is waiting at the door. It's home sweet home here in the house of the Lord. Bring your heartache, bring your burden. You can lay them down at the door. There is no fear, you belong here. Step into the house of the Lord. Bring your heartache, bring your burden. You can lay them down at the door. There is no fear, you belong here. Step into the house of the Lord.
Hey, this is Austin French, and it's time for you to call WCRH during Sharathon. If you appreciate a station that plays great music and solid biblical teaching, let them know by giving a gift during Sharathon. Call 877-905-WCRH. That's 877-905-WCRH. Or give online at WCRH.org.
I told you there would be cheering.
There is cheering here and some bell ringing as well.
And?
Because we just had our 100th and our 101st first-time partner call in. So from St. Thomas, you were number 100. From Harrisonville, you were number 101. The big news is we've just added $5,000 to our total. We're at 70% of our goal. Thank you guys for calling in as first-time partners and putting us over that goal of 100 first-time partners during Sharathon. Now, that doesn't mean that all the other listeners who have never given can just go, okay, well, I'm off the hook now.
No. We're in it to the end. You know, if you played a football game or whatever your sport that you like, if you made it through three quarters and decided, okay, that's it, I can coast, nobody needs me anymore, you're going to lose.
Well, and I'll just switch metaphors here. We're in the third trimester of our Sharathon, which means that we've got a baby coming, and we need you to help us with labor and delivery here. So call 877-905-9274. Some of you just had a baby this year. Some of you are expecting right now and have a baby coming in the next few months. You can call in honor of your newborn and give a gift to WCRH so that this station can be here to minister to your family, can be here for the next 45 years, because we've been around for 45 years in this community. We want to see that legacy continue.
And for the next 45 years, your children and your children's children, if the Lord be not come, will be able to hear Adventures in Odyssey.
That's right.
So
the never-ending.
A lot to look forward to.
So the number to call with 4 lines open right now is 877-905-9274. Again, thanks to the listeners in St. Thomas and Harrisonville for putting us over the top. We had a half-day sponsor call from Frederick. Thank you for that. Here's a listener who called in from Needmore, said, I want to give $200. I enjoy everything. I especially like listening to Haven Today and to Charles Morris on my way to work in the morning. And here's a listener who called in from Hagerstown. I like Independent Bible Church program. I listen to Erwin Lutzer as well on the weekends, so thank you for that.
Here's a listener calling in from St. Thomas, Pennsylvania, says they listened in my youth and went into the military, came home last year. Enjoy listening again, and favorite program is Adventures in Odyssey.
Of course. They said they enjoyed listening in their youth, not in your youth, right? Because they probably weren't around in your youth.
Probably not. Neither was Odyssey.
877-905-9274. Lines are open right now. Here's a listener who said, we love the teaching and the music. We were saved in the 70s. We're Petra fans. So we'll see. I'll tell you what, this half hour, we'll see if we can dig up an old Petra song for you.
Okay. We'll work on that.
All right. Lines are open. In fact, we hadn't thought about this, but if you want to call and make a pledge, and if there's a particular artist, somebody you like, somebody who's really ministered to you, maybe it's an oldie but a goodie. We played a little Keith Green a while ago.
Okay.
So if there's somebody you like, when you call and make your gift, just let them know.
Yeah, you're going to be putting me on the spot because it's been a while. Me searching the computer, it may take extra a long time.
You can do it. We'll
see.
We'll figure a way out. I'll go to my Spotify account.
We'll hum if we have to.
That's right. We got the guitars.
There you go.
We'll do our version of it.
Yeah, you really don't want that to happen.
And so the number to call is 877-905-9274. Jeff did bring his ovation, and you brought an Ibanez for me, so we can maybe do a little duo here later on this afternoon.
Let's resurrect that phone jingle.
877-905-9274. 2 lines open right now as we're waiting to hear from listeners. This is the final hours of Sharathon. Today is the last day for Sharathon. We're at 70% of our goal. We've got a ways to go. We need you to fill these phone lines up and say, I want to help WCRH get all the way to the top of the hill here, okay?
Now's not the time to slow down or to give up. We can rejoice in that we reached that goal of first-time listeners that we were looking for and have gone beyond that some. But the overall goal is still $550,000, and that is by tonight.
Yep.
We are at 70% of that, so we're a little over 164,000 to go.
Yeah, 2 lines open so that you can call in and help, or you can do this online, which is what I just did with my gift. I went online to WCRH.org because I'm in on this. I don't live here, but I come in here and see the ministry that is happening in this community, and I say, this is a ministry that is worthy of support. This is a ministry that is reaching this community, having an impact in the lives of people. I want to invest in that. So I've made my investment today. I'm asking you to do the same thing. Do the same thing I've done. Go online at WCRH.org or call 877-905-9274 and help advance the ministry of WCRH in the year ahead.
Here's a listener from Hancock, Maryland with a gift of $45. That's anniversary gift, I guess, for one for each year that the Compass has been on the air.
Yes.
This listener called in from Boonesboro, Maryland, says when working from home I listen for almost 12 hours a day. Otherwise, when driving, they like Adventures in Odyssey. They appreciate the great music, especially during Christmas last year. It really ministered to them. A great diverse selection and a blessing to them.
Here's the listener who called in and said, I want to be a day sponsor for our church. On Christmas Day, our church will sponsor WCRH so
wonderful,
that Christmas
wonderful.
listeners, so thanks to the folks at King Street Brethren for that, and we'll look forward to your sponsorship on Christmas Day. And we have another half-day sponsor who said, somebody from Mercersburg said, I love the music, especially during COVID. The station has been soothing to my soul.
Here's a listener from Fayetteville, Pennsylvania. Says it's the only station I listen to. Thank you. And a $200 gift from Williamsport, Maryland. Thank you.
877-905-9274. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to listen to Laura's story here and her song Blessings. While we're listening, Jeff is going to see if he can pull up a Petra song, and we'll play that for our Petra fan. And again, if you got an old song, an old classic, an artist, somebody you really like, just let them know when you call, and you can help program the station. We don't turn over the programming of the station most days.
Yeah, not to just anyone.
But today we're going to turn it over to those of you who want to advance the ministry of WCRH. So if it's been a long time since you've heard, I don't know, Dallas Home. Would we have any Dallas Home in the vault?
There might be. I'm not sure.
877.
There might be a Michael Card song or two.
905-9274. 877-905-9274. 3 lines open right now. Here's Laura's story.
We pray for blessings. We pray for peace. Comfort for family. Protection while we sleep. We pray for healing. For prosperity. We pray for your mighty hand to ease our suffering. And all the while, you hear each spoken need. Yet love is way too much to give us lesser things. 'Cause what if your blessings come through raindrops? What if your healing comes through tears? What if 1,000 sleepless nights are what it takes to know you're near? What if trials of this life are your mercies in disguise?
thank God for WCRH. I'm a truck driver in the area, and I take it with me every day, everywhere I go. When I'm home, all the radio stations are set to your station. And it has worked out that I drive a different truck every day. So that's an excellent way to witness. I feel that whenever I get out of that truck, the next driver that takes it is going to, if they've never heard of CRH before, they're going to be introduced to it. I feel that the Lord will use that and bless it, and I just pray that you always keep up the good work. I thank God that you're commercial-free, that we, the listeners, can always support you, because listening to other stations, the interruption of the commercials just takes away from the Lord's work, I feel. I love you and appreciate you. Hope you're always there and that the Lord will always use you. Thank God for you.
We thank the Lord for you and for other listeners who are being blessed by the outreach of WCRH.
We absolutely do. And with 3 lines open right now, we want to hear from you at 877-905-9274. We're hearing from listeners from all over: Mercersburg, Chambersburg, Hagerstown, Harrisonville, Frederick, Martinsburg, Clearbrook. Let us hear from you. If we haven't named your community in a while.
Might be because you haven't called.
It could be. Maybe it's time to call 877-905-9274. We've got a little lunchtime lull going on right now, and now is the time to get your napkin and wipe your mouth and call us at 877-905-9274 and help us as we're 70% of our way toward our goal of $550,000. We're at $386,000. So we need a blitz this afternoon from listeners to WCRH. And with 3 lines open, it's the perfect time to get in and make your pledge.
877-905-9274. 877-905-9274. A couple of old guys here on the air with you this afternoon. We'll be playing some older music for you as well. So
that's right, Grandpa. There we go. So we had a listener who commented earlier. They called in to make their faith pledge, and they said, we got saved in the 70s. We're big fans of Petra.
Yep.
And I said, well, let's see if we can find a Petra song. In fact, we're going to do that this afternoon for the next hour and a half. If you've got a special request along with your pledge, call it in at 877-905-9274.
Now, if you call in and we don't have that song, then you might have to call in and we put you on the air and you hum it. Or sing it for us.
But we had this one. This is one of those classics from Petra from the late 70s, I think, is when this was out.
So.
Yeah. So here it is as a thank you to our listener who called in at 877-905-9274. An old Petra classic on WCRH.
takes you back a year or two, doesn't it?
That does. That's so fun to hear that. I looked up Petra on Wikipedia to find out they started in 72.
Okay. That's the year I came to the Lord.
They're right there on the front end of Christian music.
Yeah.
And these were guys who were in Bible college in Fort Wayne, Indiana together. And they put the band together and just wanted to go and do rock and roll about Jesus in churches.
There you go.
And it grew. So all kinds of different people. Greg X. Bowles was a lead singer. John Schlitt was a lead singer for a while. Bob Hartman's been with the group since kind of the very beginning of things. John Lowry and Rob Frazier. So a number of people who've been in and out of Petra, but it's fun to hear them. And so we're playing some of the classics for those of you who are old enough to remember them, and for those of you who are calling in this afternoon and saying we want to support the ministry of WCRH. Lines are open. All 4 lines are open right now at 877-905-9274. Here's a listener who said, I've been listening since the 70s to WCRH. She lives in Hagerstown, made a $100 donation. Thank you for that. And again, what we're saying, if you want to call in and say, this has been a song, I heard a testimony earlier from a truck driver who said the song My Redeemer Lives from Nicole C. Mullen.
Right.
He said, I would pull into the way stations on the highway and I'd be crying at the way station. So I know there are songs like that God's used in your past. When you call with your faith promise pledge, let us know about those songs, and if we can sneak them in this afternoon, we're happy to do that at 877-905-9274. I was saying earlier that when all of the lines are dark like they are right now, it's kind of sad.
Yeah.
And when one of those lines lights up, it makes me happy.
Well, sure.
So make me happy and call 877-905-9274.
Makes you feel...
Yeah, that's how you feel. Little Debbie Downer there. If there's the lines, and they're all dark right now.
Sure.
But you can light one of them up when you call 877-905-9274. I'm tempted to do it on my cell phone just to watch it light up, but then I'd hang up, so... I guess I don't want to do that.
And you get into a digital loop with everything going. Yeah, it just complicates things. But if you call, that won't happen. 877-905-9274. We've given that number a lot during Sharathon, but usually we don't give it about the moment that you need it. So let me repeat one more time. 877-905-9274. That's the number. Call, and our operators will happily take your call, happily take your information about how much you want to give, what songs that you like, what programs you like, what's been a blessing to you. All of that just takes a minute or two. It doesn't take a whole lot of time out of your afternoon. You'll be right back to your normal schedule.
A listener from Hagerstown called in earlier with a $100 faith promise pledge. Thank you for that. A listener from Clear Spring said, I'm going to do $1 a day. Thank you for that. And we had a listener from Waynesboro who called in with a $100 gift, said, I was in my devotional time this morning, and I just had a sense I'm supposed to call and donate, and so they did.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for asking the Lord and for then being obedient to whatever the Lord lays on your heart. That's all we'd ask you to do.
Sure.
You're listening right now. If you have not yet said, Lord, should I call? We just ask you to pray a prayer like that, and then just be still for about 60 seconds. And just ask the Lord, am I supposed to call? And if so, what should I pledge? And see what God puts on your heart, and then be obedient to call 877-905-9274. And you know what? If you pray and there's no sense that you're supposed to call, then fine, move on. Or ask Lord, if not WCRH, where should I be generous today? Because generosity is one of those things that ought to be a hallmark of us as Christians. So make that your prayer today, and then as the Lord prompts, call 877-905-9274.
We heard from Harrisonville, Pennsylvania earlier. A listener says, I've been listening and it makes my day. Lets me worship on the way to work and on the way back home. And a listener from, let's see, this one is from Chambersburg with a gift of $50. They're one of those first-time donors to the Compass. And then from, let's see, Mercersburg, Pennsylvania, a day sponsor amount. Looks like it's going to be a birthday celebration for that particular day sponsor.
So it's been maybe 5 minutes since we've had somebody on the line, and we would love to see the lines light up at 877-905-9274. We've described this before, but there's kind of a Christmas tree light pattern here in front of Jeff. 1 green and 3 ambers there. And the green light is the one that lights up first, and then the ambers go after that.
It's kind of like that green light just kind of opens up the floodgate, and then everybody can call in.
And there we go.
Thank
the
you,
green light just lit up, so thank you. Maybe that'll open up the floodgates for the rest to come through as well. Thank you for calling in at 877-905-9274. We kind of felt like an NBA team with a scoring drought. It had been 5 minutes since we hit a basket, and you called and swished and gave us, that was a three-point shot that just came in. So thank you for that. 3 lines still open at 877-905-9274.
Waiting to hear from you on this last day of Sharathon. If you've been saying, I'll wait until it gets close to the end. Well, it's close to the end. This is the last day of Sharathon, and we're past halfway on the last day of Sharathon, so we need to hear from you. 877-905-9274, 877-905-9274. You say, well, maybe I'll have some time later this afternoon. Well, maybe now is the time to take that, because if things get busy later on, you may not be able to get through, which is something that regularly happens on a Friday on Sharathon. Right. And we want to give you your opportunity early. And then you can hear the excitement without any interruptions later on.
3 lines open. We've heard from 13 people this hour. Thank you to those 13 of you. We've heard from 1,030 of you so far during Sharathon, 102 new partners. Thank you to all of you. Now we want to talk to the rest of you, because if we've heard from 1,000, that means there are multiple thousand we haven't heard from.
Right.
So would you be one of those who would call 877-905-9274 and be part of what God is doing through the ministry of WCRH?
Waiting to hear from you, and you, because one line's busy. That means 3 of you need to go to the phone and call 877-905-9274. Let us know that you'll be supporting the Compass in the coming year.
Yep. Well, let's hear some music before we get to the top of the hour and have news. This is Greg LeVox on WCRH. I need to do a little correction there. I called him Greg. That's Gary LaVox. And he was lead singer for the group Rascal Flatts back in the day, and he's done gospel music. In fact, he met his wife, interestingly, at a gospel music festival. He said, I saw her backstage, and I knew instantly. I said, that's going to be my wife. And they met and married, now have 2 daughters. So that's Gary LaVox with a song called The Distance on WCRH. We are a distance away from where we need to be, and that's why we need you to call 877-905-9274 as we get ready to step away for news here on WCRH. Make the phones ring. Give us a call, 877-905-9274.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. During a Food and Drug Administration Advisory Committee meeting, Johnson & Johnson's Dr. Henny Peaton says the J&J single-shot vaccine is strong, but a booster will help.
We think that the data we're going to share today will highlight the opportunity that we have to further increase the efficacy and the protection with the booster dose.
Advisors to the FDA also will be examining data suggesting that the booster of a competing brand might provide
Call now at 877-905-WCRH or give at WCRH.org.
That's the way you do it. It's the way you've been able to do it since Wednesday, and we'll continue throughout the day today. Jeff Ward with you, along with Bob Lepine.
And we are in the final hours of Sharathon 2021.
Yes.
And I got to tell you what just happened, okay? This is pretty remarkable. So if you've been listening today, you know that we had a $5,000 challenge out for first-time partners. Every new first-time partner, if you're a first-time contributor to WCRH, your gift was $50 was added to your gift until we got to our first 100. So that unlocked $5,000 for us. Well, we got there last hour. We broke through. We got our 100th first-time partner gift, and we were celebrating. We got excited. Well, apparently somebody was listening, heard that we had reached the goal, and called in and said, I think there are still more first-time partners out there, so I want to do what the other person did. I'm going to go ahead and I'll match every first-time partner. I'll give $50 for every first-time partner for the next 100. So, yeah. So, already we've had 3 new first-time partners who have come through, and your gifts have been matched, including a new first-time partner from Chambersburg who said, I want to be a day sponsor. So in addition to your $2,000 day sponsorship, we're adding $50 from this new matching fund that has come along. It's not a matching fund. It's a new partner fund. So $50 from every, you call in with a $10 gift, $50 gets unlocked. You call in with a $100 gift, $50 gets unlocked. It's the best return on your investment you can make right now. We've got 4 lines open. Whether you're a new partner or a regular longtime listener and supporter of WCRH, in this last day of Sharathon, we need to hear from you. And we've got 4 lines open at 877-905-9274.
So if you thought that you missed that window of opportunity to have your gift added to by being a first-time donor.
Somebody just opened another window.
That's right. So you have a second chance here. Let's take advantage of that opportunity and go to the phones and call 877-905-9274. And let the operator know that you, too, want to take advantage of that you are a first-time donor to the Compass and have that $50 added.
And you hear those volunteers chatting over there? I mean, they're having a good time visiting with one another. That's all great. We love that. But we would rather they talk to you.
There we go.
So thank you to that. The green light just lit up, and now we got 3 amber lights that can light up as well. Whether you're a first-time partner or you're a regular friend of WCRH, call right now at 877-905-9274. It's that time in Sharathon when when Jeff and I have gotten out the guitars, and we're just sitting back here, and I've got Jeff's new Ibanez. This is a lovely guitar you've got right here
and
that he brought in for me. So I don't have it mic'd up. I have to get my mic down close to the sound hole there. But yeah, it's right there. And we thought we'll do a little sing-along with you.
Sure.
So
sing along with Bob.
We can do some of that. This is the 20th anniversary of the song In Christ Alone. Did you know that?
I do.
It was written 20 years ago.
It's hard to believe it's been that length of time.
Yeah, and it has quickly become, this is one of those songs that my great-grandkids are going to be singing, I believe, 100 years from now, if the Lord should tarry. But I got the guitar here, so I thought, listeners, we'll just do a little impromptu worship here, okay? So we'll sing, In Christ alone, my hope is found. He is my light, my strength, my song, this cornerstone, this solid ground, firm through the fiercest drought and storm. What heights of love, what depths of peace, when fears are stilled, when striving cease. My comforter, my all in all, here in the love of Christ, I stand. So we can sing along together. Hope you're just singing in your car. If you'd like to hear better music than that, call right now at 877-905-9274, and we'll get back to some pre-recorded music here.
My wife says that I usually make up my own lyrics as I go along. Usually,
nice.
if we're singing, if it's an older hymn from the hymn book, she will. If you see a hymn book rising up to where my face is, it's because I'm either singing the wrong verse or the wrong song.
Well, but lovely harmonies added there, Jeffrey.
Well,
thank you for that. Phones are open at 877-905-9274. Thanks again to the listener who has called in with a second first-time partner challenge gift. $5,000 available, $50 for every first-time partner until we get to 200.
Okay.
We've met the first 100, now we're into the second 100, and we hope to hear from you. 877-905-9274. If you have a request for Jeff or me, we can do most worship songs and stuff from either James Taylor or Dan Fogelberg or stuff from the... I guess we can't do that on WCRH this afternoon.
We could do a little Michael Card.
We could do some of that,
yeah,
absolutely.
Sure.
So call 877-905-9274. Thank you to the first-time partner who just called in from Hedgesville. We appreciate that. An online gift
I bet
from
they heard about the extra bonus.
I bet they did. So you're number 104 on our way to 200. Thank you for that. And 3 lines open right now at 877-905-9274.
I know we've been reading some of the comments of people that have called in, and that comes through here pretty quickly. And we mentioned about people giving online. And you may be wondering, well, when does the online gifts get recognized? Well, they are being entered now. Several times during the day they're entered. We've had a gift from Martinsburg, Hagerstown, Sibyllsville, Clear Spring, Middletown, Thurmont, Big Cove Tannery, Upper Strasburg, Pennsylvania, and Greencastle, all online gifts that have shown up here on our screen. So thank you for the online donors as well.
That's our first person from Upper Strasburg who donated, so thank you. And our second from Thurmont, and our second from, how do you say that?
Sibyllsville.
Sibyllsville. Mm-hmm. So who is Sibyllus, do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. 877-905. I'm going to Google it and find out. 877-905-9274. Lines are open right now, or you can give online at WCRH.org. And maybe instead of me playing guitar, we should let Shane and Shane play guitar and lead us in some singing here. The song Living Water on WCRH.
877-905-9274. Call into Sharathon now. Thank you for those words of testimony. We still have one person, it looks like, on the phones, and 3 lines available at 877-905-9274, 877-905-9274, the number to call.
In our new partner challenge that has reemerged in the last hour.
Yes.
We had a listener who called in and said, I heard you got to your 100, and I want to sponsor the next 100. So he's giving $50, or they're giving $50 for every donation, every first partner donation that comes in between now and the end of Sharathon. We're at 105, so these latest 5 have also been the $50 gift has been opened up for that. But we need to hear from first-time partners. We need to hear from regular, long-time partners. 877-905-9274. I've got a friend who's celebrating a birthday today, and his picture's on Facebook with his Costco cake that they're eating. And there are some dessert jokes. You want some dessert jokes?
Dessert jokes.
Why did the ice cream truck break down? Because of the rocky road. You like that one? Here's another one for you. Why did the pie go to the dentist?
The pie go to the dentist.
It needed
a filling.
That's right. You got that one.
Yeah.
And the last one, what did the cake say to the fork? You want a piece of me? That's how that works. So they're a little dessert humor this afternoon. If you'd like to see those,
humor.
if you'd like to see jokes like that stop and no longer be heard on WCRH, we're holding you hostage. You have to call, and I guess you can just hit a button and tune out, can't you? 877-905-9274 on our final day of Sharathon. I'm Bob Lepine along with Jeff Ward. We have 4 open lines right now. We've heard from a dozen people this hour so far. Thank you to that dozen. Now we need these 4 lines to light up.
And stay lit.
That's right. So the number to call is 877-905-9274 as we continue on our final day of Sharathon on our way to our goal. Our goal is $550,000. We're at 72% of our goal. And thank you to the listener from Hagerstown who called in.
Right.
Kearneysville called in.
Yep. Kearneysville is the latest to have the extra added because they're a first-time partner.
And
no, that's Hedgesville. No, Kearneysville as well.
And they gave a $300 gift and $50 added to that.
Yep.
Online gift from Martinsburg. Thank you for that. And Hagerstown as well.
First time.
So
Hedgesville.
Lines are open right now at 877-905-9274.
There's not a better time to get into the phone room or by calling at 877-905-9274. We would love to hear from you. If you are planning on maybe a visit, we do have some visitors stop by from time to time in Sharathon,
and that's been fun. I've loved meeting some listeners who have stopped in to say hi and who have been longtime Family Life Today listeners. Some of you who are listeners to Truth for Life with Alistair Begg.
Sure.
I'm always happy to meet listeners and appreciate those of you who have stopped in.
And if you want to keep track with what's going on, just in the background, of course, you can listen. You can listen online at WCRH.org. You can also watch online at YouTube. You can get a link to that particular spot on YouTube by going to our website, WCRH.org. Just find the Sharathon page there, and at the bottom you find a link.
Or
now, don't do that while you're driving.
Or go to YouTube and just type in WCRH. We'll pop up there.
You make it easy. I want to make them search for it.
So the number to call, 877-905-9274. A little, this must be siesta time when folks are taking their post-lunch naps.
Right.
Well, it's time to wake up the phones.
Sure.
And we need the green light to go and then the 3 amber lights to go at 877-905-9274. Let us hear from you this afternoon as we continue with our final day of Sharathon here on WCRH.
How about a little music from Unspoken as you go to the phones and call 877-905-9274.
financial support. 877-905-9274 or give online at WCRH.org.
Sounds like he was listening to us, giving that sound advice about where to call, where to go to give online. So
the lines are open right now. We have 3 lines open at 877-905-9274. Local neighbors are who you're going to talk to. These are friends of WCRH who come in and sit with us during Sharathon and volunteer their time. Most of these folks are also people who give to the station, not just their time, but they help support the financial needs of the station as well. So you're welcome to come by or to call or to go online, whatever you need to do so that you can invest in the ongoing work of WCRH. The number to call is 877-905-9274. Online, you can go to WCRH.org.
And perhaps you haven't heard the good news that the first-time donors, the added bonus gift of that $50 being added, has been renewed by a different person who thought, that's a really good idea. So I think that I'll be a part of that.
So there
make it possible.
If there are 95 of you, and I know there are 95 of you who are regular listeners who have never given, you 95 people can take us to 200 and can unlock for us another $5,000.
Right.
$50 for every first-time partner who joins us. All you have to do is call and tell us you're a first-time partner, and the additional $50 gets opened up as well. The number again is 877-905-9274. This to get to 200 first-time partners, that would be such a great statement of the fact that there are new friends of the station.
Right.
People who have moved into the area or people who have said, this really does matter and I want to join with you. So 95 of you, I know you're out there. I know you're listening. I know you're thinking, I'm not going to give. Just here's what I'd ask you to do. Just say, Lord, should I give? Should I call? If I should, what number? $10, $20, $100, $500? A sponsorship, day sponsorship? And then be obedient to whatever God calls you to do. And if you say, Lord, should I give? And there's nothing there, then just keep driving. That's fine with us because we want you to respond. The Lord is our donor.
Yes.
Now the question is, through whom will the Lord channel those funds?
Sure.
And we're just asking if God wants you to be one of those people.
And perhaps you're listening to us and challenging you if you haven't given to the station before to give, and you say, well, why do you need all those new donors?
Yeah.
Well, during a year's time, a lot can happen. Look what happened over this past year, or year and a half. Situations change. People, for one reason or other, may not be able to financially continue to give.
Right.
And what you would be doing as a new donor would be stepping into that gap and making it possible for the support of the station to continue and for us to be able to minister to others throughout the year. Or perhaps someone has gone on to be with the Lord, and you can step in the gap there. There are a lot of reasons why we need those new listeners. Sometimes people move away and can't, they
don't continue.
They don't continue listening for whatever reason.
And I know that in the last year and a half, we've had some listeners who COVID has taken them, and we do need folks who can step in and say, okay, I'll pick up that slot. That person's gone on to glory, and maybe I can step in and help provide a brick in the wall that keeps WCRH on the air. Lines are open right now at 877-905-9274. One of the amber lights is on. The green light is waiting for somebody to light it up. So call 877-905-9274. Thank you to the caller from Williamsport, $200. We're grateful for that. Caller from Waynesboro, who's a new half-day sponsor, thank you for that gift of $1,000. We've heard from 14 people since the start of the hour, so thank you to the 14 who have called.
Plenty of room for more.
We got 3 lines open right now. Give us a call at 877-905-9274.
Here's a listener from Carneysville, West Virginia, with a gift of $300. Says that my husband has been critically ill, and the Compass has really been helpful and been an encouragement. So thank you for that gift, and thank you for letting us know how the station was able to minister into your life during this time. A gift from this one is from Hagerstown with a gift of $100. Thank you for that. We heard from a listener in Williamsport, a $200 gift, a $1,000 half-day sponsor from Waynesboro, and also from Chambersburg, a day sponsor amount. Thank you so much for that. That phone line has
the green one.
The green one has been taken, so 3 Ambers.
That's right. 3 Ambers left at 877-905-9274. If your name is Amber, call the number right now at 877.
One of those lines has your name written right on it.
877-905-9274. Whatever your name is, call us and be part of Sharathon 2021. We are 72% of our way to our goal of $550,000.
And we're closing in on that $400,000 mark as far as the amount coming in.
Look at there.
$396,403. That means only $3,597, and we will reach that $400,000 mark.
Boy, I'd like to see that happen here in the next 30 minutes.
Sure.
So can you help us get to 400,000? The next threshold. We've had 1,048 people so far during Sharathon, 105 new partners. Let us hear from you. 877-905-9274. Don't leave this up to your neighbors to make it available for everybody else, including you. Pitch in, and you be part of the team that makes it available for others, rather than just being on the receiving end.
You know, when Isaiah saw the vision of the Lord, and the question was asked, who will go for us? Who will we send? Isaiah didn't say, here am I, send Jeremiah. He said, here am I, send me.
Right.
So perhaps this is your here am I, send me moment to call in and let us know that you will be supporting, not waiting for someone else to do what part is yours at 877-905-9274. Online at WCRH.org.
All right, let's get back to music. You ready to do that?
Absolutely.
This is the North Point Worship Team with the song Death Was Arrested on WCRH.
if it wasn't for God and CRH, they would not be able to send God's word.
Those testimonies do mean a lot, even when they've been aired a time or two. And that one, I recognize some of the voices from years past. So we appreciate just knowing that what we do when we sit behind a microphone here isn't just going to the four walls of the room we're sitting in, but it's ministering to hearts.
Here's how we know that. You call us and tell us that. You call 877-905-9274 and say, I heard Sharathon. I know you need help. I'm calling, like a caller from Martinsburg just recently called and said, I'm going to add $45 to my already existing gift in honor of 45 years of WCRH being on the air. Thank you for that additional gift of $45. We've got lines open. All 4 lines are open right now, which, as I've told you, makes me sad. So call 877-905-9274. And here in the home stretch of Sharathon, the final day of Sharathon, this is the time to call. If you have just tuned in and gone, oh, it's Sharathon, maybe I should call. Yes, you should. If you've been listening for the last 3 days and going, yeah, maybe I should call. Yes, you should. If you're not listening, you should still call. So the number is 877-905-9274. Why don't you call one of your friends and just say, I wonder, are you listening to WCRH at Sharathon? It's your turn to call. I just did.
Yep.
Okay.
877-905-9274. That's the number to call. We are at $396,448. We would love to be past that $400,000 mark, and it would be good if we could do that before we give the microphones over to someone else.
Before we hand things off here. Yeah, so now's
the time to call.
Yep. And we've got a great team that is here waiting to talk to you.
Yep.
They've been hearing stories about how God has used the station. They've been praying for folks today. We've gotten song requests from them. And all of that's fair game when you call in to make your pledge. So 877, thank you for that call, 877-905-9274, 877-905-9274. Thank you for making the green light light up. Now let's make the amber lights light up. 877-905-9274.
Now, we understand you may not be able to get to your phone right now, but you may be at your computer, and you can check us out online and give online at WCRH.org. If you want to see what it looks like during a Sharathon, at least from the control room perspective, you can go to YouTube and search for WCRH, or if you're already at the WCRH page and are looking at the Sharathon page, you can click that link at the bottom of the page.
I'm going to check and see how many are watching us. Thank you, by the way, for the amber light lighting up there. We are grateful for that. I'm just going to check and see, because I can tell how many are watching us on YouTube. And I just put my feet up, because I've been here for a while now, so I just thought I'd put my feet up. But I shouldn't put my feet up if people are watching on YouTube.
If I do that, I may start something on the control board. So I think
right. I'm a little safer
I'll refrain
to put mine up here, so I'm just checking that out. 2 lines open at 877-905-9274, the number to call. I'm at YouTube, so type in WCRH Radio, the compass. There we go. And it's Sharathon. It's... so what comes up first in my queue is day 1, day 2. Don't watch day 1 or day 2. There are 5 people watching right now.
5.
And I do have one of my feet up, and I'm looking at me. So and by the way, it's nice we've got the pledge number here.
That's right.
On the Sheriff
you can
on the
keep
page.
up with the totals. You can see how many have given.
Yeah.
You can see the CD rack. You can see the microphones.
You can see me with here. I'm
waving.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Do the same.
There we go. 877-905-9274 is the number to call. 2 lines open right now. Whether you're on YouTube, whether you're listening to us on a smart speaker, whether you are listening on 90.5 FM on your FM dial there on your car or your home radio. 2 lines are open, and we need to hear from WCRH listeners. We need to hear from first-time givers, because we have had an extension, actually a re-upping of our new partner gift. somebody who heard that we had met our gift said, well, let's keep it going. So he has agreed $50 for every new partner who makes a gift until we get to 200. And we're at 105. So any gift you give as a new partner, a first-time partner, you give a $20 gift, $50 gets added to that.
Right.
You give a $100 gift, $50 gets added to that. Whatever you give, you unlock $50 from that matching fund. We need to hear from you at 877-905-9274.
Not only looking for first-time donors, but we're looking for those who have given in the past, but we don't take it for granted that you're going to continue to do so.
Right.
So you need to call in as well. Let us know. Or you can do as this Martinsburg listener has done and called in with an additional gift of $45. I imagine that's in honor of the 45 years that the Compass has been on the air.
Yep.
877-905-9274. 877-905-9274. Online at WCRH.org. Whichever way you want to give, and the Lord has prompted you to give, then you do what's most convenient for you. And we would love to hear from you.
And 2 lines are open right now.
Yes.
So as we head back into music, why don't you call? In fact, the 3rd line just opened up, 877-905-9274. Let's call while the music plays, and let's keep moving forward here at Sharathon on WCRH.
Come on, everybody, looking for the way. Come on, everybody, looking for the way. Kingdom is a-coming, no one is forgotten. We're crying out in Jesus' name. People come together, I know there's a way. This is the start. We're singing a brand new song. Lift up your heart. Worship the Lord our God. He is the champion of heaven, healer of the broken. Stand up, rejoice, make a joyful noise.
You know, like we need Sheila. Sheila, why have you not called us yet? Huh? I'm going to pull that up and we'll start calling you by name. If I get your name, you have to call in.
It.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to come up with what are the most popular names. But I guess I shouldn't do because baby names, you don't want all of the people. So like Chelsea, is Chelsea a baby name, or does that go back a few years, do you think? I don't know.
Either one. I mean, the names sort of we'll cycle around.
We'll start easy, okay? So Mary and John, you need to call us if you haven't called us already. 877-905-9274. Some of you are going to go, yeah, you'll never get to my name. So I may try some obscure ones here. We'll see. But lines are open at 877-905-9274. 3 lines open right now. And we look forward. We need to hear from you. We want to hear from you. We just had a full-day sponsor call in from Clear Spring. Thank you for that.
That means we are only $1,452 away from reaching that $400,000 mark that we've been looking for.
Oh, $1,452. You're right. Yep. Yes, so somebody could do that. You can just call in with $1,452 and put us over the $4,000 mark, or
be a 3/4 day sponsor.
There you go. Right, team up, partner up with somebody else. Yeah, I don't think we are making those available.
We could create it though, couldn't we?
We could. We get creative here at the end of Sharathon. 877-905-9274. All 4 lines open right now. And here in this afternoon siesta time, it's time to get up from your nap and say, okay, let's be about the business that the Lord has for us, and let's call in during Sharathon.
Yes, help us reach that $400,000 mark by the top of the hour. We're only $1,452 away.
Yep.
So that's pretty close. This listener called in recently with a gift from Martinsburg.
Yes.
It's an odd... Well, it's an additional amount. Okay, $45. Says it is my anchor in many storms. Speaking of the station, they love David Jeremiah, Nancy DeMoss-Wagelmuth, and also all the programs. Says sometimes you reach a need I didn't even know I had.
There you go.
So thank you. And that's the Lord doing that. That isn't something that we plan. We couldn't plan that. But the Lord knows what needs are out there and how to meet them in exactly the right way.
So I just pulled up the list, okay? These are the most frequently used names among adults in the U.S. So Mary, we need to hear from you.
Right.
Patricia, you're number 2. Call in. Linda, where have you been? It's time for you to call in. Barbara, Elizabeth, Jennifer, Maria, and Susan. We need to hear from all of you, and we'll finish out the top 10. Margaret and Dorothy, we need to hear from you as well.
Okay, that's the top 10.
877-905-9274. And if you're thinking,
and we're calling you out in the most loving way we can.
Calling you out in love, that's right. And you're thinking they'll never get to my name. Well, I'm just scrolling down here. So what's number... name number 1,000, Selena.
Okay.
You need to call in. And Tara and Isabella and Beverly and Lisa and Charlene and Felicia and Luella and Brandy. We need to hear from you as well.
Here's a challenge.
Yes.
If your name begins with a letter of the alphabet, we need to hear from you at 877-905-9274.
That's right.
Any letter of the alphabet is game.
If you were born on a day and the day you were born on ends with the word day on it, call us at 877-905-9274. We can come up with these all day.
Sure, absolutely.
Reasons for you to call. Apparently, it's not working. So I'm calling out first names, and Selena has not called yet. Neither has Serena, neither has Bertie or Inez or Janelle or Lolita. Lolita hasn't called yet, and neither has Gilda or Lori. So we need to hear from you at 877-905-927. Should I go to boys' names, you think?
Well, sure.
Okay, so James and John and Robert.
Okay.
That would be me, and Michael and William and David.
Okay.
Richard, Charles, Joseph, and Thomas.
Those safe so far.
Those are your top 10.
Yeah.
And then you get down. You have to get all the way down.
Yeah.
To where do I get to get
well,
to
there's
Jeffrey?
Wayne.
Wayne's here. Okay.
Yeah.
So to
no,
get.
I was saying there was Wayne. That's a name that could.
Yes,
you could use to call.
We'll find where he is. But where's Jeffrey?
Well, he's walking down the hallway.
Jeffrey should be here.
He should be.
I know it's on the list. Okay.
Yeah,
it'd
have to be either starting with a J or a G.
Yes, Gary, Tim, Jose, Larry. Jeffrey is number 30 with a J.
With a J.
Yeah, Jeffrey with a J is number 30.
How about the Jeffrey with a G? Geoff.
I'll work on that one. 0.59% of the male population is named Jeffrey.
Okay.
Just thought you'd want to know that.
Well, sure.
Maybe that's Harold or Douglas or Henry or
Maybe
Carl.
That's one of those
right
names
now.
that are calling in right now. You can do so by dialing, I guess shows our age, but call 877-905-9274. 877-905-9274. Thank you for that second call. And we're looking for $1,452 to get us to the $400,000 mark. Of course, we would allow you to help us go beyond that if you so desire.
We would.
Sure. 877-905-9274. Locally, it's 877-905-9274.
It's the same locally as it is, right?
It's the same number.
You can also go online at WCRH.org.
Right. You can give online, you can give on phone, you can give in person.
Two lines open right now at 877-905-9274, and we do hope to hear from you. And I'm just wondering if that's one of the girl names or one of the boys' names that I just
called up. That'll be interesting to see.
We will find out here in just a few minutes, huh?
Let's see.
All right, 877-905-9274. What you got there?
Looks like John checked in.
Okay.
John,
thank
someone
you.
with that name. So thank you for a Clear Spring listener.
Yes.
There are other names, plenty out there.
There are.
So if your name is among them, give us a call, 877-905-9274. Let us know that perhaps we left your name out of that list.
Yes. I just got a call from my son whose name is James. Okay. So I'm having to text him and say I'll call you back in 5 minutes when I am off the air and hand things over to Wayne.
There we go.
Yeah, right.
Online, it's WCRH.org. We would love to be at or beyond that $400,000 mark by the top of the hour. That's a little over 7 minutes away, and it takes people calling at 877-905-9274. Of course, we'll be taking a break for news here in just a couple of minutes or so, but don't let that stop you from calling.
Nope.
877-905-9274.
And a quick reminder to those of you who are longtime listeners, but you've never pitched in, you've never called during Sharathon, you've never contributed to WCRH, it's your day, because we've had a friend of the ministry who heard about the challenge for the first 100 new partners. Somebody had called in and said, I'll give $50 for every new partner up to 100. We got there earlier today, and somebody else called in and said, well, let's keep that going.
That's a great idea.
I'll give $50 for the next 100 who call in. So we're at a total of 105 so far. So if you are a first-time contributor to WCRH, you will get an extra $50 added to whatever amount you give. We need to hear from you. All four lines open now at 877-905-9274.
Thank you for participating in Sharathon. If you've already given, continue to pray that the Lord would burden hearts, that others would do as you have done.
Yep.
And support the Compass for the coming year. That musical note there reminds us we're close to a news break. Continue to call during the news. Help us reach that 400,000 mark and beyond. You can do it by calling 877-905-9274. 877-905-9274. If you can't be on the phone right now, but can be online, it's WCRH.org. We're waiting to hear from you, and we'll update you coming up after our news break as to where we are and where we need to be.
Thank you to the listener from Chambersburg who just called in with a $50 pledge. Clear Spring, thank you. Hagerstown, Martinsburg, Great to hear from all of you. Let's light these phones up as we head to news. 877-905-9274. Let us hear some good news from you today.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. Americans continue to spend at a
Since then, we've had a West Virginia listener who said she'll do the same and match every new partner with an additional $50.
Okay, that part I did not hear on the radio.
Well, that's a challenge that's out there now.
Okay. I must have had my eyes shut. I wasn't listening.
Well, okay.
Is that the way that works? Okay.
So that's the challenge we're operating under right now.
Say that again. $50 for
every new partner, just like before.
Okay. To a max of.
To $5,000. So that would be another 100.
Wow.
So we're 5 deep into that.
Wonderful. Okay,
so we
first
have
timers.
Plenty of more space.
You're
4
in the
lines
first timer
are open.
club, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like 4 lines are open. So we could be at 109 new partners with $200 extra added on to your gifts, if I'm doing the math right. But that's 4 lines open at 877-905-9274. Want to thank Clear Spring with a day sponsor that came in recently, and Chambersburg, a $50 gift. So 65 half days have now been taken and 48 full day sponsorships.
We are $1,402 short of $400,000. $1,402.
Well, I would think we could have that by 2:15.
Okay.
That's only, 6 minutes?
Only if our listeners believe that.
11 minutes from now.
Yes, okay. Come on, folks. Jeff just gave you the number. I'll give it again. 877-905-9274. Online, WCRH.org. Either way, your gift comes to the radio station. And you can choose the amount, of course, but you can also choose the frequency that you give that gift.
That's right.
If you want to become a day sponsor for $2,000, you can say, okay, I'm going to split that up into monthly installments, and you're going to give $167 a month. And any gift you can give monthly. It's a faith promise you're making.
Yeah, now we have 4 operators waiting to take your calls. It looks like we have 1 line that may be in use. Not sure if the operator's really talking with someone right now, but
faking us out, aren't
so go ahead and call. I mean, it's been a long day for us already, but we are full of energy to serve you for the remainder of the day. We're going until 9 o'clock tonight, so we are down to our 6-hour warning, and we're moving on. Wait a minute.
That would be 7-hour warning.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, it's been a long day.
We're going to have to keep each other honest, Claude, so good job there.
The combination of mathematics and arithmetic is going to be bad here.
We are at 72% of the goal, so we're going to need 9 o'clock for sure to get closer and closer. Again, the phone number. And let's get these lines lit up. This is very important right now. Let's fill the lines. 877-905-9274. We know you can do it because you've been doing it on and off all day long since this morning. So it's so encouraging to see that happen. 877-905-9274.
So $1,400 will put us at that 300 or at that 400,000 mark.
Yeah,
and that's a good milestone for this next 25 minutes.
It really is. And don't be one of those who think, oh, they don't need my gift. You know, they always seem to do okay, and I haven't given yet. So why? Well, you know, if everybody thought that way, we'd be here for a lot longer than 3 days, wouldn't we? We need your help right now.
So we're going to, go ahead, Claude, and go ahead and play some music when you get done there.
1-877-905-9274. Just as for those who are watching, it looks like I can see Jeff. I can't see Jeff. I can only see him on the camera. So we're making do here. There's music on the way from I Am They. While you go to the phone, 1-877-905-9274.
You say that you'll come through, but it's been so long. It's like the desert sand goes on and on and on. But I believe there's something on the other side of all this waiting, where all of these tears will turn to celebrating. So no more holding back and no more hesitating, because I know you keep all your promises to me. Every word you're speaking, my heart is believing, standing in a future victory. All my hope in you, Lord, 'cause you always keep your promises. Yes and amen to eternity.
Yeah, okay. She was a child. She's great talent. I love Laura Store's music. Well, I'd love to have some phone calls, and we're getting some, but we've got room for others right now. 877-905-9274. Jeff Bean is here. I'm Wayne Shepherd. Claude Zimmerman's here, and we're just going to see you through this afternoon together and see what kind of support we can drum up for this radio station, because it's not hard, because all you got to do is think about what the station means to you and how it's ministered to you, and I hope that generates a generous response from you.
A couple things that I don't think we've mentioned near enough, and that is all gifts given to WCRH are tax deductible.
Yes.
From our parent organization, Cedar Ridge Children's Home,
Yes.
you'll get a tax deduction. And as another thank you gift from us, something that can carry you through the entire next year, we have an Eternal Word calendar.
Mm-hmm.
If you're watching YouTube right now, you can see the cover of that, and it is the 2022 calendar. We're not going to cheat you any other way.
Are those hippopotami swimming there on the cover?
I don't know what they are. I don't.
Obviously, there's stone.
Yeah.
There's stones right in the water. So.
Yeah, I don't.
I jest. Sorry, I put you off track there.
I don't think it tells us what the pictures are on this one. I think that's a complaint from listeners. They want to know what the pictures are. What's your birth month?
Like yours, January.
Oh, you're a January? Okay.
Yeah,
Well, we
yeah.
have a nice winter scene this year. Some snow on the trees.
Let me see if I approve. Let me flip to January. Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, I love to see the frost on the trees.
Yeah.
Very good.
So, very nice calendar. We send those out to you before Thanksgiving, and hopefully you'll get them within a reasonable time before the new year begins.
I'm sure that means a lot to you that I approve the picture. So, will you call me next year?
I'm sorry. Did you say you
approval? I approve.
Okay. Well, yes, that is so important. Note to self. Call Wayne.
And I expect to approve next year before printing.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get in touch with you.
No, I have a feeling there'll be lots of photos of Antietam and Harper's Ferry and Illinois.
Maybe a Gettysburg here
all
and
my
there.
favorite spots. Yes.
Well, speaking of favorite spots, did you find a new one today?
I did, and you pointed me to it.
Oh, what was
that? It
that?
doesn't sound very spiritual.
Is that
but
the ice cream place in Sharpsburg?
No. You lead me down the wrong path. You know, you took me to Crumpy's Donuts. That was the wrong thing to do. Okay. No, it doesn't sound very spiritual, but I went to the Devil's Backbone today.
Oh, to the park.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, along Antietam Creek there, where they put in kayaks and canoes. And I just watched the fishermen for a while and sat and relaxed and listened to the radio. And,
Okay.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, that's a nice. Now, my wife has done the canoe trip.
You told me that, yeah.
And
I'm a little jealous. I'd like to do that next time. Can we do that together next time? Claude, you in?
Are you in for a longer Saturday? I mean, would you stay over an extra day?
I would certainly consider that, yes. But the weather's got to cooperate, too.
Well, that I can't guarantee. But, if it was tomorrow, it'd be a rainy day.
Yeah.
But if it was like today, wow.
True.
Beautiful day to do that.
Yes.
But we'll talk about that.
We'll
Yeah,
talk. Okay.
Maybe you come in a week early. You can hang out with Bob.
Are you inviting me back next year?
Yeah.
You don't have to answer that.
I am, yes. That was a trick question. Okay, get back to the business at hand. We have 4 lines open, 877-905-9274. If you can't tell, we have a lot of fun here at Sharathon. We hope that fun doesn't get in the way of our ministry to let you know what we're trying to do here to support the Lord's work for the coming year. As we said, we don't have any big corporation backing us. We don't have commercials that we can run. We don't have a large endowment to pull from. All of our operating funds come because you are generous givers. And so that's why we come again this year, just as we have since 1984, I believe, or 85.
Wonderful.
The first Sharathon.
Yeah. We're like one big family. The only difference is we don't fight during the Sharathon. We really don't fight at all, do we? Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, we love each other.
Yeah.
We
joke around. We
Yeah.
tease each other.
Yeah.
Well,
See
there
each
would
other
be
a couple times a year.
There would have been fisticuffs, but we're streaming on YouTube today. So,
it keeps us in line, right?
There's an old word, huh? Fisticuffs.
Well, Claude, you have a song for us. I think it'd be time to take a good break and allow people to use those 2 lines that are open.
All right, we'll hear from Andrew Peterson with Always Good while you call 1-877 905-9274.
Do you remember how Mary was grieving? How you wept and she fell at your feet? If it's true that you know what I'm feeling, could it be that you're weeping with me? Arise, O Lord, and save me. There's nowhere else to go. You're always good. Always good.
Faith Promise friends to join us here during the Sharathon. And I tell you what, it's all hands on deck, as I keep saying it. This is the time where we need your help. If you've been waiting for any reason, and if you have not called us yet, this is the time. We're coming down to it now. The final day, the final hours of our share event. There's a full day sponsor.
I think we can celebrate because we just went over that $400,000
That's right. That put us
mark.
over. All right.
Yeah.
Praise God.
Thank you, Waynesboro. That was a very generous gift.
Yeah, a full day sponsorship put us over $400,000 received. You know, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with this event. But the track record for this ministry, 45 years of faithful, God-honoring ministry.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that too, Wayne, the 45th anniversary. We've challenged people maybe who are first-time partners to give $45 as a celebration gift for our 45th anniversary. 1976 was the year, July 24th, and that's when we went on the air for the very first time. And we hope to be on the air for another 45 years as the Lord allows.
Just think, the nation had celebrated its bicentennial just a few days before this radio station went on the air. That'll take a few people back. Claude, you weren't around, so it didn't take you back at all, did it?
I was. I remember I believe it was the bicentennial year that Jimmy Carter visited Mercersburg because his daughter was at a tennis camp at the academy at that time.
Okay.
So at least that blurs together
made
with
an impression on you, didn't it?
All the 1776 and 1976 banners and stuff.
Well, there's a mail response. We're going to start opening mail from Frostburg. That's one of the communities that our translator serves.
Can we get some female response?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Wop, wop, wop. I apologize.
$500.
You shouldn't give me a break.
I'm just not going to even continue on that line at all. $500 from Frostburg. Thank you. Chambersburg, $365, which is...
I'm sorry. I'm
nice
still
gift.
feeling bad about what I did.
$1 a day. $1 a day.
Yeah, turn his microphone off, Claude. We're going to punish him for a couple minutes.
Put me in a timeout.
You have some other forms, Claude, that have come in you'd like to share with our listeners with some of the remarks?
We have a $50 faith promise from Chambersburg. We have a $100 faith promise from Waynesboro. I say that, but people in Waynesboro are like, why do you say that? It's because Wayne's across from me.
I see. Okay.
And I'm emphasizing his borough.
Any comments from listeners on those?
Not so far.
Okay.
No. $100 faith promise from Chambersburg, giving additional money because of the children lost through miscarriage or death in honor of a new nephew born by the grace of God.
Amen.
Thank you for that.
And today's underwriter also acknowledges those who have gone before, didn't live long here, but now are in eternal life.
Wow.
That $2,000 faith promise from Waynesboro for a day sponsor would like to know. Okay, that's actually a private note.
Okay.
About the day, but grateful and blessed to have this station.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Right.
Thank you.
And during our next break, I'll run over and check what days, see if there's any significant holidays or anything still open.
Update this list here then.
Yeah.
Okay. See what, when you call in your day sponsorship or half day sponsorship, if you have a day in mind, we'll check immediately and see if it's available to you. So you can call. You can call about that. You can call and indicate your gift of any size right now. 877-905-9274. This is listener-supported radio. If you're new to listener-supported radio, maybe this isn't something you're accustomed to hearing, but guess what? You don't hear any commercials on this radio station. That's the upside. So this is the way we operate, and I like it because it keeps us close to the listener. It keeps us, what's the word I want? In sync with the listener and their desires.
It is their station.
We have to provide something that's going to meet their need. Otherwise, they won't support it. So obviously, we're helping meet the needs of many people who have called on 1,067 so far. So
and when I started here, it was 3 days for Sharathon. And it's still 3 days for Sharathon, unlike some entities, which I might like, but have turned their pledge drives into like it's every third week or something like that, you know.
Okay.
So we come to you with these 3 days out of the 365 days of the year to present this need, and we've said it before. It's not hyperbole.
Yep.
That's how we're able to operate the rest of the year.
The U.S. Postal Service has done their job, and the mail has come in today, and we're now seeing that mail being entered into the computer. So we're seeing some numbers jump here. We're up to $405,400 some right now. So that's a blessing to see that mail that was received and the gifts coming in the mail. Thank you very much. All over from Greencastle and Waynesboro and Cumberland and Williamsport and Hagerstown and Lovettsville and Berkeley Springs and Winchester and Gettysville. All mail coming to the station here today. Mercersburg, that's your stomping ground, right?
Stomping grounds.
Okay.
We lovingly refer to it sometimes as Mayberry, RFD. So, yep, lifelong Mercersburg resident.
Okay.
Love it there.
Let's hear from some song of mine. Yeah.
Ordinarily during this time of day, you're hearing music. We do know that Sharathon changes what you're used to hearing. We may not bring you those Motown specials that some others do, but we preempt our programming, almost all of our programming today, because it's final day. We need to concentrate on reaching this goal, again, that makes the rest of the year possible. And you can help us with that because there's 3 lines available and 3 operators who've come in and put in time to talk to you and be blessed by your gift and letting them know how you're blessed by WCRH The Compass. 1-877-905-9274 as we hear from Life Church Worship with God So Good.
Time and time
2. Those DJs are trained professionals. Sort of, kind of. And the number 1 reason why you love WCRH, The Compass, it's always there when you need it.
We're here for you, and because of you. Your financial support keeps us number 1. Call now, 877-905-WCRH. And thanks for your support.
Thank you. We'll be back after this.
After this, we're back.
Boy,
Right.
Those guys crack me up. They're so creative. That's well done. It really is. Thank you for that, I think. And thank you for what's happening. Not only are we opening the mail and finding some wonderful gifts in the mail, but some wonderful response on the telephone.
I guess that was me. I have a friend who works in local radio, secular radio. He sells ads. And we were talking one night, and he said, so you really only have donor support? And I said, yeah, that's all we have. I said, how long would you last if your listeners supported what you're playing? And he didn't have much to say about that.
Change the subject.
Yeah. There's a reason why they have to sell commercials.
Sure,
they have to make their money that way. Yep. But we're not in it to make money. We're in it to cut even and to be able to be here to, just as he said, meet the needs when you need it. You know, things might be going, if I can use the word, swimmingly for you right now. That would be a word Claude would like. That would be a Brit word. But, you know, sometimes when you're swimming, the waves get a little rough. And it's kind of hard to stay above the waves sometime. And we hope to be the life preserver to keep you above those waves.
Yep, I'm going to take that and I'm going to see you that. I'm going to raise that to we're swimming upstream right now.
Okay.
We're swimming upstream. We're trying to get to 100%. We're at 76%. Now, that's a jump in the last few minutes, again, because that mail, U.S. Postal Service mail, was brought in and entered into the computer. But it was also because a couple of day sponsors came along. One from one from Hagerstown, and one from Waynesboro, and one came in the mail as well.
Yeah,
so
I saw that one come in.
That's wonderful. Thank you, folks.
You know, and speaking of day sponsors or half-day sponsors, some of the days that are still left, it looks like Veterans Day is the only major holiday left for this year.
Okay.
So there's a half-day for that. And then as we look into the 2020 year, there's Martin Luther King, President's Day, half of St. Patrick's Day. Surprisingly, Palm Sunday is all open. Maundy Thursday is open. The National Day of Prayer. Father's Day, which cuts me deep, is all open. And then Labor Day and Grandparents' Day. Grandparents have a half day available.
Okay.
So that's our list, and that's the current.
If one of those resonates with you, give us a call and say, hey, I'll take that day.
Or you just got an elbow from somebody who it resonates with, right?
I can do that. I can sponsor a day of broadcasting at WCRH, or maybe I can do a half a day. Keep in mind that you can give that gift over a 12-month period, so it doesn't have to be money that you're pulling from your checking account this day only. So think about that.
And some of our day sponsorships along those lines are sometimes siblings will go together to honor a parent or parents, grandparents, and that's a great way to do that as well.
I think today's day sponsor is a very creative way of just honoring those children who have already left us and are spending eternity with the Lord. So, we have honorariums or memorials for grandparents or maybe parents. We have anniversaries and birthdays. Spiritual birthdays is one of the areas that people have asked for, and others who just want to say thanks to the community for supporting WCRH.
Lots of reasons to call. 877-905-9274. You choose what blesses you when you listen to this radio station. Is it a Bible teacher? Is it the music? Is it the personalities that you hear? Is it just the camaraderie you hear on the staff? What is it that really encourages the companionship that the radio offers to you? We need you to call now, and some lines are open right now. 877-905-9274, and it is the afternoon time. Number one, I know that can be a little bit of a sleepy time for some people, and it's also the afternoon of the third day and final day of the Sharathon. So we see the end in sight this evening, and we're looking at the numbers, and we see that clock ticking along. We need some phone calls right now.
Yeah, you want to help us with energy? Let the phones ring.
Oh, yeah.
That'll help us.
Nothing
That gets
brings
us going.
energy to this staff like seeing all those lines lit up.
So 4 are open right now.
Maybe right now is the time either that you're sitting there or driving on your way to pick up kids after school, or right before the kids get home from school and things get very busy again. It might be a great time for you to call 1-877-905-9274 as we hear from Jordan St. Cyr. I did have to look that up. It's artists that come out that aren't named Smith and Jones. Sometimes we have to look up. It's Jordan St. Cyr with Weary Traveler. What was that bell for?
A first-time partner
from Harper.
That gives us 106.
Thank you. And a reminder, we have that match. It was extended by another generous listener who's going to add $50 to your first-time donation. If this is your first time donating to WCRH The Compass, you'll extend your gift, stretch it even further with that $50.
And by the way, that was a $45 gift. I assume that's 45 years of broadcasting, honoring that thought. Earlier, there was a $450 gift from Williamsport.
That was an add-on to a day sponsor that they'd already done.
Oh, wow. In honor of the 45th anniversary.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Almost wish we were older. All right, Clyde, you're going to introduce a song.
All right. It's Jordan St. Cyr with Weary Traveler, 1-877-905-9274 is the number to call to partner with us during Sharathon.
Weary traveler, beat down from the storm.
And see how God provides through our listeners. This is such a unique thing for Christian radio stations. You know, many other stations do it, of course, but it's just wonderful. Not only is it listener supported, but it's listener supported for the kingdom. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not just to provide good radio.
You know,
it's to provide good radio with a purpose.
Yeah, I was thinking normally Monday through Fridays at this time, Claude is doing some announcing on the air. He's also doing production work, which keeps him busy getting ready for the weekend and the monthly promos that come down. He sorts all through all those. You know, I would be in my office doing office work or watching YouTubes. And, you know, Tiffany is busy working, doing the share part of and the receipting of all the gifts. And so that's what we do. Dave would already be home, but during the morning,
having completed his shift.
Yeah, he's doing a board shift, and then he's doing some work in addition to that. So we all stay busy. We wear many different hats. Harry is the engineer. We let him do all of that, all the technical stuff. That's on Harry. But all of us wear different hats and do different things. And so that's how our day normally goes, except when we're here for Sharathon. And we have Wayne and Bob with us, who work right alongside with us so that we can share the needs of the Compass. Now, the new partner challenge has been renewed by a West Virginia listener who says, I will pay $50 for every new partner up to 100. So we already reached our first 100. We're trying to get to that second, so that $5,000 can be added on. That's slowed down a little bit. We only have 6 new partners since noon when that went into effect. So,
and Jeff, what I think you've said before, on average, how many listeners can you kind of figure you're going to lose in a year's time moving out of the area, which isn't necessarily losing a listener now since we have additional options, you know, to listen. But was there a... Okay, sorry. I was thinking there was an average, like I thought...
Well, we normally look at about a 10% to try to get new partners. So, yes, I guess that, I do know that.
Okay.
So,
sorry.
It's 9.37%.
Honestly, I wish it were higher. Because I know there's a lot of people who listen who have never given to the radio station. Again, we're not here to lay any guilt trip on anybody.
No.
We're just simply here to state the fact as we see them, state the facts as we see them, and that's just a reminder to all of us that God's Word, I believe, teaches that you give to where you are blessed. I mean, this is what Paul talked about, right?
Yes.
And his ministry was certainly supported. So think about it. Maybe give us a call today. 877-905-9274. It's a Friday afternoon, you know, it's a beautiful day.
It's warm in here.
Yeah. I noticed a lot of people are out about doing yard work this afternoon. I can't tell you can't go outside and enjoy the day until you've given, but I'd like to.
But you can take your smart speaker out with you, plug it in, listen to the Compass.
Okay.
You know, the smart speaker, all you have to do is give your command that whatever wakes it up, whether it be, hey
you.
Yeah, whatever that female name is that you use, or, you know, I have the Google Home, and I use the hey first name, and, you know, then you tell it what command. If you tell it to play WCRH, you have digital quality sound in your home.
I'm not a smart speaker user. I'm not opposed to it. I mean, I'm an early adopter of most technology, but I just haven't gotten into the smart speaker thing. But you know what? When GPS first came to cars, I was in a car with a friend, and it was a rental, and he's on the phone with his wife while the GPS lady is speaking, and she says, "Who's in the car with you?" Because it was such a new thing. So he had to explain what was going on. You got some splaining to do.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're at 415,000. We are our amount still needed is just over 134,000. You can make a help with a call. You can help with your call at 877-905-9274. That's 877-905-9274. We'd love to hear you. All the lines are open. You'll be able to get in and get out real quick on this Friday afternoon.
We're going to keep you company with some music as well. Claude, what have you picked out?
Danny Goki. Actually, Susanna picked it out, but we'll to give credit.
You know what
give
I
credit,
meant.
No, to give credit where credit's due. Danny Goki's on the way, and if you appreciate Danny and other artists, maybe you've been introduced to them. WCRH The Compass. Why don't you let our operators know when you call with a gift to make it possible for others to experience new music and to be uplifted throughout their day and encouraged?
Hey, Susanna, play Danny Goki.
Okay. All right. A number to call, 1-877-905-9274, as we hear from Danny Goki.
I've been running in circles, jumping the hurdles.
It is the collective giving of our ministry partners that allow us to keep on reaching out. Call 877-905-WCRH.
She just mentioned the collective giving of our partners. That's true. It's all together.
Right. Anybody out there want to write a check for $550,000 to fund the radio station? Maybe there's somebody who could, but you know what? It's kind of more fun for everybody to be involved together.
Sure.
And it's always fun to be something bigger, part of something bigger than just ourselves.
If it were that one person, which, we would take the call from it, but if it were that one person, it would sort of be their station.
Yeah.
But it's your station. That's you who's listening to me right now, wherever you may be.
Exactly. Yes.
Very good thought.
Hey, we always just assume that everybody who's listening right now has been with us the whole 3 days or 2.5 days. They know everything that's going on. I'm sure that we've got somebody coming along here on a Friday afternoon who's tuning in. Maybe they're getting off work now or
driving through the area.
Let's restate what this is all about, Jeff.
Well, this is 3 days that we set aside, the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, for an event we call Sharathon. Basically, it's a fundraising time or a friend-raising time where we ask our listeners to help us out for our financial support for the next year. As a non-commercial station in the non-commercial band on the FM dial.
That's how we're licensed by the FCC.
Yeah, and we cannot do commercials. So our support comes from people just like you, all stratus of life, whether you're more wealthy and have a little bit more of a financial stability, or those who, struggle maybe to make it through. Everyone has a part in that. Even those who struggle can have found that giving is because God blesses it.
That's true.
They find their blessings from that. So this Sharathon is a time where we're asking you to respond, and you can do so online at WCRH.org, or you can call us at 877-905-9274.
And how do you arrive at the number, the goal for the Sharathon?
Well, our goal is a percentage of what our overall budget is. Our overall budget is actually over $900,000. But we just look at that and we say, we believe that the listeners' share of this is in this area.
Yeah.
And while that's our number, it is fluid. And, we continue to receive some support after Sharathon is over. Other special gifts through the years, maybe from estates, things like that we're unaware of.
I know the news is coming up, but I just got to add that even as a full budget of some $900,000, it's still a very economical way to carry on this ministry. That's incredible. So during Share, our goal is $550,000. We are at $415,000 right now, but we need more help. 877-905-9274. A couple of lines are lit, a couple of lines are available. You'll get through when you call right now. Again, the number 877-905-9274.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. The Biden administration says it will next turn to the U.S. Supreme Court in another attempt to halt a Texas law that has banned most abortions since September. The announcement by the Justice Department comes after an appeals court again left in place the law that bans abortions once cardiac activity is detected. The Biden administration plans to reinstate a Trump-era border policy. Mike Hempen reports.
The Justice Department says beginning next month, asylum seekers will have to wait in Mexico for hearings in U.S. Immigration Court, complying with a judge's order. The Mexican government, which has raised concerns that U.S. officials are working to address, must give its approval. About 70,000 asylum seekers have been subject to the Remain in Mexico policy, which President Trump introduced in January 2019, and which President Biden suspended on his first day in office. Mike Hempen, Washington.
Also at srnnews.com, in consumer news, exposure to the synthetic group of chemicals called phthalates may contribute to about 100,000 premature deaths each year among older Americans, according to new studies published by the Journal of Environmental Pollution.
Phthalates are used to make plastics more flexible and can be found in hundreds of products such as cosmetics, detergents, food packing, soaps, shampoos, and others. The chemicals are known to interfere with the human body's hormonal system, but a new study led by researchers at New York University's Grossman School of Medicine estimates phthalates may be associated with somewhere between 91,000 and 107,000 premature deaths in the U.S. among adults aged 55 to 64. The study estimates a death could cost the country between $40 billion and $47 billion annually. Bernie Bennett reporting.
And on Wall Street, stocks remain higher. The Dow up 376 points. This is SRN News. An American ministry is boosting evangelism in the UK. SRN's Michael Harrington reports.
The Billy Graham Evangelistic Association is halfway through a 4-city tour designed to teach Christian leaders how to more effectively spread the gospel. Meetings have been held in Glasgow and Liverpool so far this week, with trips to Cardiff and London in the offing. One ministry leader who was in attendance says the events are coming at a critical time, as she tells it to BGEA, quote, "Fire for the church in this country is a wee bit lacking." Michael Harrington, SRN News.
A federal judge has blocked Baltimore city officials from banning a conservative Catholic media outlet from holding a prayer rally at a city-owned pavilion during a U.S. bishops' meeting that's coming up next month. The judge ruled that St. Michael's Media is likely to succeed on its claims that the city discriminated against it on the basis of its political views. This is SRN News. Republican Senator John Cornyn says his fundraising committee raised more than $2 million for fellow Republicans in the third quarter. Bob Agnew reports.
Senator Cornyn won't be up for re-election himself until 2026. For 2022, the senior senator from Texas is using his Cornyn Victory Fund to raise money for all GOP senators up for re-election. The effort comes as Republicans hope for a major midterm election season win. Republicans hope to regain their majorities in both the House and Senate for the remaining 2 years of President Biden's term in office. Bob Agnew reporting.
A forthcoming flight to space by a Japanese billionaire will let the public have a closer look at life on board the orbiting outpost. Yakuza Mazawi is set to rocket to space in a Russian Soyuz spacecraft with two others, one who will film the whole event. U.S.-based Space Adventures organized this flight. More details at srnnews.com. I'm John Scott.
Hands don't fail me now. When Nehemiah was dealing with the condition of the city he had once loved, his heart was broken. And like him, our cities are being fought with forces that threaten our very existence. We often describe prayer as the communication between God and ourselves, but the truth is that prayer is work. It's a continual reminder to align our spirits with the Creator, to maintain faith when it doesn't look like what we're believing for will ever come to pass. Prayer involves rolling up our sleeves to turn up the soil of our hearts until we see the fruits of our labor in the Spirit. It's for this reason that Nehemiah prays in chapter 6, strengthen our hands for the work. Will you be like Nehemiah? Pray. Employ forces in spiritual realms to fulfill the will of God in your
Well, we've had a little bit of technical difficulties here on Friday. Everything's getting a little tired.
It's called a computer crash.
I think we're trying to get it to do things that it doesn't want to do. So we are going to take control, machine. We may have to.
We're going to show it who's in charge here, aren't we? We've got our top crack staff on the problem right now. So
hey, I do want to celebrate. We've had some first-time partners.
One and two.
So Shepherdstown and Hedgesville have come over as first-time partners. You guys are whispering. What are you whispering about? Your mic's on over there.
Get out of here, will you, Dave?
Bye, Dave.
Get out of here.
Yeah, 1,086 total people have participated in Faith Promises.
We're just trying to see what is actually airing or not airing.
Yeah, because it's not showing, is it?
No.
Carry on,
wherever you are.
Okay.
Carry on.
Yeah.
Good to be here.
Yeah, so the amount that we need is now under $135,000. We're very happy for that.
Yep.
We have one line that's in use, so 3 phones are available at 877-905-9274. Now, Wayne, people listen, and they know sometimes when the phones go quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had a period of that.
Yeah.
So in response to that, how about a challenge that has come in?
Our listeners love challenges, don't they? They seem to respond every time.
Yeah. Now we have a $2,000 challenge.
Okay.
And they want.
Let me write that down. 2000. Okay.
Yeah. They want to do this within the next hour before 4 o'clock. Now it has been slow, but I don't think that we can hit that in 20 minutes if we have enough people participate.
Yes.
But it's a dollar for dollar challenge. Whatever size gift will be matched and doubled. So
it's a pre-Odyssey challenge.
Yes. And we are going to play Odyssey today because it's a part of a series.
Assuming the computer cooperates with us.
Oh, Claude, don't
just adding that asterisk.
Don't sow that thought. It's going to work.
It's not right now.
It's going to work. Everybody say it's going to work.
It's going to work.
Yeah, break out the CDs. We are in trouble.
Okay, Jeff, $2,000 is the challenge starting now.
Yes.
Up until 4 o'clock we have, but let's see how quickly we can do this. As the Lord provides through our listeners, 2 lines are lit right now, so let's fill up the rest of the lines. 877-905-9274. We'd love to have your phone call here this afternoon, especially if you're one of those people that, you know what, you love this station. This is your station. This is the one that's on those presets that a spot we played a while ago was joking about the presets, that all of them are set on your car radio. And I heard the testimony earlier of the guy who drives different trucks every day and leaves the preset on WCRH. I've heard that before. I've heard mechanics, when the car comes into the shop, it never leaves the shop without all the presets being set to the local Christian station. So maybe you're one of those people and you haven't called yet. 877-905-9274. We just received $1 a day donation. Now, they may write a $365 check. They may give that as a monthly gift of $30 or so. They may give 2 or 3 gifts, divided any way they want, but that's $1 a day.
Well, you know, Wayne, I just heard something.
What'd you hear?
I have someone who just texted me and said that they will double the double up to $2,000. So that means that now we have $4,000 in challenge money.
Wonderful.
So if you call and give make a faith promise.
Let me write that down. 4000.
Yes. So if you call and make a faith promise of $500, it gets doubled.
Yep.
And then
until we hit a max,
and then that
ceiling.
Double again, so it would become $1,500.
Wow.
So
okay.
You know, that's the challenge is out. We want to thank this person for their generosity to do that. And so there's a gift that has come in.
Yep,
for
we just got our second $1 a day giver. Thank you.
Yeah. So you know what I think I'm going to do is clear that hourly goal figure so we can keep better track of what's going on.
You take care of that.
I'll be right back.
You take care of that, and we'll give the phone number again. And the lines just went totally open. 877-905-9274. It's clear sailing. When you call that number, you'll get right to one of our volunteers who are just waiting for your phone call. They're anxious to talk with you. And when you call, take the time to tell them why you're calling, what you enjoy most about WCRH.
And I believe Jeff might have fixed the computer problem.
All right.
Okay, but the only way to know that for sure is to try it.
Okay.
And we missed a day sponsor, as we've talked about day sponsors. We'll talk about day sponsors more when we get back. We're going to try to hear today's day sponsor.
The WCRH 4-state forecast, occasional sun, low 80s this afternoon. Tonight's partly cloudy, low 60s. We'll have some sun in there on Saturday. Watch out for some afternoon showers and thunderstorms, though. It's breezy, low 70s. Clearing and kind of cool out there Saturday night, upper 40s. Sunny and breezy, low 60s on Sunday. Monday's mostly sunny, 60 to 65. Going into Tuesday's a mostly sunny day with a high temperature topping out somewhere close to 70. I'm staff meteorologist Rob St. Pierre for WCRH-FM and WCRH-HD. Williamsport.
WCRH The Compass is a listener-supported radio ministry, and this portion of today's broadcasting costs are underwritten by a faithful listener in commemoration of World Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. John 18:9 says he did this to fulfill his own statement, I did not lose a single one of those that you have given me. Remembering those who came but could not stay. Thanks for your faithfulness for today's support.
All right. Well, I'm not real good with math, and and first of all,
wait a minute. Don't you run the budget for this radio station?
I put numbers down on paper and have a machine.
You have a computer to do that, don't you? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just like the automation computer. Never fails. I want to, first of all, thank that day sponsor. Thank all the day sponsors. You have made significant sacrifices in some cases to be day sponsors. Like right now, for next year, we have 65 half-days and 53 full-day sponsors. That's a tremendous amount of money and a good amount of days. So thank you very much for that. And I also wanted to mention that we have a double challenge going on right now, Wayne. Someone said they would give up to $2,000 in a 1-to-1 match, and then immediately after that, I got a text from a friend who said, I'll match those with $2,000. So
maybe we should give your text number to everybody listening.
Maybe we should next year.
Oh, okay.
Or the year after, or sometime along there.
All right.
But
no, in all seriousness, that double challenge is a great blessing.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's very thoughtful. First of all, the first individual and the second. We appreciate it. So, we have, let's see, we have 1,220 still needed towards that $2,000 goal. So that would be what, $780 approximately has been given already.
Wonderful.
Now, if just to add to the confusion a little more, if a new partner makes a gift of any size, that will be doubled. And then that will be whatever their gift is will be added on again. And then we'll add $50 more onto that.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, follow the logic here.
Why don't I just call and know that this is maybe the best time to call right now.
Yeah, and we'll take care of it all.
Yeah, just trust us. This is the best time to call. How's that for summarizing?
That's the best time. Yeah, okay. You give the number, and we'll go into some more music.
I'll give the number. Claude will hit the button and play some music. You hit the buttons and call 877-905-9274. Again, 877-905, thank you for that call, 9274.
The verdict was guilty, case closed, the end. No chance for me to ever leave this prison of my sin. Now I know it might sound crazy, but one day a key unlocked that cell. I heard a small voice say your debt's been paid by somebody else. And now I'm walking free. No more darkness, guilt, and lost its grip on me. When mercy called my name, those chains fell at my feet. And now I'm walking free. Now ain't nothing perfect. I still stumble every single day. I still get knocked down, but the difference now is that's not where I stay. 'Cause I got a savior who knows everywhere I've been, and he's telling me that I never have to go back there again. So now I'm walking free. No more darkness, guilt, and lost its grip on me. When mercy called my name, those chains fell at my feet. And now I'm walking.
That's why we're here. And
At WCRH, we want to share the hope that's found in Christ in every message that's heard.
The only way we can do that is with your help.
Help us share the hope that's found in knowing Jesus.
By calling with your gift.
877-905-9274.
Or give online.
At WCRH.org.
2 listeners have given individual challenges, each of $2,000, and they have said if we can get other listeners to combine their giving for $2,000 before 4 o'clock, and actually I think it's going to happen here almost before 3:15, then they will kick in their contributions of $2,000 each. That means that we're only $735 away from that $2,000,
right?
Which will add $4,000 more,
which is then an additional $2,000 more.
Oh man, this is getting complicated, but I love it.
And
you know what?
Then it could be an additional $50 if you're a first-time partner.
And then if you call back a second time,
but you're only going to get one calendar.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, you can tell it's third day of share. This is when it gets entertaining.
Yeah. Wayne, it looks like our last gift was a $120 gift, and that's from Frostburg, Maryland.
Yep.
Now, our main signal, 90.5, that's really a sketchy area because of the
mountains.
Another station that's up there,
Oh,
too.
is it? Okay. Well, it's also pretty mountainous
Yeah,
out
it
that
is very
direction.
mountainous.
Yeah.
So they may be listening to our translator, which is atop Dan's Mountain. You can see Frostburg from where the translator is.
Okay.
So thank you for that gift, Hancock, Maryland. We appreciate your $1 a day at $3.65. And Hagerstown, a $50 gift. So thank you. We have 2 lines open, line 1 and 4 at 877-905-9274. As Wayne said, it's a very complicated challenge. Don't you worry about that.
It's just a great time to call right now.
The best time of the day.
Your gift will never accomplish more than it will accomplish right now.
Yes.
Right now. Speaking of Frostburg, the last time I visited family in D.C. and drove from Chicago and didn't fly, I came through that part of Maryland. 68, I think, is I-68 there. Beautiful. I love that drive.
Yeah.
I'm a flatlander from Illinois.
Now, did you come down the Ohio Turnpike?
Yes.
And then you hit
Pittsburgh. I
Pennsylvania?
Headed south to
Washington, Pennsylvania?
To West Virginia. What's the town?
Morgantown.
Morgantown. Yep.
Okay.
And then came across the mountains here. Love that drive. Beautiful.
Yeah, that is a nice drive.
Yeah.
And I went to Cedarville, and that road wasn't there yet. So we wound
Was it a
out
wagon
Route
trail?
40. Yeah, brought my little charcoal stick.
Conestoga wagon. Oh, okay. We have fun.
Yeah, now get back. Where were we? We were talking about.
We were saying what a great time this. And look at the phones. One line is available now. 2 lines available. They've been lit up here, and that is so important. 1 line available. Wonderful. This is the best time to give right now. Your gift will accomplish so much here, and we'll give you all the totals in a few minutes as soon as we get them. 877-905-9274.
Can I put a little value to what people hear? During a normal hour, we can play 10, 12 songs, something like that. If you had to download just 1 hour of music, you'd be looking at a $12 to $24 cost to download that music. Would you consider giving 1 hour's worth of that kind of expenditure to WCRH? Because listening to The Compass doesn't cost you anything, but there are expenses that have to be paid, and you're helping us with each and every gift.
Good perspective. Thank you, Jeff. Chambersburg, thank you for your gift of $400. When we get the printout of these, I'll be anxious to see what the comments are from these various gifts.
Now we have 1 line open, 877-905. There it is. We'll come back with a report because all 4 lines are now in use.
If Bob Lepine were here, he'd be very happy right now.
Yes, he would. He'd give a woo. Okay, so Claude, you want to give us something?
We can all do woo. Some of our songs have woos in them too.
Okay.
I don't think this one does.
I don't woo.
Okay. Wooless Wayne. Sovereign Grace Music's on the way now with All I Have Is Christ. As you go to the phones, call 1-877-905-9274, and when it's busy, just dial back.
and remember the challenge.
WCRH or give online at WCRH.org.
There is a first-time partner who has called in from Greencastle, giving us a 10 on our second round of first-time partners because we completed the first round of 100, adding $5,000 because of a special challenge. Another listener has stepped up and said they will give $50 for each new first-time partner, and we've already got 10 of those calls, so we have room for plenty more if you've never given a gift before. There's a day sponsorship from Hagerstown. Just wonderful. This is and I'll announce I'm going to announce it right now, Claude. Let's do it together.
Okay.
We made that challenge. There was little doubt that we're going to make that challenge because it was just coming in so beautifully. So thank you. We made that challenge, which added $4,000 to the total.
Should I admit that I wasn't following the challenge all along?
Okay,
you got in deep there, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna.
Well, here's let me summarize it. Listeners, a group of listeners called, which amounted to more than $2,000, which met the challenge. And then 2 individual listeners said if that challenge is met, and it was, each of them would contribute $2,000. Right. So the net gain was $6,000.
Like that.
So, and more
Thank
because the original two, I know I'm getting deep in the weeds now, but hey, thankfully, Paula is here to sort it out. Paula Schatzer is CEO Administrator of Cedar Ridge Ministries. And Paula, it's been exciting today. One thing that's happened today is that someone has given the gift of stock. So we thought we'd talk about that for a moment.
Yes, they have. And we're very excited about that. Cedar Ridge is excited to announce that we do have another giving option for donors. And that's the ability to donate stocks, bonds, or mutual funds.
What's the advantage?
Well, there's been a tremendous increase in the capital gains tax this year, and donating appreciated stock can save folks a lot of money by donating them directly versus cashing them in and then donating the proceeds.
Right. Okay. That's not easily understood, but I don't think a lot of people do understand it.
They probably don't.
Yeah.
Actually, this is a win-win for everyone. Just to give you an example, let's say you have a $5,000 stock that you want to donate. Most people, what they'll do is they will sell the stock and then have the check sent to their charity of choice. Well, and they'll pay so much taxes on it. And the taxes kind of take away from the amount of the donation that they can deduct from their own taxes.
Yes.
However, if you have your broker, if it's in your brokerage account, or if you have the certificate yourself, we do have a brokerage account set up. If that money, that $5,000, let's just say it's a $5,000 stock, it's just an example.
Good example, yeah.
But if you would transfer that over to Cedar Ridge, number one, you would save the tax money that you'd pay on it if you cashed it in yourself. And number two, the amount of your donation would dramatically increase, which means you pay lower taxes in the long run.
Yeah.
And then WCRH Cedar Ridge would benefit greatly from that increased donation.
You're right.
It's a win-win.
Yeah, everybody comes out ahead on that one.
Yes.
And it's something that we could miss if we don't think carefully about it.
Yes.
What's the first step they would take? Would they contact if it's held by a broker? We contact our broker and say, I'd like to transfer a certain amount of stock.
But what we're doing is we want to direct people to our website because there's a specific set of instructions depending on your situation.
Okay.
And of course, they're welcome to call in, and we'd be willing to help them walk through the process.
Yeah.
But it is laid out in detail on our website. If you go to cedarridgeministries.org, there is a donate button on the pull down menu, and then you'll see another pull down menu under that, and it'll either say Amazon Smile or it'll say stock donation. If folks click on the stock donation, it'll take them through all the steps they need to do.
It's a great idea. I love the idea, and one person today has done it.
Yes.
And it just prompted us to think maybe there's others out there that would like to do that as well and increase the kingdom effectiveness of that money. Huh?
Absolutely.
Why not? All right. Thank you, Paul. Anything else about it we need to know?
Just visit www.cedarridgeministries.org.
All right. We'll do that. Thank you, Paula.
Sure.
Our phone number, if you have any questions about that, Paul is here. I'm sure you'd be happy to pick up the line if one of the volunteers gets someone on the phone with a question about it. I'm sure Paul would be happy to talk with you. 877-905-9274, the same number, 877-905-9274. We're still celebrating the fact that last challenge was met so quickly, and that the challenge was doubled by 2 listeners. So it just is an incredible afternoon shaping up here. We've got a few more hours on all the way till 9 o'clock here tonight. 2 lines are available right now, 877-905-9274. Claude, I would love to see some phones is it proper to say burn up the phone lines? I don't know. Maybe that's too negative an image.
That might have Harry running if the phone lines actually
okay, we don't want
up.
to burn them up. We want to keep them busy, but we don't want to burn them. Okay, all right. What do you think?
Just
planning some
doing
music?
maintenance, trying to get Odyssey in the system.
Oh, okay, you're already plotting for Odyssey, and it's a half an hour away.
Well, I better plot now, or it won't happen.
Okay, all right. You do that, and I'll mention that we've had another day sponsor show up on the screen here. That's 2 in the last few minutes. What is a day sponsor? It's $2,000. It sponsors an entire day of broadcasting on WCRH. So lots of people have caught the vision for that. You can also do a half-day sponsorship. And you can choose the day with a volunteer when you place your call. They'll go right to the wall calendar and check and see if your date that you want is available. If you don't know the date, you can work with Tiffany or others in the office here later on to work out the actual day. So just let us know what you'd like to do. We're very flexible around here. 877-905-9274.
77% of our goal, which is a great figure, but 100% is what we need to see
better, doesn't it?
at the end of the Sharathon.
Yeah.
And we've got hours to go, only hours to go. So if you would keep our phone operators busy, we say that a lot, but it's true. They've blocked out a time of their day to come in here and hear from you and be blessed by hearing from you.
Yeah.
So 1-877-905-9274, the number to call. As we hear some music, money-wise, we will not be heard today. If that's a program you appreciate, know that the rest of the year is made possible right now by 1,109 people. That actually won't keep it going the rest of the year. So if you're a fan of MoneyWise, would you let us know by letting us hear from you right now? 1-877-905-9274 as we hear from Sanctus Real with confidence here on the Compass during Sharathon.
I'm not a warrior. I'm too afraid to lose. I feel unqualified for what you call.
How is
How would you spell shepherd?
Shepard.
Wrong.
So I misspell your name whenever I send you things.
I didn't notice, but yeah, you probably do.
I do.
SHEP. Read your Bible.
See,
Read your Bible.
Not only
the
is
Lord is
Sharathon-
it's not shepherd. The Lord is my shepherd.
Okay. So you're saying that the town in West Virginia
Gets it right.
Is SHEPHERD. HERD.
I've got I took a picture of the street sign to prove it.
Okay.
See, not only is
I've known you for
Sharathon
20-some years.
unique programming during these 3 days, it's educational.
It's enlightening.
Yeah.
It don't even get me started on Wayne.
WAIN, right?
Yeah.
Ain't you Wayne? Here's a $450 gift. This from Williamsport. Thank you. They say this station is on from the morning on, and another day sponsor $2,000, and they're going to choose their day later, and they are Hagerstown listeners. So thank you.
We have that $1 a day, $365 from Clear Spring, thank you, and another $1 a day from Chambersburg.
$25 from Hedgesville, West Virginia. Thank you, folks.
And we have two lines open at 877-905-9274. If you're just joining us, we'll give you a little bit of a recap. Beginning at 3 o'clock, we had a challenge of $2,000.
Mm-hmm.
That was a dollar-for-dollar match. Well, within minutes, we had another contact that says, I will also be a match to that. So for that $2,000 match, we had a $2,000 match and an additional $2,000 match. And if you want to confuse it even more, if you were a first-time partner during that, you had an additional $50 put on.
But wait, there's more. Because the $2,000 collectively from listeners actually amounted to more than $2,000.
Yeah.
So the net result was the more than $2,000 plus $2,000 plus $2,000 plus any first-time givers.
Yes. So. Now people are saying, well, wait a minute, you already had your $100. How can you give away more for first-time donors?
Explain yourself.
Yeah, I was pointing to you.
Okay. Well, because a second matcher, we'll call them matcher, stepped up and said, I like that idea of adding $50 for every new partner that comes along this year. Mm-hmm. And we'd already done that with the first 100, so we're doing it now with the second 100.
Okay.
And we've received 10 of those so far.
Okay, so plenty of room, 90 more.
Plenty of room.
That can jump
room
into that
for
pool.
All. There is room at the station.
Okay. And the shepherd will take care of all of us, or the shepherd. It's 3:38. Don't start giggling or chuckling or whatever you're doing. You'll get me going.
Yeah, just because you can spell bean only one way.
Oh, yeah? Call somebody and say, what's your name? Bean.
Mr. Bean.
How do you spell that?
I bean fishing.
Around here, it's BEHN. That's
really?
one way.
Really?
Honestly.
Okay.
And bean, like it should be spelled.
Did your ancestors change it to bean from something else?
We don't know. We believe we were Baines that came to Virginia.
Okay.
From England or Ireland.
Okay.
Those islands there somewhere.
Yeah,
and when they came ashore, they said, "What's your name? Bain or Bain?" Okay, well, you're Bean.
I didn't know they spoke with an accent.
When people
a southern accent.
People call and he's the one to contact, and I'll say, Jeff Bean, and they say, how do you spell that? I said, like the lima or the green. And I don't know what your bean of preference is. I should actually ask.
Garbanzo,
Garbanzo. Just
so
like
they call back and ask for Jeff Lima.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
We dug a hole here, didn't we?
Yeah. It's day, can you guess? 3 of Sharathon. And Wayne and Jeff and, well, Claude. That's another one.
Okay.
I was called Todd. In school, people say Todd, no. Claude. Clyde, no. Clyde. I just said yes. So anyway, call 1-877-905-9274, no matter what your name is, and I'll leave that to Bob to do the calling.
You're not a boy named
too.
Sue. That's was the. How do you do?
1-877-905-9274, and you can give cash, but when you call online, we're going to ask that you can give online at WCRH.org, by the way, with the card. I was just trying to do the cash time, and it didn't work.
No, it didn't.
Or you could, we're not having an open house, but if you have your donation in hand, we would welcome that as well. 1-877-905-9274, the number to call. And before we get on other names, let's just go to a different name than any of the ones we've mentioned. Tasha Layton with Look What You've Done.
Look what you've done. How could you fall so far? You should be ashamed of yourself. So I was ashamed of myself. The lies I've been.
I still to this day listen and support this wonderful station, and I pray that God will bless you for all your faithfulness. Thank you, Lord, for WCRH.
Hello.
I think we're just waiting.
Oh, I was waiting for a cue.
Oh, I thought you were waiting for the red lights. But
no, what red lights?
Burnt out, isn't it?
What red lights?
Yours is burned out.
Yeah, I'm burned out. It's not just light that's burned out. That was such a sweet testimony from that listener. That thank you for that, and thank you for all those testimonies. Odyssey is going to be heard today, right,
Yes.
Claude? All
Yes.
right,
Technology.
You've got it all sorted out with the
Technology
computer.
cooperating.
All right, so Odyssey will be heard today, so you will not miss the next installment in the chapter of that story.
Yeah, it's what, Claude, a 14-part episode, so it didn't seem right to remove one of the sections out of that.
If you had decided to not air it today, we would have had to lock the door to the radio station, I think. So,
admission only.
All right, we have one line available. That's a great position to be in. It's wonderful that you're calling. Thank you for your generosity. I know you're giving in the name of the Lord. You love this station. It's ministry in your life, and so many of you. Let's see, 1,109 gifts have been given. That's tremendous. 877-905-9274 as we head into our final 6 hours and 15 minutes or so of the Sharathon. Do I have that right? 4 o'clock to 9 o'clock would be 5 hours, right?
Right.
So 5 hours and 15 minutes. Boy, the time is shorter than I thought. We need your help. 877-905-9274.
Sounded like a broad life statement as well. That would have
the time is
shorter than we thought.
Yeah. Story of my life. I thought it was there. Yeah.
Well, in the last couple minutes, Wayne, I had to step out when Paula was in. And so people that are just joining us, could you kind of recap what the new way of giving is with donating stock?
Yeah, and as Paula said, it's on the Cedar Ridge Ministries website. There's an explanation. And I think she's still here if you want to call and call one of the volunteers, and they'll hand a phone call to Paula. But basically, there's been some changes in the rules governing stock donations. If you want to give stock directly to Cedar Ridge Ministries and WCRH, don't sell it first. Gift the stock itself to Cedar Ridge Ministries. We have a broker who handles it, and you avoid capital gains taxes and obviously get the full benefit of the value of the stock. You don't subtract the capital gains as your benefit. So it's a great situation.
And the one example that I see here, excuse me, if you were to donate a $5,000 stock, you would save $2,700, over $2,700.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah,
that's astounding, is what that is.
That really is. So
right. So it's very worth considering. So people listening right now, you may own some stock that you're not particularly attached to, or you just want to be generous with that stock, and gifting it directly to Cedar Ridge would be a great way to enhance this ministry and enhance your tax status at the same time.
Yeah.
So let's take advantage of all the legalities that are afforded to us.
Yeah, I'm going to look here real quick, see who's listening online as we prepare for Adventures in Odyssey coming up in about 10 minutes or so. And I know all day today we've had our friends in London who have been listening. See if they're still online with us. Where do I need to go?
And this is something that didn't used to be possible when we first got online. Then we eventually got to streaming, and then it was possible for people to listen. But now with the app too, or on your smart speaker, a lot of ways that people wouldn't have been able to listen. That they can now. So the impact of your gift isn't just in the 4-state area anymore.
That's
it's
true.
around the world.
I love to think of the internet as the world's most powerful transmitter.
It is. Yeah, absolutely. Now, our London listeners are still with us. Good. We have other international listeners in the Dominican Republic, and we have a listener in the Austin, Texas area. They've been listening for about 4 hours today. We have someone in Oklahoma who's been listening for 2 hours. I know they were on earlier, so that is that. And then all around the Mid-Atlantic region, we have listeners in Philadelphia and in that area, even as far out west as Somerset, Pennsylvania, which, I mean, that's a couple-hour drive from here.
Well,
so
this
thanks.
is something our radio listeners can help us with because, as we've said before, there aren't a lot of communities that have a radio station like WCRH. And as you have friends and family around the country that live in one of those pockets where they are not served well by a Christian radio station, why don't you recommend WCRH to them?
And a Christmas gift might be one of those smart speakers that we were talking about. You could gift to your grandkids and say, with this gift, I would like you to listen at 4 o'clock to Adventures in Odyssey every
idea.
Monday through Friday. So
very good.
The price of smart speakers is relatively low now, and the kids might really enjoy being maybe introduced or reintroduced to Adventures in Odyssey.
Once in a while, you have a great idea, Jeff. That was a good one.
And
my idea now is to go home and get some sleep.
And I'm usually behind with this thing, and some of that's my phone is so slow. But speaking of the Dominican listeners, we have a message directly from them.
Oh, okay.
This is my niece through marriage in the Dominican. She says, "Hey, Claude, see you through YouTube. Just wanted to say thanks to you all for providing Christian radio. I grew up listening to WCRH, and I'm so glad that I can stream it so my boys can grow up with Christian radio too.
Wow.
Also, thanks for putting it up on YouTube. My boys have asked for several years now if we could go in and see you all during Sharathon because they wanted to see the people behind the voices, and because we don't live in the States, we couldn't come in during this time, but they have been enjoying and watching you through YouTube and been able to see you guys and how you operate. They really like the setup in your office and all the buttons and computer screens. Also, I think my boys would give you a run for your money with all things Odyssey. They quiz each other on stories and initials
It must be genetic.
of characters, etc. So again, thanks for all you guys do. God bless.
What are the circumstances? Are they missionaries of any kind, or is their place of residence?
It's their place of residence.
Okay.
Her husband actually works in building a hospital down there. Last I knew.
Okay.
And then her sister also lives in DR, not the same town.
Yeah.
And her husband is a pastor, which our church sponsors. There, in a school, has a school. But
what a touch from home, though, to have WCRH. And think of the missionaries around the world. What a great connection to home that they have, being able to listen.
And the fact that she's been able to keep WCRH, keep listening to WCRH, even where they are. It's amazing. It is an impactful gift. It always was an impactful gift that you made, because you never knew who you were blessing and when you were blessing them. But now, not just in the 4-state region, but around the world.
That raises an interesting point about not just giving for ourselves and the benefit we get from this station, but giving for the benefit of others.
Yeah.
That's important as well. Hey, there's a contribution that was called in from Smithsburg. $2,000 full-day sponsor. Thank you for that. We celebrate every gift that comes, and we are keeping track. We are at 78% of the goal. So we've seen some growth in the goal here in the last couple of hours. That's encouraging. We've got a long ways to go, though. 78 is 22% to reach the goal yet.
It looks like the Norwegian town of Frederick, Maryland has responded.
Because it's spelled F-J-R-E?
Yeah.
Friedrich.
Is there a fjord there?
Yeah, at one point, I think it was
Chevy
yesterday, you said, here's a donation from Frederick, and I'm thinking, who's Frederick?
I didn't think we announced names.
877, when there's a pause like that, you give the phone number, 877-905-9274. Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You interpret that for me on the computer screen, Jeff.
Well, an additional gift apparently was made. We had one day sponsor of $2,000. I saw Tiffany over there at the computer, so I don't think it's an error. And it looks like
Tiffany never makes an error.
$2,000, an additional gift from Smithsburg. So, we'll check that out. But everything looks good as far as we see. She's over there giggling about something.
Yeah, because I said she never makes an error. And you didn't respond. You didn't affirm that. And you're still not affirming that.
5 till 4 o'clock here at the Compass on this Friday
Let it go, Wayne. Let it go.
I got to go.
Because Tiffany's coming into the room. You better scoot.
It's almost time for news. And we will be having Adventures in Odyssey after the top of the hour. We'll be back with
news.
You. Mm-hmm. And it's a great time to call. One, because there's 3 lines available right now. And also for the news, not saying you don't want to listen to the news, but if you appreciate hearing the news, and especially some Christian perspectives and news about missions around the world and Christian ministries as are included in the newscast from SRN, let us know that as well. But it might just be a perfect time to call. If it is, I don't know if it is, but if you're listening right now and it's a perfect time to call, please don't let that opportunity pass you by.
And let the record show Tiffany did not make a mistake. She did not make a mistake. As she came in here, she explained it. That is an additional gift. The first gift was a $2,000 full day sponsorship. The second gift was an additional gift of $2,000. Thank you. 877-905-9274.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. A panel of U.S. health advisors has endorsed booster doses of Johnson & Johnson single shot.
calling with your financial support. 877-905-9274 or give online at WCRH.org. Sharathon.
Hi, I'm Chris, and it's time for Adventures in Odyssey.
Is that how I was about to say, oh, hi there, I'm John Avery Whitaker. Because I thought you got to push your button there. You got to make that button if we're going to. No.
See, I'm on the wrong side of the board again. Like that?
There we go. There we go.
Worked. Yeah, because
push the red button.
When my kids.
No, don't do that.
So now Chris starts the show, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was always, oh, hi there, I'm John Avery Whitaker.
Well, actually, today I don't know. It could be Connie or something. I don't know. But
yeah, I think they do. Yeah, it started for a while there. Different people starting the show. That way you'd figure out who was.
We're all different people. We are all different people. So there you go.
Yeah.
Whoever they have is a different person. That's how that works. Well, listen, we've got 4 lines. Before we start Odyssey, I say we hold Odyssey hostage until all 4 lines are lit up. But
I did not. Just for your record. That was Bob
Lapine said that.
Here's his email address and here's his home phone.
That was not me.
So you would need to call 877-905-9274.
If you want to lodge your complaint with Bob. 877-905-9274.
Maybe Wooten can deliver it.
We added 33 new contributions last hour, and here's what's going to happen. Odyssey's going to come on, and folks are going to be consumed with Odyssey. They're not going to call, and it's going to be a lower. And we can't afford that, folks. Here on the last day of Sharathon. In fact, we thought about maybe we don't play Odyssey, and then we thought, no, we don't want the station under siege. Plus, we're in the middle of this multi-part story.
Right.
So we're playing Odyssey. You're an Odyssey lover. Will you call 877-905-9274 and say, boy, it is so worth it to have Odyssey on every day. I can give $10. I can give $50. I can give $10 a month. I can be a dollar a day. Whatever you can do, now is the time to call with 4 lines open at 877-905-9274 in the last 5 hours of Sharathon. We need to hear from you.
877-905-9274 is the number to call. Online at WCRH.org. Boy, there's one call.
Yeah.
There's one call. 3 more. Is that the way it works?
There's a second one right there.
Second one. So we need 2 more to start Odyssey.
We would get those 2 more. We can go ahead and say, oh, hi there. We can do that. Yeah, all right.
And I'm particularly excited because I actually could hear these phones. Last night, every time the phone rang, I was like,
There's the third line.
There's the third line. One more.
You know what this is? This is the people back in the phone room who are calling their own number so that we'll start Odyssey. We know what you're doing. You can't fool us, you guys. One line still open at 877-905-9274. Let's hear it ring. We're ready to push the play button on Odyssey, but we need to hear from you. So again, it's 877-905-9274. Give us a call and tell us that you're ready for us to start Adventures in Odyssey, and we're ready. There it is. Okay. All right.
Previously on Adventures in Odyssey.
Welcome to Comic Carlsville.
I'm expecting to see my cousin.
Wooten Bassett!
Oh,
it's me, Hadley!
So why are you at a comic book convention?
I own the largest comic book shop in Girdle Creek.
Are you going to tell me about your big announcement?
Well, I kind of thought it was better not to tell you in case you were asked.
By whom?
The Perilous Pen. It's a mysterious writer on the internet who seems to know everything that goes on with comics. He reveals new comic characters and stories before anyone else knows about them.
Hi, Jason. What do you make of this key? I found it in the attic.
Well, I can do some investigative antiquary.
Wooten! It's Connie's half-sister on her father's side.
Hi, Connie.
Dad said you could stay if you were at my house.
After my last visit to Odyssey, I figured I'd get to know some of the people here.
Hello, Jules.
Hi, Vance.
I worked out the deal. Are you still in?
I'm here, aren't I?
Good. That'll make things a lot easier.
At this rate, we'll only be 5 minutes late for Sunday school.
Why does this happen every week?
I'm here.
1 down, 3 more to go.
I'm sorry. I got a phone call from the clinic.
On a Sunday morning?
The shift nurse is sick. They need me there at 1.
Oh, good. How'd that last?
Where are Matthew and Camilla?
I don't know.
Ava, I'm meeting a client from out of town at 1 o'clock.
Why are you meeting a client on a Sunday?
I drew the short straw at the office. I told you I have to get him updated on our business plan before tomorrow's meetings.
Okay, let's go. Camilla finally got ready.
Move over, Matthew.
Hey.
Don't blame it on me. I couldn't find my shoes, and all you were doing was messing with that tablet gizmo.
Can we please not argue on the way to church?
What are we going to do about this afternoon?
Well, the kids will have to babysit themselves.
This kid can't. I'm doing the Earth Science Project with Kate, remember?
You can do it at our house.
Mom, all the supplies and materials are set up at her house. It's a whole display, and to take it down
All
would
right,
take...
all right. Matthew, you'll have to stay home with Camilla.
But I'm going with Emily to Comic Connellsville. You said I could.
You went yesterday.
I got a pass for the whole thing. And Wooten's doing his event today.
Going was contingent on getting your homework done, did you? Matthew?
I'll make sure I finish everything before I leave.
You'd better. I don't want to get another call from Mr. Cloninger.
You got a call from Mr. Cloninger?
I handled it.
You should have told me.
When?
You could text me.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm serious. Now, what do we do with Camilla?
I don't need a babysitter.
Well, we don't want you staying home alone.
Why not? It'll be nice to have some peace and quiet for a change.
What does that mean?
I thought Sunday was supposed to be a day of rest or something like that.
Why should Sunday be any different from the other days?
What?
We wouldn't be the Parker family if we weren't scrambling around all the time.
Is that my fault?
Wait, let's not get defensive.
Why are we always so tense?
We're not tense.
Why are you saying we're tense?
It feels tense to me.
We're getting tense talking about how we're not tense?
All right, let's put this conversation on hold until after church.
There's no time. I have to go
Tell her
straight
you'll
to...
be late.
Ava.
I'm sorry. We'll talk about this after church, all right?
Meanwhile, let's use our time at church to pray we'll all calm down.
I'm in the office, or study, or whatever you call it.
Good morning. You're awake earlier than I thought. What are you doing?
Trying to figure out your Wi-Fi system so I can log in.
Oh, well, I've got the password written down around here somewhere. I gotta remember to clean off this desk. Half of this stuff was Mom's. Penny and I are having breakfast in a few minutes.
Oh, good.
You should join us before we all leave for church.
Church? I don't really do church.
Well, you will this morning.
You're going to make me go to church.
Well, I'd rather you went voluntarily, but yeah.
And if I say no?
You won't.
Why not?
Because you're a polite and thoughtful girl who would go if only to show a little gratitude to your host.
Oh?
And because you're with me for an entire week and you really don't want to start it off with a conflict.
Did your mom make you go to church when you didn't want to?
Well, I became a Christian before she did, so it was kind of the other way around.
You made her go to church with you.
Sometimes. Then we helped each other to go when one of us didn't want to.
Right. Like an accountability partner for a rehab meeting.
What would you know about that?
I watch a lot of reality TV. All right, I'll go. But I won't like it.
Oh, here's the password. Just type that in. It's case sensitive, as they say.
You're so technical. Thanks.
What are you going online to do?
Like I said, I stay in touch with my friends through FaceBase. And I do other stuff.
Well, we'll need to figure out some rules.
Rules?
You know, what's appropriate for your age and what isn't.
You're kidding. My mom doesn't care.
But I do. There's a lot of dangerous websites and people out there. Oh, what's this?
What's what?
It's a receipt from Hagler's Junkyard.
It's not mine.
No, it's my mom's. She took some things there.
Okay.
An antique trunk. She gave him an antique trunk.
Is that bad?
Well, it must be the trunk that goes with the key. I have to tell Jason.
And we're back to just a pause, just a brief pause, just to be, what's another adjective for a pause?
A brief respite, yes.
A brief respite.
A brief respite.
A brief respite from Adventures in Odyssey today.
While we see if we can re-energize 2 phone lines at 877-905-9274. Those of you who are enjoying Adventures in Odyssey, we know you're waiting for part 2 of today's adventure.
As are we.
And we're going to start it here in just a minute, but we thought, let's break in here and let's give folks an opportunity to do what's really important to do today, and that is help us move the ball down the field at Sharathon. 877-905-9274. Your one-time gift, your $1 a day, your monthly contribution, your day sponsor, your half-day sponsor. Maybe you're a first-time donor and we'll add $50 to what you're doing. But 2 lines are open. We want to see those fill up so we can restart Odyssey. 877-905-9274, the number to call.
And keep in mind, for those that are giving for the first time, there's $50 that's added to your gift, no matter what size of the gift. Like the Chambersburg gift of $50 comes $100. And then there's another first-time partner that gave $240, so that'll be $290.
Yes.
So far, my math is good. I'm not going to press it any further, but you get the idea.
There is a line that's ringing. We just have, and the second one is open. So I think we're ready, Claude. We've got them all filled up. We can get back to part 2 of Adventures in Odyssey. And thank you, listeners, for filling up these phone lines and for joining us during Sharathon.
Good morning, Wooten. You're just in time, Hadley. Breakfast is served. Waffles? Kinda. They started off as waffles, but turned into something that looked more like yellow pancakes. Just smother it in syrup and you'll never know the difference.
Thanks.
So, did you sleep well?
Oh, yeah. That's a fantastic bed. And I really like the superhero motif. Counting the flying mobiles helped me fall asleep.
17.
16. I accidentally knocked one down. Sorry.
Oh, how did that happen?
I was trying to swat a spider. I think I broke Superman in half. I didn't think that was possible.
Neither did I.
Oh, and the shower head in the bathroom is loose. It started leaking when I tried to adjust the spray to mist.
It's not an adjustable shower head.
I know that now.
Oh.
I love this house, Wooten.
Oh, thanks.
It's like a huge toy box, a theme park tourist shop, and the Comic Connellsville exhibit floor all in one.
Well, you know, I think a house should reflect the owner's personality, which is why I have the old-fashioned bank teller transaction counter over in that corner, complete with the grill, rubber stamps, adding machine, and the pen with a chain attached.
What?
Yeah, you know, the bank technically owns the mortgage on the house, but nobody from the bank has accepted my invitation to come decorate it, so I did it for him.
Your ability to turn the simplest idea into a spiral of convoluted logic is awe-inspiring.
Oh, thanks. Do you go to church, Hadley?
For special occasions. Why?
Well, I'd love for you to come with me. I mean, that would make it a special occasion.
Oh, okay. Then we'll go to Comic Connellsville, right? We can't be late for my Q&A and the big announcement about your new project.
Aw, Penny won't let us be late.
She's going back?
Yeah, she said it's the only place she's ever been where I seem normal. Did you say your Q&A? You're doing what?
Oh, I talked the organizers into letting me host yours.
Huh?
I'll be on stage with you. Won't that be fun?
Yeah, I'm sure it will be.
And the hash browns and side order of wheat toast. Oh, and I think I'll have water with that, in a glass this time, though, please.
Got it. Coming right up.
So, what's this place called?
Hal's Diner. Wooten and I eat here all the time. They have the best selection for Sunday brunch.
Isn't there pretty much the same menu they have every day?
Yes, but it's even more special on a Sunday. They use a second color in the menu. See?
Oh, yeah.
So is this a real diner from the 1950s? Or one of those restaurants they fabricated, like a theme park?
Oh, this one's real, though I'm sure they've had to replace a few things over the years.
All of the restaurants around my house are fabricated. Fake Italian, fake Australian, fake Mexican, all made to look authentic.
Faking authenticity isn't as easy as you might think, Jules.
Kind of like church, I guess.
Church?
It's kind of like all those restaurants, all decorated and organized to make something fake seem authentic.
Wow, that's profound. Where do you get thinking like that?
My mom says I have way too much time on my hands.
So you think my church is fabricated?
I don't mean the people. They seemed authentic enough.
Well, I guess that's good.
I'm just telling you what I saw. It's like Comic Connellsville, I guess. They get all dressed up because they're true believers.
In comics. Oh, Penny, are you all right for time?
Yes, Wooten's gonna pick me up here.
Was that me?
Hope not.
My phone, I meant.
Oh.
It was me.
Who's texting you?
Just a friend. It's a nice day. I think I'll take a walk later.
Oh, that sounds good. I'd like to show you around. I was a little preoccupied last time.
Okay. Though, I'd like to do the walk on my own.
Oh, if that's what you want.
Here's your appetizer. Freshly made double glazed cinnamon rolls.
Oh, wow. We didn't order that.
You didn't, but I had a guy on the telephone who did. Wooten.
Yum. He's so thoughtful.
Do you have any clue what his new comic book series is about?
I really can't say.
It's a secret, huh?
I really can't say because I don't know. And he's afraid the Perilous Pen will find out.
You know the Perilous Pen?
Ujin told me about it. Whoever writes that thing knows everything that's going on. It's freaky.
Jules, how do you know about the Perilous Pen?
You can't be into comic books and not know about the Perilous Pen. That's the go-to person to find out the latest.
I looked last night because I was sure Wooten's new idea would be blabbed there.
Was it?
No, but there was an entire reveal about the new Star Intergalaxy movie.
Oh, yeah. And the producers are really annoyed.
What if they do the same thing to Wooten? Oh, no. I can't eat these delicious-looking rolls. I'm too nervous, Connie.
Oh, Penny, I'm sure he'll be the hit of Comic Connellsville.
I'll have one then.
Well, unfortunately, we only have a few minutes for our family meeting.
About spending more time together.
I thought it was about tension.
It's about being a family, which we aren't sometimes.
Olivia, what exactly is on your mind?
Nothing.
I know what it is. Mr. Whitaker and Miss Adelaide were talking about marriage and family yesterday.
Okay.
It was all about the Let's Get Together festival she's promoting, to celebrate family and tolerance and being inclusive. Mr. Whitaker had issues with it.
Which he wants to talk to you about.
So I've been thinking about what a family is and about our family.
Oh, remind me to tell you the story of the fountain pen.
Matthew, will you stay on track?
It is on track.
Oh, we're getting tense.
No, we aren't.
All right. Here's what we'll do. I'd like us all to give some thought to how we can reconnect as a family. What do we have to do to make sure we don't drift apart? No idea is too big or too small, all right? We'll reconvene later this afternoon.
Does that mean I'm here by myself?
No, you're going to Comic Connellsville with your brother.
What?
Emily's parents said it's all right for you both to ride with them.
Is that a problem, Matthew?
No.
Can I wear the vampire girl costume you wouldn't let me wear for Halloween?
No.
You'll blend in fine without it.
Thanks. What?
Testing, 1, 2. Ouch. Hi, is this thing working? Testing, Hello, all you Comic Connellsville comers. I'm Hadley Bassett, the cousin of our celebrity guest, and it's my honor to introduce the creator of comic favorites like Power Boy, Captain Absolutely, and Drake the Cosmic Copper. Ladies and gentlemen! Oh, boy. Ladies and... Well, I said that. Wooten Bassett!
Thanks, Andy. Hey, tell the concession stand I said free cotton candy for everyone.
Yes! Oh, he's such a great guy. Oh, it's great to have you here, Wooten.
Thank you.
I have some questions the fans have submitted on these cards, and they are doozies. So, I hope you're ready.
Well, if they're gonna ask me about my tattoo, then I have nothing to say.
You have a tattoo?
No, which is why I had nothing to say.
Okay, first question. Kevin, from somewhere in the audience.
Wow, Kevin, nice whistle.
He wants to know why you changed the color of Captain Absolutely's cape.
Oh, okay. You might remember that he tore the first cape when he battled the notorious Hope Crusher and had to get it repaired. Then the terrible Brain Brandisher showed up, and he could either put on a new cape or wait for the old cape and lead Metropolitanville to destruction. So I figured, he'd go with the new cape. Well, that, and I ran out of the ink for Captain Absolutely's old cape.
Okay. The next card is from David. Is this still on?
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
Just checking. In issue 17 of Captain Absolutely, you brought Captain Absolutely really close to a relationship with Melanie, the librarian, and then you had her transferred to a Books on Wheels truck in Germany. David says a lot of your fans were really disappointed, even angry. Why did you do that?
Well, the girl who played Melanie wasn't available anymore. Union issues.
It's a comic book.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I thought it would change Captain Absolutely's character too much if he got into a serious relationship. So I figured it'd be better to send Melanie to Germany. I mean, they need more librarians there.
I've heard that, but with all those stormtroopers and lederhosen and all. Lederhosen? This is from online.
Good.
Kim writes that your comics and graphic novels always seem to have a strong moral point. Why?
There's a point to my stories? Okay, there's a man in Odyssey named John Avery Whitaker who taught me that it's not enough to entertain, but to use entertainment to inform and hopefully inspire people, and that's what I try to do. Oh, and by the way, if you're ever in Odyssey, Kim, make sure to stop by a place called Wits End and ask for the Wad Fam Chop Sod. Just tell them Wooten sent you.
Okay, next card. Sorry. Ouch. Forget the cards.
Yeah,
Let's move on to your big announcement, the new series you've created. Are you ready to tell us about it?
Well, sure. Though I am a little nervous. You know, it's not easy working on an idea and then putting it out there for everybody to like or hate or feel indifferent about.
You're among friends here and family, me being your cousin and all.
Oh, I know. I feel the love.
Then, drum roll, please.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Hadley. Hadley. Hadley.
Too much?
Yeah, the front row's gonna want umbrellas.
Sorry. Go on.
Okay, I am working on a new mystery series called Sleuth Family Robinson. It's about...
Sleuth Family Robinson! What a great title! Tell us about it.
Okay, well, it's a family of detectives named the Robinsons, because to name them something else would make the title confusing. Unless maybe I named them Sleuth, which I could have done, but then the title would still be confusing because people would wonder who the Robinsons were.
So the word sleuth should clue us in that they're a family who get involved in all kinds of intrigue and mystery and suspense, and mystery and excitement.
And mystery, that's right, Hadley. I mean, look at the big screen behind me and you'll see a family portrait of them all.
Why did you decide to do a comic book about a family?
Well, because there are plenty of stories about detectives who work alone, but the Robinsons all have different gifts, and they need each other to share what they know. You could say they fit together as a family to make one complete detective, which is kind of how it happens in real life.
Then tell us about the characters.
Okay, there's gonna be a father, you know, and a mother, and their kids.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's all you're gonna say?
Well, if I tell everything now, then there won't be any surprises later. Do you hear that, Perilous Pen? No snooping around.
You realize you've now challenged the Perilous Pen to find out more.
I did? Oh, is it too late to retract that?
Yes.
Oops.
So, you heard it here first, folks. A Comic-Connellsville exclusive with me, Hadley Bassett, bringing you, is this thing on?
Yeah, I think we're done. Okay, thanks, everybody.
Okay, so the Parker family meeting is in session. Where's my gavel?
I hope everyone had a good day and time to think.
Well, I didn't. The Earth Science Project used up all my brain cells.
Yeah, Comic-Connellsville sort of pushes every thought out of your head.
We saw Wooten be a celebrity, and Matthew laughed so hard at a guy in a weird costume that soda came out of his nose.
Ew.
And that made me laugh so hard.
Okay, let's get back to the reason for the meeting.
We were supposed to spend the day thinking and praying about our family and how to reconnect.
Right. Now, your mom and I talked about it, and the first thing we want to do is make sure we're all together for our dinners.
Don't we do that now?
Well, it's been hit or miss over the past few weeks. At the very least, we need that touch point.
All right.
Sure.
And we want to restore Sundays for our family.
What's that mean?
You remember in Genesis how God rested on the seventh day?
So we'll go to church and then nap for the rest of the day?
Well, naps could be part of it, Camilla. They certainly were for my father.
Rest doesn't always mean sleep. It can involve doing things that are restorative.
There was a time when Sundays were kept special by everybody. Businesses wouldn't open. People avoided doing their normal work out of respect for God.
We always felt that way about Sundays, but as you know, we've been lax about it lately and let work slip back in.
So does that mean we don't do anything? Not even homework?
Yes.
I love this idea! Yeah!
Though that means you'll have to finish it all before Sunday.
Oh, man. We'd like Sundays to be a family day where we make sure to have a meal and do things together.
You want us to spend Sundays together all day?
More or less.
Oh.
Is there a problem, Camilla?
I don't want to spend the whole day together if it's going to be tense.
Being together more could help get rid of our tension.
Camilla, sometimes tension is caused because we've been pulled in different directions and we lose sight of our relationship as a family. And then we wind up sharing this house like roommates. Then it's easy to get on one another's nerves.
We lose the context of love.
Are you saying we stopped loving each other?
We're saying that we can forget how to love each other and why we love each other.
It can happen in any relationship. Love is a choice we make every day of our lives.
So using Sundays to pull together as a family will help us.
And that should take care of the tension you're talking about. Does everyone understand?
I guess.
Matthew?
No work on Sundays. I'm all for it.
Olivia?
Sure, if you think it'll help.
All we can do is try.
Whatever we do should include ice cream.
Yes. Chocolate.
Well, we can see about that.
Okay. And with that overwhelmingly enthusiastic response, the Parker family will renew their efforts to reconnect. The meeting is now adjourned.
Finally.
I really need to buy a gavel.
In today's episode, the Parker family came up against a difficult conflict. Everyone's feelings were on the edge, but they worked through to a resolution. I think David Parker touched on an important idea when he said that sometimes we lose sight of our relationships. We forget how and why we love each other. And it's a good idea to make Sunday a special family day, to help everyone get closer to each other again. Maybe that's why God wanted Sunday to be a day of rest in the first place, so we can get closer to Him and those we love. It's hard to do that with the noise and rushing around we often do. And when families connect, they're capable of doing remarkable things. It's like Wooten's explanation of his new sleuth family Robinson, how the family members bring their gifts together to make one great detective. I can't wait to see more about that in the adventures ahead. Adventures in Odyssey is a presentation of Focus on the Family. The Ties That Bind was written and directed by Paul McCusker, with sound design by Christopher Deal, and music by John Campbell. Our executive producer is Dave Arnold. And I'm Chris, hoping you'll join us again next time for more Adventures in Odyssey.
We missed the last break, and I'll admit it. We were doing some music here. I was trying. Jeff
had his guitar, and it sounded great, didn't it? He sounded so good. Thank you for getting that out.
I've had a year or two to practice.
My daughter has met Connie Kendall. Did you know that?
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Katie Lee?
Very nice.
She has met her, yep.
I was a part of a Zoom workshop she did summer before last.
Really?
And Connie and Katie are pretty close personality-wise.
She's not doing much acting, huh?
Well, she's a good actor. But
I know
anyway.
someone named Connie and someone named Kendall.
So
does that help?
all
Does that
comes
count?
together, yeah.
Come together. And if you are a fan of Connie Kendall or Wooten Bassett or Pennywise or John Avery Whitaker or all those, season one, back to the name.
I'm a fan of Eugene Meltzner. That's how far back I go.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Kendall. I can't do the voice, but that's the... Anyway, if you're a fan of Adventures in Odyssey, one, we appreciate those of you who made the phones busy there at the first break and beginning of the show today. But if you didn't get the call, or you were thinking about and talking about calling and now you've decided, it would be a great time to give us a call, because Adventures in Odyssey, comments on the forums here, many people mention Adventures in Odyssey, and I think some people are in the third generation. They were listening, and then their kids listened, and now their grandkids are listening.
Yep.
Great way to let us know that you are blessed by the program and blessed by airing it daily, which a lot of stations don't do. They just air the weekend program. You could give us a call, 877-905-9274.
Yeah, and here's how you vote for Adventures in Odyssey. You get out your credit card to vote, okay? So we want to know the numbers on the credit card, or we want to know what your pledge is. You actually don't have to give the credit card over the phone. You can just call and say, I'm trusting the Lord to provide this for us, for our family, and I want to pledge, as somebody has just done from Mont Alto, Pennsylvania. So $100. Somebody in Chambersburg, $20. Somebody in Fairfield said $1 a day. Somebody in Williamsport said $100. Whatever you can do, you call and make that pledge right now. You're not only supporting Adventures in Odyssey, you're supporting the great Bible teaching you hear on this program, on this station. You're supporting the music you hear on this station. You're supporting a community partner. And this is one of the things I just keep coming back to, is one of the things I love about WCRH is that this is a station here in this community that understands what's going on in the community, that cares about local churches, about pastors, about ministries. This is a hometown station, and that means a lot. And you help make this hometown station grow and thrive when you call 877-905-9274. We're in the last 4.5 hours of Sharathon. I'm starting to feel it in my voice. And we need you to call this afternoon at 877-905-9274.
We have 4 lines available. We have operators that came in. I think the shift was the new shift at 4, I think. I don't know. I think there was new operators.
I was busy playing guitar. I don't know.
I think that applies to that's just a blanket statement.
Yeah.
We have new operators, and they would love to be kept busy talking to you. They're blessed when you call and bless both your operator and you bless the station. But the blessing does not stop there. That's the beginning of it. The blessing is to all the listeners who you've blessed by making Adventures in Odyssey and Family Life Today and so many other things and music during the day possible. It just keeps going. The blessing doesn't end. It begins with your phone call. But the blessing does not end there. It just begins there. 1-877-905-9274, the number to call.
And we'll be taking a break for some weather and let you know what's coming in the next few days in the 4-state area. So we'll take that break. But we're still in Sharathon. You can call as you listen to the weather. You can call anytime. Right now would be a good time for 3 of you to go to the phone and call 877-905-9274. 877-905-9274 to do your part in Sharathon.
With 3 lines open, the amber lines are the ones we're waiting to light up, so we're asking you to call. I can get out the list of names and start calling you out by name again. I did that earlier. I'm happy to do that again, but rather than calling you out by name, why don't you just call us by name and call 877-905-9274 and say, I want to help. I want to pitch in. If you're a first-time partner, there's an additional $50 to whatever you give that's going to be kicked in, as has been the case for 113 people so far. If you are calling to make a contribution for like $1 a day, or a day sponsor or a half-day sponsor, we're happy to receive those. So far, we've had about a third of the year covered, so there's a good chance, there's a better than 50-50 chance the day you're looking for is still available. Call us and support the ministry of WCRH in the final hours of Sharathon. 877-905-9274 with 2 lines open right now.
Going to update you on the weather, and if you appreciate that, being aware of local, as we've mentioned before, local weather. This isn't the weather forecast for California or Texas or something. We're here in this area. We're giving the forecast for the 4-state region, and if you appreciate that, give us a call too. We'll be right back to Sharathon.
WCRH brings you the exclusive 4-state weather summary. An underwriting grant enabling WCRH to bring you this edition is provided by Stay Home Senior Services. Since 2008, providing in-home care focused on meeting the needs of an individual's activities of daily life with a stay-home care plan up to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Stay Home also offers residential cleaning services. The phone number is 301-739-2273 and found online at stayhomeseniorservices.com.
We have a cold front moving through during tonight and tomorrow as well, giving us some scattered showers and thunderstorms on Saturday as temperatures begin to cool off and then it will really cool off here Saturday night and beyond, with the temperatures by early Sunday morning in the 40s, and we're talking about some cool and dry weather to stay with us right through Sunday and early next week. So here's a WCRH 4-day forecast for tonight. It'll become partly cloudy at times, low temperature by morning, low to mid-60s. For Saturday, clouds and occasional sun. Breezy, not quite as warm, say low 70s with a chance of scattered showers and thunderstorms. Then it'll be clearing, breezy and cooler on Saturday night. Overnight low temperature then about 45 to 50. What about the end of the weekend? It's going to be cool and dry on Sunday, mostly sunny skies and breezy, high temperature reaching the low 60s. Beyond that, on Monday we stay mostly sunny, high temperature back up into the probably mid-60s by Monday afternoon. And on Tuesday, we do warm up a bit. Mostly sunny skies will continue as well. High temperature Tuesday, right around 70. And it could be even warmer than that as we go into the middle of next week. This is staff meteorologist Gary Best for WCRH-FM and WCRH HD Williamsport.
Lives are impacted every day thanks to your support. When you give, you're making a difference for eternity. Call now with your support. 877-905-9274 or give at WCRH.org. This is Sharathon.
Sharathon continues here on the Compass. It's day number 3. If you missed the other days, or if you've been joining us the whole time, we thank you that you've put up with our silliness. Sometimes each successive hour and day of Sharathon gets a little looser and a little sillier. That's because we spend a lot more time on the mic than we usually do, and we usually do it individually. Dave is in here by himself. He's talking to you. I'm here in the afternoon talking to you. Jeff's on in the evening. But the reality of it, the other Jeff. The reality of it, we're in the studio by ourselves. So it's a little, we get a little freer as we have company together, and we do this job together. And that's kind of the theme, isn't it? Doing this job together, because we cannot do it without you. This past year of broadcasting during these crazy times has been made possible by those who gave last year during Sharathon and those extra gifts that were given out throughout the year. So will you make the next year, no matter what comes, because we don't know what's around the corner, we don't know how it's going to turn out. God does. We serve a God who knows. But he makes those divine appointments where a message, where a song will speak to somebody exactly when they need it, and you make that possible by partnering with us.
Last hour, we had 33 of our friends, neighbors from around here who called in and said, I want to be a part of Sharathon. This hour, as we played Odyssey, everybody quit, went listening to Odyssey. We've only heard from 8 of you, so 33 last hour. We're at 8 this hour. Here's what that means. Now's the time to jam up these phone lines, okay? Now's the time to call 877-905-9274 so that next week Odyssey is on, and the week after that Odyssey is on, and so that the music you depend on is here, and so that the programs you listen to. I did my online gift earlier today, and I did it in honor of Dave Wilson from Family Life Today. Today's his birthday, so happy birthday, Dave. I have given a birthday gift to WCRH in your honor. And so if you know somebody having a birthday today or this week, call and give in their honor like I did for Dave Wilson from Family Life Today. And if you want to text Dave and say happy birthday, just call me and I'll give you his text number and you can do that, okay? Of course, you'd have to have my number to be able to call me. 877-905-9274. Somebody, we posted a picture. You saw the picture on Facebook yesterday? There's a picture of Wayne and me, some of us who are up here. And let me see if I can pull this up, because a listener said, I'm listening to you the whole time, Bob, and I'm going to pull up her name so I can say hi to her, see if she's still listening today. So anyway, you guys can talk amongst yourself while I pull up Facebook. Okay?
The number to call is 1-877-905-9274. Mentioning Facebook, there's posts there. There's a few pictures. We haven't got a lot of pictures. We've been in here on the air. And in its place, we have the live streaming on YouTube, which you can just search for WCRH or WCRH Radio.
Don't do it while
YouTube.
You're driving, though.
No, don't do it while you're driving. No. And don't do it on the screen of your car. But also, there's a frame there. Now, the hours are waning, but there's a wane.
I got that waning. That's very nice.
The hours are waning, but you can make that a temporary profile picture frame. That's one way you could let people know about the Sharathon. It has the number there. Share any of our posts. It will help spread the word. And the other way, if you've got a message group in Facebook Messenger or your text messages or whatever, why don't you text some of those family members and friends, message them and say, hey, have you called yet? You listen to WCRH, right? Have you given yet? And if they haven't, I'm not saying give them a hard time, but encourage them. Dave's nodding yes. Give them a hard time.
Encourage them.
That's right. Call them and just say, I was having this thought that maybe you ought to give some money to WCRH. 877-905-9274. You ought to call them. I really think you should do that. And let me see if I can make you an offer to get you to do that. All right? What do you think about that?
Sounds good to me.
All right.
The one thing he's missing, I think Marlon put cotton balls in his cheeks to do that.
You got to keep scratching your chin when you do it too. But on the radio, you don't have to scratch your chin because nobody can see whether you're scratching your chin.
Well, they can today if they're watching.
877-905-9274. And those of you who recognize that movie reference, you should start going to church more often than you're currently going. All right. 2 lines open at 877-905-9274.
We're looking for some enthusiastic givers here as we head towards the final hours of Sharathon. And, enthusiasm is kind of catchy. So if our most enthusiastic listeners and givers would call right now during Sharathon, then your enthusiasm will stir others into action. 877-905-9274. 877-905-9274. Give us a call. Let us know that you are some of our most enthusiastic supporters.
So the Bible says God loves a
cheerful giver.
Right. And then here's the question. Does that mean that God does not love uncheerful givers? Jave is saying yes. That's correct eisegesis, Bob. You've correctly pulled something out of Scripture wrongly. Yes, I'm good at that. No, God so loves the world. That's what we know. God loves us. Our response back to God should be our love for Him, and we manifest that love by wanting to advance His work and advance His kingdom. Your church is the primary way that you ought to be doing that. But if you can do that through WCRH, you're just saying, Lord, I love you. I want to see your kingdom come and your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Somebody from Newmarket, Maryland just called in with a $100 gift. Thank you for that. We have a half-day sponsor from Martinsburg. Thank you for that. $50 from Fayetteville. Thank you for that. 3 lines open right now. Please give us a call at 877-905-9274.
Normally during this time of day, commuting home from work or whatever your activities may be, you're used to music. If you appreciate the music this time of day, in the morning, throughout the day, let us know that as well. As we hear a Compass classic from Chris Tomlin, we can now say, right, every time I say classic related to Tomlin, it's like, oh, wait, what? Yeah, it is. It is. Chris Tomlin with Holy is the Lord as you call 1-877-905-9274.
13 new partners. Each of those new partners, $50 added to whatever you do. Thank you for that. We've had 1,130 total contributors, and folks, here we are. We're not at the finish line, but we're in the final 4.5 hours of Sharathon. We need to hear from you, and we've got 4 lines open right now. So will you call 877-905-9274?
Finish line's over around 2 curves up a hill and down the straight stretch to the end.
That's how you get to the finish line. Yeah.
So
And we
got
can
the hills to go.
We can see it from here, but we need your help give us a tank of gas to get to the finish line.
Sure.
877-905-9274. Let me get it right. 877-905-9274.
That close to the finish line.
And light up the green light, light up the amber lights, and there's the green light lit up. Thank you for that. We need 3 more lines lit up so that we can make our way all the way to the finish line here in the final day of Sharathon.
Taking things in small bites sometimes helps, doesn't it?
Yep.
So we are just a little over $13,000 away from being under $100,000 needed to finish Sharathon for the goal. So if you like to think of things in small, manageable bites, then maybe that's the next small, manageable bite we need to shoot for.
You can get us there. We're at 79%. Your gift can help push us to 80%. Let me say hello to it's Mooney Boylan, who came online and said a great photo of us on Facebook, and then she said, I'm listening daily, Mr. Lapine. So I just wanted to say thank you for listening.
Claude, could it be a great photo if we weren't in it?
Well, you tell me. What do you think? That's a good photo.
It's lacking something.
So something's missing. That's right. Good point. Good point. 877-905-9274.
Well, the YouTube stream, someone had commented that they wanted to hear Jeff Ward's guitar sometime, so maybe we have that coming up yet sometime after the break.
We'll see.
All right. 1-877.
Don't put any pressure on me now.
Okay, well, no pressure. 1-877. You'll break a string. 1-877-905-9274. There's 1 line available at the moment. If you get a busy signal, just redial, and you'll be right back. It doesn't take long at all. A reminder to make your faith promise. But we certainly welcome you to share a testimony and let us know.
Sure.
It'll encourage us. It'll encourage other listeners what's blessed you with WCRH The Compass, especially in the past year. We're at 79% of our goal. We're going to be going to news here shortly. During that time, you're welcome to call. We have 4 lines in use right now.
Thank you.
So, again, just take a minute and try again. And our phone volunteers, our operators are here to hear from you. So let's make that possible throughout the evening. 1-877-905-9274. I think we're going to do a little musical chairs again. You never know who might be in the seats and behind the mics during Sharathon. So we'll find out who's on at the top of the hour. 1-877-905-9274 is the number to call. We've heard from 113 first-time donors. Those 13, we have that new challenge that's going to add $50 to those 13. Will he add to that and give us more matches with those first-time donors? 1-877-905-9274 or give online at WCRH.org. Be a part of Sharathon here at WCRH The Compass.
With SRN News, I'm Keith Peters in Washington. A British politician who was stabbed during a meeting with his constituents has died.
British Conservative lawmaker David Amess died after being stabbed at Belfairs Methodist Church in a residential area of Leigh-on-Sea, a seaside town east of London. Police confirmed that a man was arrested and a knife was recovered. Police announced that they are not looking for anyone else in connection with the incident and do not believe there is an ongoing threat to the wider public. Aerial footage showed several ambulances and an air ambulance was waiting nearby to the church. Karen Chamas, London.
President Biden is facing criticism from some Democrats in Congress over his amicable interactions with moderates Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. Bob Agnew reports.
The president continues to court support from Democrat outliers Manchin and Sinema for his massive Build Back Better bill. Using the reconciliation process, Democrats won't need any Republican votes, but will need to muster all 50 votes from their own caucus. Both Sinema and Manchin are urging their party to reconsider the size and scope of the bill. Opposition that's put them in the crosshairs of many party colleagues, some even taking aim at the president. A President Biden Democrat strategist, Steve Jarding, says, quote, "You're the president of the United States. You've got all the leverage in the world." Bob Agnew reporting.
The gunman who killed 14 students and 3 staff members at a Parkland, Florida high school will plead guilty to their murders, his attorneys said Friday, bringing some closure to a South Florida community more than 3 years after the attack. The guilty plea would set up a penalty phase where Nicholas Cruz, 23, would be fighting against the death penalty and hoping for life without parole. Cruz will plead guilty Wednesday to 17 counts of first-degree murder in the February 2018 shootings. On Wall Street, the Dow up by
Staff meteorologist Gary Best for WCRH-FM and WCRH-HD, Williamsport.
This is listener-supported WCRH-FM and WCRH-HD, Williamsport at 90.5, with translators W216CM Frederick at 91.1, W278BL Cumberland at 103.5, W273BP Newville, Pennsylvania at 102.5, and worldwide at WCRH.org.
The music and ministry is made possible by listener support. To help this station continue to share the good news about Jesus, give now at WCRH.org or toll free 877-905-9274.
877-905-9274. This is Claude doing my best Dave impersonation. I sound just like him, don't I?
Close.
Kinda, yeah.
You need to work on it.
Woke Bob up over there. 877-905-9274. Yes, it's me. It's Dave at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening, which is when I'm just wide awake. You know, this is the time when I'm just wide awake. Actually, 5 a.m. is, but It's good to be with you guys. Bob, Jeff, how you guys doing?
You know, we're just amazed that you are in your right mind and able to string a sentence together.
Well, that remains to be seen.
Yeah,
that's a
in
good
your
point.
right mind. I don't think that's ever the case. But stringing a sentence together, it just becomes, have you been in radio for a while? It's just you kind of go into autopilot mode. You know that.
Sentence stringing, yes.
Yeah. So what's going on? Bring me up to speed here. What's happening?
Well, we're in Sharathon.
Oh, that's right.
It's
okay.
day number 3.
Well, let me get my pen. Hang on.
The Hagerstown
last 4 hours.
Yeah,
of Sharathon.
that's hard to believe, but yeah.
Hagerstown Tigers are playing Northeastern tonight. It's an away game, and the Tigers are 1-6. So it doesn't look like a good night for the Tigers. They're having a rough season. Is that what you were wondering about?
877-905-9274. I was wondering about that.
Are we going to get a thunderstorm tonight?
I'm thinking. I know by tomorrow the weather's supposed to turn kind of bad.
Yeah,
for sure around here. But
so we just hope that the thunderstorm doesn't knock us off the air, but we also hope that you keep us on the air, because that's what Sharathon is all about.
Yeah.
Making family life today, making Truth for Life, making Adventures in Odyssey and Haven Today, and all that you hear on the Compass, making it available 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. You make that happen when you fill up one of these 4 open phone lines by calling 877-905-9274. If you've got a shout out you want to give to somebody when you call in tonight, you can do that. If you want to say thanks to anybody particular at the station, you can do that. We're in the final hours, and we're asking everybody who's listening, if you've not called during Sharathon, call now. If you have called, maybe call again and add a little bit more. We've had some people do that today. If you're a new listener or a regular listener who has never given, we really want you to call, because every gift we receive from you, $50 gets added to your gift out of a matching gift fund, and so we want to take advantage of that. We've heard from 113 new partners. If you are one of those longtime listeners, first-time callers, call today at 877-905-9274 and make your pledge, knowing that whatever amount you give, $50 is going to be added to that. Thank you for lighting up the green line there. Now let's get the 3 amber lights lit up as well.
There we go. 877-905-9274. 877-905-9274. If you find that you can't get to the phone right now, but you can get online, you can give at WCRH.org.
877-905-9274. And again, as Jeff said, online, WCRH.org. Got some music lined up. Jason Gray's latest, I guess. This is the latest one we've got from Jason Gray. Great song called Bring It All. And we need to hear from you on this Friday, final day of Sharathon. And we are almost down to the wire. It's close to the wire. And we've just really appreciated hearing from you. It's been such an encouragement to us. But we need to keep it going. 3 lines open, 877-905-9274.
All of your insecurities, every bend
WCRH. That's 877-905-WCRH. Or give online at WCRH.org.
877-905-9274. Now, Bob, you're going to have to get on camera for this. I hope you know that because we can't see you. But 877-905-9274 was just handed this. That we have some votes that we need Jeff Ward to play on air. What they didn't know was I get to pick the song, and since the next song is Toby Mac, Love Broke Through, that's what you're going to play, and go. He's gonna.
I'm sorry, I don't do it.
Yeah, he's going to come over the thing. But no, and seriously, guys, we've got a couple of good guitarists here with Bob and with Jeff.
We've got an old hacker with the Pro here.
With the Pro. So,
Jeff's got his 12-string Ovation that was good for playing Green Green or Turn 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 by the Byrds back in the day.
They knew how to do it.
Right.
So I will give the phone number one more time and turn it over to you guys. 877-905-9274.
Okay, I guess that's us, huh?
That's you.
Oh.
Bob, you're not going to get on camera, huh?
No need to be nervous, huh?
You can just see the bald spot. That's
you
good.
You can't even see that right now.
We'll do what we were doing offline. Yeah. Now, if I can remember it.
How about that, huh? That's pretty nice.
There you go. I like it, man.
That's pretty good. So
I think we're going to use that instead of this, underground,
Hey,
this
I can
bed
also
music
do-
I've been using.
If you'd like that instead.
Just when you thought he couldn't get any better. All right. That was great.
So which coffee shop are you playing at tonight?
Oh, I don't know. Whoever supplies the best coffee.
I was trying to think of a good stage name for him, but I can't. Yeah, he goes by the name, but anyway. That was great. Thank you, guys.
Well,
that was beautiful.
It's always fun to have the guitars. So I don't know if you know the story of the guitars and how these came into being during Sharathon.
Oh, I thought you meant like
I'll
how
play
the
some
guitars
background
were
music
invented.
for you while you talk.
Oh, yeah, there you
Go ahead.
So here's what happened back in the day was I was here for a Sharathon and I thought we need jingles for the phone number. And so I just grabbed a guitar and I just came up with different genres of music, right? So I had the big ballad. Let's see, we had 877 905 9274 877 905 9274. And then we thank you. We went from big ballads to we did bluegrass to we did we got
Rap?
into
Did you rap?
We got into Johnny Cash versions of it, you know. No, that's too high for me. Anyway, we'll skip all of that. Yeah, hello.
My name's Bob Lepine.
But the whole point of the songs and the fun we were having and getting the guitars out was to try to burn that phone number into people's minds.
It works.
So that they would then call that phone number so that we would go from $437,000 raised to $550,000 raised. We're at 80% of our goal so far. We've heard from 15 people last hour. So far this hour, we're still waiting for our first reports in. There's our first gift from Berryville. Thank you for that $25. Greencastle, $50. Ridgely, West Virginia, thank you for $20 a month. We're We're grateful for that. We have 2 lines still open this afternoon, and we're trying to fill them all up on this last day, these last hours of Sharathon. If we've got to play music by request, we're happy to do that. If you want me to write a song on, if you need a birthday song for your son who's going to turn 11, I'm happy to come up with a little birthday ballad. Jeff, we'll do whatever.
Whatever it takes.
We're in those final hours, and it's like whatever it takes, we will go for it. So the guitars are out.
Works for me.
We're on YouTube. The lines, 3 lines lit up. We're trying to get to a 4th line. If you'd like to see these guitars shut down and some real music played, fill up to the 4th line, and we'll go to real music.
Now I have a 12-string, and I can do what I used to do with my roommate. If phone calls start to fall off,
yes,
I would detune every other string. And then play it
That's
loudly.
Painful. That's painful.
And
I'll turn the mic off.
Did that for your roommate, huh?
I did that. He was a music major,
I bet
so he
moved out.
really appreciated
I bet he moved out not long.
Yeah,
not
he
long
really
after.
appreciated that.
One line still open at 877-905-9274. If you have a request, if there's a jingle we can come up with, if you'd like a particular version of the phone number song, we can come up with it. I mean, we're here at your service for the next several hours.
And then as a finale at the end of Sharathon, you smash the guitars and knock over the speaker. Oh, sorry, Jeff.
No, we do not smash any guitar.
I'm just coming up with ideas. It's just off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Knock
you
the
bring
monitor.
yours in. We'll smash a guitar then.
Knock the speakers over.
877-905-9274 with 1 line still open. In these final hours of Sharathon, we really do want to hear from every possible listener. Those of you who have been listening, there it is, the 4th line. Thank you for
so
calling
much.
in.
I'll stop playing now.
Everybody who's listening, do what you can do. Make it a $10 gift. Make it a $20 gift. Whatever you can do. For some of you, to do a $100 gift is easy. For some of you, that would be a huge sacrifice. Wherever you are, if you'll call and do whatever you can do at 877-905-9274, still 1 line open, and you can call and get right through. These final hours of Sharathon are so critical. We want to hear from you.
877-905-9274, the number to call. We would love to see that amount still needed drop under 100,000.
Absolutely.
And we're only 12,000 away from doing that, so
help us get there.
Maybe this next call will do it.
Help us get there. Lines are full, so let's go to Toby Mack, okay?
prayer line. Been calling in prayer requests for about 12 years now and have seen so many people come to Christ, including members of my own family, and saw a lot of people with habits that were broken because of people praying. So I just wanted to praise the Lord for that and say I really love WCRH and appreciate it.
And we definitely appreciate hearing that for sure. That encourages us. 877-905-9274.
I've heard that number before.
Yeah, I was thinking I was singing in my sleep last night, but that's okay. 877-905-9274. Online at WCRH.org. It's Dave, Jeff Ward, Bob Lepine, all in studio, and who knows who else is going to come through here on a Friday night.
You never know.
Yeah, just never know.
And I think it was your guitar, because we had all 4 lines lit up here for just a few minutes. And
because I slightly detuned one of the strings.
Yeah.
Now we've got 3 lines open, so it may be that we need to have you tune back up and get these lines going again. Yeah. 877. Here's what happened. While you were playing, we had a listener from Martinsburg who called in and said, I'm going to do a $25 gift. Because they're a first-time partner, that's now a $75 gift.
Right.
Thank you for that. We had a listener from Waynesboro with a $200 gift. Hagerstown, $400. Another $25 from Hagerstown. $1 a day from Chambersburg. So thank you to these listeners who filled up the phone lines and made this happen for us.
The listener from Chambersburg, in the comments, enjoyed the guitar playing. It motivated me to call.
Well,
especially enjoy the Sunday morning program. So there you go, guys. Your fan club.
All right. We might need to do another hymn arrangement here in just a minute and dig it out and see what we can do. A listener from Westminster called in with a $50 gift. Thank you for that. 3 lines open right now at 877-905-9274. I don't know what Friday nights are like in this part of the country. I do know, what's the donut place that opens up in the middle of the night down here? What's it called? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. In the alley.
Is it Crumpy's?
Something like that.
Crumpy's Donuts, yeah. So the last time I was here for Sharathon, we wrapped up and I went to Crumpy's and stood in line for 45 minutes for a donut because I figured I got to do what the locals do.
That's right. Yeah. There you go.
But I like to stand in alleys for donuts.
I don't know if high school football's a big thing. I don't know what your plans are.
It's everywhere. High school football is a thing in this country.
Right. So I don't know what you're planning for tonight. I don't know what you and your family have got going on.
Well, how about before you go to whatever it is you have planned to call into Sharathon?
Yes.
That is the priority before you go do what you're going to do.
That's what we're asking you to do, because we know you may have things going on tonight. You're going to get busy. We're going to be here until 9 o'clock, but we know you may be distracted with other things going on. That's fine. As long as you will hop on the phone right now, call 877-905-9274. We are 80% of the way to our goal of $550,000. That's the goal, to help operate this station for a year. That pays the electric bill, that pays the rent, that pays for the technical resources that we need, that pays for staff and personnel to be here. Right. You're helping to make all of this happen, and I can tell you, this is a budget that gets poured over with a fine-tooth comb. There is very little, there is no waste here, all right? Yep. This money gets well invested and it's well taken care of. Your money is going to advance the work of the kingdom. But first we need to hear from you, and we've got 4 lines open right now, 877-905-9274. If you have a request, maybe that's somebody calling with a request for Jeff on his guitar. I'm sure he can knock off whatever it is you're looking for. 877-905-9274. We'll see what we can come up with here. Yeah. We would love to hear from you with 3 lines open right now.
877-905-9274. Going to go to some music from Jeremy Camp. We got 3 lines open, like Bob said. Got to keep those going. And I have to stay up till 9 o'clock. Wait a minute. No one told me about that. I got to stay up till 9?
Yes, 9 o'clock.
Oh, for crying out loud.
It's Friday.
It's okay.
It's a Friday.
Yeah, I live a little. I'll stay up till 9. That's how exciting my life is now. Dave stayed up till 9.
And you can sleep till 7 tomorrow, okay? So
I don't think I'll be able. I'll be awake at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Doesn't matter what time. 877-905-9274. It's Sharathon on the Compass.
Hope is here, shout the news to everyone. It's a new day, peace has come. Jesus Jesus saves. Mercy triumphs at the cross. Love has come to rescue us. Jesus saves. Hope is here. What a joyful noise we'll make as we join with heaven's song to let all the world know that Jesus saves. Raise a shout to let all the world know that Jesus saves. Free at last, every debt has been repaid. Broken hearts can be remade. Jesus saves. Sing above the storms of life. Sing it through the darkest nights.
Was interesting that came out kind of the weekend that the world shut down, and
Yeah.
so I don't know how many people were planning to see it and never really got around to seeing it. You should find it streaming somewhere and watch it.
Sure.
Really is a great movie and a great story, and a great song from Jeremy Camp, and we love playing Jeremy Camp songs. We love playing. We love playing a wide variety of music, but all of it focused on the same thing, on Jesus and the gospel,
Absolutely.
what the Bible has to teach. We had somebody who called in and made a pledge here on WCRH, and they said it's Jeff's guitar playing that moved them to do it. So we're going to have another virtuoso performance from Jeff in just a minute. But you know what? We just got some exciting news.
Yes.
And that is that in the next 30 minutes, you have an opportunity for whatever gift you give to be matched dollar for dollar. We've had a friend of the ministry step forward and say, I've got $1,500 I will give to match whatever comes in between now and 6 o'clock.
Dollar for dollar.
So we need to hear from you. Lines are open right now at 877-905-9274. You call in with a $100 pledge, we get an extra $100 added to that. You call in with a $1,000 pledge, we get an extra $1,000 added to that. We've got $1,500 in matching gift funds. Whatever you do, it's going to be matched dollar for dollar. If you are a new partner with us, in addition to that dollar for dollar match, there'll be $50 added because you're a new partner. So is there a better time to call? No. right, we're in the final 4 hours of share. We've got the matching funds available. Now is the right, and 3 lines are open, so it's the perfect time to call 877-905-9274, and if you'll call, Jeff will accompany us. We were just talking about like who are the guys who have influenced you, who you picked up on, and Michael Card's one of those guys.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And do you remember the first time you heard him or saw him, or
yes,
what do you remember?
One of the first songs I heard him do was The Nazarene, which I loved, and I was able to pick it out. I remember the first time I saw him was on a video, and I was trying to do what he did.
Right.
And I couldn't figure those chords. You're not. Well, he's left-handed.
That's right.
And he plays a right-handed guitar, which he turns upside down and plays backwards.
Yes, yes.
And so it kind of blew my mind.
Left you a little confused there for a while.
So
Mike. Written by Michael Card, recorded by Amy Grant, and one of those songs that is rich in theological truth and is a beautiful melody and great song and a great interpretation of it. Thank you, Jeff, for playing that for us, and thank you for filling up the phone banks with your calls at 877-905-9274. We are in the middle of a dollar-for-dollar matching grant, $1,500 of money available for that in the next 30 minutes. If you call, your donation is going to be matched dollar for dollar, whatever that donation is. If you're a first-time partner, like the person from Newburgh, Pennsylvania, who just called in and said, I'm going to do $325, that's going to be matched. Plus, there's going to be a $50 addition to that. So thank you for that. You can call and take advantage of the dollar-for-dollar match.
$700.
That's right. Take advantage of the matching gift opportunity. And again, if you're a first-time partner, $50 added to whatever you do. Let's keep these phones lit up. Keep calling or go online at WCRH.org, and we look forward to hearing from you.
877-905-9274, the number to call. And while you're dialing, let's listen to Michael Card and Sarah Groves sing El Shaddai. How's that sound?
Oh,
everybody?
nice.
Does that work for you?
They'll do it better.
877-905-9274. Give online at WCRH.org.
El Shaddai, son of Abraham, and by the power of your hand, turn the sea into dry land, and to the outcast on her knees, you were the God who really sees, and by your might, you set your children free. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Elyon Adonai. Age to age, you're still the same. By the power of the name, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Elyon Adonai. We will praise and lift you high, El Shaddai. Through the years you made it clear that the time of Christ was near. Though your people could not see what Messiah ought to be, and though your word contained the plan, they just could not understand. Your most awesome work was done through the frailty of your Son, El Shaddai.
During Sharathon. If you appreciate a station that plays great music and solid biblical teaching, let them know by giving a gift during Sharathon. Call 877-905-WCRH. That's 877-905-WCRH. Or give online at WCRH.org.
Hey, sorry I was distracted.
Your family's here. Your girls are here with your wife.
The fam is here.
Oh,
yeah.
That's great. Hello, girls. Hello, wife.
Huh?
You have to behave now.
I know.
And we want to say thank you. So while we were playing El Shaddai, while Michael Card and Sarah Groves were singing El Shaddai,
They did it much better.
you guys called 877-905-9274, and we took care of that $1,500 matching gift. It's been met. Thank you. And we heard from 2 new first-time partners. We're now at 116 first-time partners. That adds an additional 50 plus 50, an additional $100 to what we just raised.
Right.
We're at 81% of our goal with the final 3.5 hours to go here at Sharathon. We need to hear from you. So call 877-905-9274. 2 lines open right now. Help us get to the finish line tonight. Thank you for that call right there. 877-905-9274. If you appreciate the music, the ministry, the staff, the station, the people here, your neighbors who make this radio station possible, keep it on the air and serve you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week through this station. Thank you for making that possible. Thank you for calling right now at 877-905-9274 with 1 line open.
Well, we thank you so much for all that you've done for supporting the Compass. You know, we were talking earlier about it would be wonderful to be below that $100,000 needed.
Yeah. Yep.
And we're only $3,569 away from that.
That's great.
So we have, 20 minutes here before the top of the hour?
I thought you meant in Sharathon. I was like, man, did I black out again or something? No, 20
minutes less of the hour, and I think maybe a shift change will happen then.
Well,
but,
I hope
we
so.
would love to be able to hand it over below that 100,000 needed.
We really would, and we've heard from 18 people this hour. One line is still open at 877-905-9274. We have raised a little over $9,000 in this hour. Thank you so much for your generosity in that. Again, we've got a long way to go to get to our goal of $550,000, but we also know we've got a great God, and He provides as He sees fit. He just provides through people like you. So if you'll ask Him, Lord, should I be a part of the supply chain here? You know, we're hearing a lot about supply chains these days, and so if your boat is docked offshore and you're waiting to get in, one of the harbor lines is open right now. You can call 877-905-9274, dock your boat and unload your cargo and help.
Harbor Master is waiting to lead you right in.
Somebody help Bob with this analogy, please.
The metaphor has gone off. I was going to say it's gone off the rails, but if it's a shipping,
to come in and take the boxes off on
it's gone out to sea is what it's done. 877-905-9274. You've been up too long today, Dave.
Don't sink your last chance. Call now.
Oh, we could go on forever, but let's not. Let's hear from Chris McClarney, and let's hear from you. 877-905-9274. Your ship will come in. There you go.
about 2% of gross domestic product for the fourth decade in
Religious
a row.
organizations account for only 38% of all contributions.
22% of Americans do not give at all.
Tired of hearing bad news? Christian busters have proven to be generous volunteers, while Christian boomers have demonstrated a giving heart to ministries like ours. Call 90.5 The Compass right now at 877-905-WCRH. Your generosity is not overlooked among the statistics.
It is not. 877-905-9274. Dave, Bob, Jeff Ward, and my other brother, Jeff. He's around here somewhere. But in the studio, and I always look forward to Sharathon, but there's something about the last day, Friday night of Sharathon. It's just, that's when it's it gets interesting.
21.
Interesting is a good word.
21 listeners have called in this hour with $11,000 in contributions. Thank you. 3 lines open right now. We had a listener who called in, and they became a day sponsor and said, we're doing this in memory of our parents' 71st anniversary. 71. That's an amazing. So congratulations on that.
Wow.
And here's somebody who said, I want to do a half-day sponsorship. I love Dave. I have a similar quirky personality.
Quirky. Hey.
Quirky. So there you go. You're quirky.
Quirky is the nice way to put it. Yeah.
Now here's one.
I take that as a compliment. Actually.
Here's one from a listener in Greencastle, Pennsylvania. It's a half-day sponsor. See if he's listening.
Yes.
Says they want Claude to sing at the guitar ensemble.
We'll see if we can get him in here to do that.
I don't think he's listening. He's ignoring it.
We want to open the phone lines now at 877-905-9274, and we want to go back to some pre-recorded music while you call in this afternoon at 877-905-9274.
my mind. It really does.
Anybody who's a mom or a dad, you know that there are times when you want your kids to start acting differently, but you still love your kids.
Absolutely.
You can't help but love your kids.
And if we're capable of that,
That's
as
right.
messed up as we are, I mean, come on,
Well, we are about $1,100 away from breaking through to $450,000. That would leave us $100,000 away from our goal.
Right.
And we've got 3 hours still to go. We need 3 big hours, and we need to end this hour strong.
Right.
We've heard from 22 people this hour. We've heard from a number of first-time partners. We're up to 120 first-time partners. $50 added every time a first-time partner is added in. So thank you for that. And we've got 2 lines open. So as we wrap up the 5 o'clock hour, as we head into the home stretch of Share, we want you to go to the phones and call 877-905-9274 and help get us across the finish line in these last hours of Share.
2 lines available for you to call and be a part of this 5 o'clock hour, the last day of Sharathon. 877-905-9274. You may not be able to get to the phone right now, but maybe you could get online at WCRH.org. That would do just as well. So we would appreciate hearing from you. Let's wrap up this hour strong by keeping the phone lines busy, the operators busy. They come in. I love the attitude of the phone
volunteers,
operators,
yeah.
volunteers, especially on the Friday evening, because they want to be here when things get exciting.
They want to talk to you. They want your phone calls. They want to hear how God is using WCRH in your life. They want you to go to the phones and call them at 877-905-9274. It's encouraging them to hear the stories of how God uses this station. Most of these volunteers are also people who are supporting the ministry of WCRH financially. And so for you to join with them and say, I wanted to do my part as well, that's just a great encouragement to them. 1 line still open, 1 person waiting for your call at 877-905-9274.
Of course, give online at WCRH.org. While you're online, don't forget the YouTube video stream is up and running. It's real easy to find us. Just stop by YouTube, search for WCRH, and follow along there. I believe it's now open for comments, if you want to leave comments, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We'd appreciate that, and just let us know that you're listening. And again, so thankful for you and everything that you do to keep us going. 877-905-9274. It's time for news on the Compass.
With SRN News, I'm Keith Peters. The Biden administration has announced that they will appeal a lower court ruling letting a Texas pro-life law take effect all the way to the Supreme Court. Texas Right to Life Legislative Director John Seago says no court has addressed whether the Texas law is constitutional just yet.
The question of constitutionality is not going to be avoided. And I think that's one of the things that our critics are saying, is that, this is avoiding judicial scrutiny.
Seago says they expect the case to go to the Supreme Court. The law bans abortion once cardiac activity is detected, which is usually around 6 weeks. Attorneys say the Parkland school shooter plans to plead guilty next Wednesday.
Attorneys for Nicholas Cruz, the gunman who killed 14 students and 3 staff members at a Parkland, Florida high school, say he will plead guilty to their murders. Circuit Court Judge Elizabeth Shara wanted to make sure Cruz understood what would be next.
I need to advise you that the state is going to be using this conviction in this case as evidence of an aggravating factor for purposes of arguing in favor of the death penalty. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do. The 23-year-old will be hoping for life without parole during the penalty phase. The judge hopes that trial begins in January. I'm Shelley Adler.
Police departments that are requiring officers to be vaccinated against COVID-19 are running up against pockets of resistance across the U.S. Police unions and officers are pushing back by filing lawsuits to block the mandates. In Chicago, the city's mayor is going to court against the leader of the police union after he called on officers to ignore an order to report their vaccination status by Friday. On Wall Street, the Dow up by 382 points, the Nasdaq rose 73, the S&P 500 advanced 33. This is SRN News. Have you been watching church online?
A new study released by Lifeway Research finds that 45% of adults in this country opted to view a worship service via the internet at some point during the worst of the pandemic. Of that group, 15% were not regular churchgoers, suggesting that putting local services online may be attracting more people. Lifeway spokesman Scott McConnell says, quote, a form of communication that was not even used by most churches before the pandemic has now reached almost half of Americans. Michael Harrington, SRN News.
Jurors in Arizona have convicted an Air Force airman of first-degree murder in the death of a Mennonite woman who was living in New Mexico. The jury reached its verdict after deliberating for about 5 hours. Mark Gooch was also found guilty of kidnapping Sasha Krause in January 2020 at a church near Farmington, where she was gathering material for Sunday school. Her body was found more than a month later. This is SRN News. Here's the SRN News Business Brief.
Retail sales kept growing in September.
Prices have been rising, global supply chains have been snarled, slowing the flow of available goods, but American consumers continued spending at a solid clip last month. The Commerce Department says retail sales rose a seasonally adjusted 0.7% from August. Online sales were up 0.6%, while sales at clothing and accessories stores rose 1.1%. Higher prices at the pump boosted gasoline station sales by 1.8%, while sales also rose at restaurants and bars, up 0.3%. I'm Ben Thomas.
The Dow was up 382 points today, closing at 35,294. The Nasdaq gained 74 to 14,897. The S&P 500 ahead 33 points to 4,471. New York oil rose 97 cents to $82.28 a barrel. With business, I'm John Scott.
More details at srnnews.com. I'm Keith Peters.
WCRH The Compass is a listener-supported radio ministry, and this portion of today's broadcasting costs are underwritten by a faithful listener in commemoration of World Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. John 18:9 says he did this to fulfill his own statement, I did not lose a single one of those that you have given me. Remembering those who came but could not stay. Thanks for your faithfulness for today's support.
The WCRH 4-day forecast, partly cloudy and mild tonight in the 60s. Clouds and sun, breezy around 70 on Saturday. Scattered showers and thunderstorms around for a while. Clearing cooler at night, 45 to 50. Mostly sunny and breezy on Sunday, just a bit over 60 then. 60s on Monday and near 70 by Tuesday with mostly sunny skies. This is staff meteorologist Gary Best for WCRH-FM and WCRH-HD, Williamsport.
God can use you to give someone else hope. You may not write the songs or sing them on the radio, but people find hope and encouragement through your support. Call now at 877-905-WCRH or give at WCRH.org. This is Sharathon on 90.5 The Compass.
It's Sharathon. We're back on the air. I say we. I always say that we is a matter of who is we. Who? That's bad. Yeah, English teachers are going crazy. Who are we? Who defines we? It's Sharathon day number 2, and it's now Jeff Bean and Wayne Shepard and
present
Claude,
and accounted for.
There we go.
I'm here.
And revolving chairs on this third day of Sharathon. You wonder where we're at. We're at 82% of our goal, which we are very grateful for, and grateful for those 1,161 faith promises that represents. But we need to keep going. We need to reach further toward that goal, and the only way we succeed in that is if we hear from you.
Yeah, our amount needed now is under $100,000. That is wonderful news.
That just happened, didn't it?
Yeah, I stepped away and had some dinner, which, by the way, that chicken is delish.
I can smell it. I haven't had it yet, but I can smell it.
It is very good.
Yeah.
Well, again, $99,634 is our need, and we've most recently heard as a first-time partner from Charlestown, West Virginia. Mm-hmm. Chambersburg, thank you for your $100 gift. There's Newmarket, Maryland, with a first-time partner.
Another one from Charlestown, too.
Let me get that one in.
Okay.
You know, Wayne, this is your responsibility.
Why do you always pass the bell over to me?
Pushing that on me.
I have become the bell ringer. Not the bell weather, the bell ringer.
The bell ringer. Well, here this is down to our final 3 hours now. Almost said 4. I don't know. I could make it till 10.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure I'm going to make it till 9. But so
you'll make it. We'll prop you up.
So if we keep our phones very active, and we have some on the larger size gifts, I don't think we've gone out and just made a direct appeal for a large gift for a while.
That's true.
That's true. You may be sitting in traffic on your way home, or you may be sitting in the house now getting ready for dinner, or you've just finished. And, God has blessed you with some financial means, and $10,000 would not be a real hardship. Would you consider giving that pledge tonight? That would be an encouragement to us. It would also encourage those around the 4-state area as we continue to see our need for next year continue to come our way.
That's a good word, Jeff. Is my mic working properly? I don't hear myself quite as well as I did previously.
And that mic is not the best either.
I just want to make sure that I can be heard because
you have great things to say.
Not because I have great things to say.
When we were in production, we couldn't hear like 2 of the 3 announcers at the time for some reason. Okay. I don't know what was going on over there. But
I just want to say that's the first time. That's another one from Charlestown, West Virginia. What's going on in Charlestown?
Oh, and we have 3 in a row.
3 in a row
of $20 gifts. Wow. I wonder if that's a family.
Well, it may.
And guess what?
Claude's got a report.
There's
coming.
a fourth one.
I think this may be it. Now I've only seen the one sheet here. Let me.
I'm seeing a trend in Charlestown.
Yeah. Let me put these together.
Okay. All right. You take a moment.
And we'll talk amongst ourselves here, Wayne.
All right.
There we go.
By the way,
complete
people
set.
may recognize the voice and say, I just can't place that guy. So you have a couple programs that air on the Compass. Philip DeCourcy.
I am the announcer for that man from Northern Ireland.
Yeah, Claude, can you boost him just a little bit? I don't know if he's pegging or is it just the mic?
Okay. I'm not sure what it is. Okay. That's all right. I don't need to be heard.
Okay.
Oh, no.
But
you don't need to be heard.
Philip DeCourcy, Know the Truth.
Yep.
Monday through Friday mornings at 9.
I just talked to Philip on the phone on Monday.
Okay.
He's a great preacher. I listen to Philip. Of course, he's in Southern California, and I'm in Chicago. But we talk once in a while, and of course, I get to hear his messages. So.
Okay. And then Sunday afternoon at 5:30, you go solo. It's all your program.
It's called First Person, and thank you for carrying First Person. It's the little program that could, and there's no big budget behind it. It's just my desire to present people and their stories, their testimonies, their calling, what they're doing, how they came to faith, and how God has called them to a unique ministry.
Now, back in the archives, people can find what I thought was one of the most intriguing interviews, and that was with the World War II Zimetti, what was his name, who was a prisoner of war.
Yes. Now you put me on the spot. It'll come. I'm having a senior moment.
He was an older man when you interviewed him, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Just before his death.
Yeah, it's not Louis Zamperini. I never got a chance to talk to Louis Zamperini, but it'll come.
Okay.
Give me a moment.
Right.
Give me a moment.
So
and I'll
go back in the archives.
I'll tell you the story. Yeah.
Okay. And Claude, you promised us to find something.
First, apologies to Wayne. It was user as in me error. I was boosting the wrong pot.
Oh, okay.
So now,
all right.
So we're okay.
I can hear myself now.
Those $20 gifts are $20 gifts that are individual gifts, all from the same family from Charlestown. Okay. I won't read the names, but I have the names of 4 children here in front of me.
Well, you can give first names.
Okay. Abigail and Bethany and Rebecca and Daniel.
Beautiful. Love it.
I believe this was the parent who called in and said, we moved to the area recently, and we are blessed by the station. And each child wanted to support the station with money they earned helping clean up the yard.
Oh, wow.
Wow. May they have many more yards to clean up.
Yeah, that's a great story. Thank you.
And that talks good about the parent, too.
Yes, it does.
That sees the need to train kids to be givers.
Yeah. That doesn't come out of nowhere,
I don't remember if it was you or Bob who said, it's not how much of God's money we give. The important thing is how much of God's money we keep.
Mm-hmm.
When you think of it in those terms.
It had to be Bob. I'm not that profound. So, but the senior moment has passed. Jacob DeShazer is the man you're trying to think of. That is one of my favorite stories. That goes back a number of years, all the way back to my days at Moody Bible Institute and Moody Radio. Jacob was a bomber on the Doolittle Raiders who crash-landed. Of course, the Doolittle Raiders bombed Tokyo and then crash-landed in China, and he was taken prisoner of war by the Japanese, sat out the war in a Japanese POW camp, but was given a Bible and became a Christian in the POW camp.
Wow.
And committed his life to Christ as a missionary to Japan when the war was over. So he goes to Japan as a missionary, and his story was very famous in Japan and was printed on a tract that was handed out all through Japan, including at train stations. A man picked up the story at a train station. Are you following me? This is incredible. I just love this story. Couldn't remember his name, but I love the story. A Japanese man, read the story, and he came to Christ. That man was the Japanese pilot who led the raid on Pearl Harbor, the Tora 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 movie.
Yeah.
He's Mr. Tora Tora Tora. He became a Christian and an evangelist working with the Billy Graham team in America. So this Japanese pilot came to America as an evangelist, and the American went to Japan as a missionary, all because of that story.
Wow.
Isn't that great?
That is. Now, people can find that in the archives.
It's in the archive, yeah. You may have to dig kind of deep. There's about 11 years of interviews in the archive.
Is it firstperson.com or .org?
Firstpersoninterview.com.
Okay.
Firstpersoninterview.com. Can I tell one more real quick?
Sure. Well, let's give the phone numbers.
Okay, you do that.
It's 877-905-9274. 877-905-9274. All of the lines are open, and I think our operators are getting hungry. So to keep them at their desk, we need to have your calls.
Yeah.
Okay, Wayne.
Okay, another favorite is Edgar Harrell from Tennessee, who died just a few months ago. Ed Harrell was a Marine on board the USS Indianapolis as it delivered the atomic bombs to the South Pacific to be put on airplanes to Japan. He wasn't told what was in the crate that he was guarding as a Marine, but he was told it would end the war. So the USS Indianapolis steams to the South Pacific, drops off the crates, and then leaves unescorted as a ship and was sunk by the Japanese. 1,200 men on the ship, 300 survived. He was one of the 300 who survived in shark-infested waters for 3.5 days. Ed Harrell's his name, wonderful Christian man. And he traveled the country telling that story up until the time of his death.
I did not hear that story.
I love that story. And of course, just about 2 years ago, they found the USS Indianapolis in the Pacific, very miles deep in the ocean, So I just love those stories. And the Indianapolis was a very controversial sinking because the Navy never told anybody what happened to the ship for a long time. And the captain was court-martialed and blah, 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 So those interviews are in the archive.
Okay.
Now, you touched on something that really I love talking about, Jeff, so I apologize, but these are great stories I love to tell.
All right, Claude, you have some music for us, I believe?
We do, which sort of ties in thematically. Yes, he can. We don't limit God to what he can do, and we're just asking you to be obedient to what he may be calling you to do right now to be a part of this ministry. 1-877-905-9274 as we hear from Cain with Yes, He Can.
Sometimes I wonder, is he faithful? Does he see me in my trouble? Does he understand? Sometimes I question if he's able. Can he rescue? Can he save me again and again? But when I look back, did he move every mountain? Did he part every sea? Yes, he did. So yes, he can. Oh, did he defeat the darkness? Did he deliver me? Yes, he did. So yes, he can. Oh, yes, he did. So yes, he can. 'Cause sometimes those voices try to tell me I'm forgotten and I'm falling too far from his hands. But I know what kind of God he is, and I'm trusting in his promises. I'm believing and I'm singing, yes, he can. Oh, did he move every mountain? Did he part every sea? Yes, he did.
That time seems to be lodged only in memories. WCRH, The Compass, is here to help you navigate safety. We're here because someone believed such encouragement was needed. We believed in the power Christian radio could have for our listeners, and God caused this good thing to work. God wants us to trust in His provision, and you are part of His provision for us. Right now is a time for those who remember what life was like without Christian radio to join with those who have never been without it. Together, your support can help us continue broadcasting the best news any of us have ever heard. Let us know of your support by calling right now. 877-905-WCRH or donate online at WCRH.org.
You know, there was a time in this area when there was no Christian radio. It was 1975. Money was being raised for this brand new idea of bringing Christian radio into the Williamsport area. The administrators of Cedar Ridge had lived in Michigan, in the Holland, Michigan area.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And they were familiar with the power and the concept of Christian radio. And so they made some moves, started a school, got an educational license. 45 years later, here we are.
Love to hear that story of God's blessing through the years. And I love to hear how somebody had a vision to start this, you know, and the vision still exists today because this station is expanding. I mean, there are, the translators are a good example. And I know there's other things on the horizon that as Lord willing, as the opportunities present themselves, we want to see this ministry have the freedom to move ahead. So thank you for participating in that vision with this radio station, and thank you for fixing my microphone. By the way,
it does sound better.
Sounds better, doesn't it? Yeah. Thank you.
Well, we have 4 lines that are open for you. All 4 at 877-905-9274. And I think some of the operators did slip away to get dinner.
Okay. Well, I know how to get them back.
Okay.
Just make the phones ring. They'll hear the phones ring, and they'll snap running. Too. They will assume the position in front of the telephone when they hear it ring. So you have that power, listener.
Yeah. One of the neat things that have happened here in just the last 10 minutes or so was a family of 4 children. Claude, you want to say what their names were again? Abigail, I remember.
Rebecca, I remember, because that's my wife's name.
Daniel, Rebecca, Abigail, and Bethany, and from Charlestown.
They're my heroes right now. They worked hard out in the yard, and just recent, if I remember right, just new listeners to the area. So thank you for stepping up, kids. We really appreciate it. Maybe next year you can come up and see us.
They put the rest of us to shame with that commitment, don't they? They really do. I love that story. Thanks for bringing that to our attention.
Well, we have 3 lines open now. 1 line is in use, 877-905-9274. If you're just joining us here on Friday night, you've not been here on Wednesday or Thursday, this is our final day of Sharathon. We're under 3 hours now till we'll close at 9 o'clock. This is where we let you know that, yes, we have a financial need. We are not able to run commercials. We don't have a big industry behind us or a foundation. We don't have the U.S. government sending us money to spend on equipment and programming. We rely on you, our listeners, to fund us for the next year. And all it takes is everyone being involved. It's a community effort, and it's community strength. We all can't lift, 550,000 tons, but we can all give a little bit of money and help lift that $550,000 goal
together
that we need. Yes,
together we can do it.
Community strength.
Great example. 2 lines are open right now, 877-905-9274. Yes, you can give online. That's fine. Although, it's kind of fun to talk to a volunteer here this evening, someone who loves the ministry as much as you do. They've likely already given their gift. Even as a volunteer, they're giving their gift, and they're manning the telephones or womening the telephones, as the case may be, and asking for your phone call here tonight. So do us all a solid, as they say.
There's
right?
line 3.
Can you still say that? 877-905-9274.
I don't think I ever said that.
I dig it, man.
Did you say I dig it?
Yeah.
Did you say that, Claude?
I didn't say I dig it, no.
But it did sound. That was you?
Yeah.
But it did sound groovy.
Right. So, Go ahead and put me in my place. I don't care.
Yeah, you guys are really hip.
I'm not. I'm not responsible for anything I say during Share. There is a disclaimer that precedes this event.
That's right, especially Friday. Yeah. All right, Claude, I think we have some Matt Maher coming up, don't we?
We do, and it'll give us a chance to not be so groovy. We'll calm down before the next break.
Claude, you're not helping me.
We'll come back. Matt Maher with Your Grace is Enough, and we are forever grateful for God's grace, and we are grateful for the grace shown to us by those who give.
Amen.
Will you consider that? 1-877-905-9274.
Turn to when you need a little encouragement.
Your gift provides the support needed to help keep us on the air
and to help others get through life's little ups and downs.
Call now, 877-905-9274, or give online at WCRH.org.
Got some catching up to do here. There is a first-time partner from Waynesboro. There is a... What? I kind of muted the bell there. There, that's better. And then a first-time partner from Ortana, Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Is that around Burke Cabins, Claude?
I was thinking Ortana was on the way to Gettysburg, but I may be wrong.
I don't know.
That gives us 129 first-time partners.
Wow,
now, each one of those gifts is increased by $50. But wait, you say, I thought that was only for the first 100. Well, another listener came along and said, I'm going to continue that tradition of $50 per first-time partner gift. So we started recounting at number 29, and those get $50 added to them. So that $100 first-time gift from Waynesboro is $150. That $50 from Ortana is $100. So see how that works. It's very simple, and it's very effective. Thank you.
There at one point today, it was kind of confusing, but you had to keep it in order. We had a challenge, dollar for dollar challenge.
Here we go again, Claude.
And this is not happening now, but then someone else put a second challenge on that. And then we also had the $50 challenge. So we went through that real quick.
Yeah. If someone had come along and done a third challenge, I would have left the room because I couldn't explain it.
Would have taken longer than it took for the funds to come in.
I can explain that we are at 82% of the goal. We still need $98,000. A lot of money. Big number, but we're going to just keep pushing on here tonight and trust the Lord, and we'll be very happy with how the Lord provides.
That's right. It's all in His hands. It has been for 45 years. Doesn't mean that we don't have to possibly look at some adjustments down the road. They may hurt because we're not a very fat organization.
Not a lot of fat in that budget, is there?
No, there's not. But, the Lord has always provided. We always look to Him.
I don't doubt that a moment.
Here's a $2,000 day sponsor and also a brand new partner, Wayne.
Excellent.
This goes to Crystal Spring, Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
They've been listening for years. And
did we ring them in yet? We're going to ring them in a second time.
Okay. Done. And $125, also a new partner there from Chambersburg. And they've been listening as they drive and wanted to donate as a part of a challenge. So thanks.
Here's a gift from Chambersburg of $120, $100 from Newmarket, Maryland. Claude, what do you got on your side of the table there?
That Ortana gift is a $50 gift, a first-time gift, so it'll have that $50 added to it. And he and his daughter listen to the radio on the way back and forth to school, and he listens again at work. Thank you for that. And it is in Adams County, by the way, which is in the general vicinity of Gettysburg.
Towards Gettysburg, anyway.
So here's a gift that comes to us from Chambersburg. Listens to WCRH most of the time, wanted to give something. Likes the song Scars. I heard that song earlier today. That was a very moving song to hear, too. Thank you for playing that song.
Well, why don't we look at playing that again?
Okay, we'll work on that. Thank you. I say
Wayne,
we'll work on that.
Our friend Wayne would like to hear a song, so snap to it over there, Claude. Come on.
Okay.
$100 gift, Mercersburg, and also a $1,000 gift. This is from a Chambersburg listener, and they were house parents here at Cedar Ridge back in the late 80s.
Oh,
so
how about
thank you for your gift. Thanks for continuing on with the ministry.
Still needed $98,204. We can reduce that here tonight with your help. Hey, a while ago, all the lines were lit. All the lines were busy. Now none of them are busy, so you will have clear sailing when you call. You'll get right to one of our volunteers at 877-905-9274. That's 877-905-WCRH. You can give online, and that's a wonderful, easy, convenient way to give, safe and secure. WCRH.org if you prefer, but I think it's just fun to talk to our volunteers here tonight and just let them know you're listening and why you're listening.
Right. Okay, Claude, I believe you are ready to serve Wayne his supper of scars.
Wait a minute, that didn't come out right, did it?
No, I don't think so. Okay. But it's I Am They.
dry weather to stay with us right through Sunday and early next week. So here's a WCRH 4-day forecast for tonight. It'll become partly cloudy at times, low temperature by morning, low to mid-60s. For Saturday, clouds and occasional sun. Breezy, not quite as warm, say low 70s with a chance of scattered showers and thunderstorms. Then it'll be clearing, breezy and cooler on Saturday night. Overnight low temperature then about 45 to 50. What about the end of the weekend? It's going to be cool and dry on Sunday, mostly sunny skies and breezy, high temperature reaching the low 60s. Beyond that, on Monday we stay mostly sunny, high temperature back up into the probably mid-60s by Monday afternoon. And on Tuesday, we do warm up a bit. Mostly sunny skies will continue as well. High temperature Tuesday, right around 70, and it could be even warmer than that as we go into the middle of next week. This is staff meteorologist Gary Best for WCRH-FM and WCRH-HD Williamsport.
Hey, this is Mac Powell, and I'm asking you to call WCRH to give your gift during Sharathon. WCRH is committed to bring you solid biblical teaching and uplifting songs. WCRH is on the air 24/7 proclaiming the good news of Jesus. Let them know how much they mean to you by calling in with your gift during Sharathon. Call 877-905-9274. That's 877-905-WCRH. Or give online at WCRH.org.
WCRH. I don't sound as cool as Mac doing it, but WCRH. That's right.
Well, you've never lived in Texas, or I'm sure you could do it.
Well, I did have a really, really good time for about 6 weeks in San Antonio at Lackland Air Force Base for basic training. Other than that, Texas, no.
Well, I'm Jeff Bean, and joining me across at the console there at the Master Control
Evenings
is Dave.
with Dave, yes. Yeah. Evenings with Dave tonight.
Normally you're in 12 hours earlier.
12 hours earlier, yeah. Mm-hmm. And normally right now I'm, in bed mode. But I always look forward to Sharathon. And, I've done Sharathon here. This is my 6th one. I've done Sharathons at other stations, and there's just something about Friday night at a Sharathon.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a one of a kind experience in a good way. So I hate to see it end sometimes, but I do enjoy being up here on a Friday night. And I'm looking at I've been out and about. And I haven't really kept up with the totals, but I mean,
you want to go ahead and do a review?
Yeah, I think if I'm reading this, so this is all current. So total right now $451,796. On the way to the goal of $550,000, so we're getting close. So last pledge from Martinsburg, appreciate that. Total pledges, 1,172. We've got 129 new partners. Yeah. So we still got the $50 added up until, is it 200 partners?
Yes, that is correct.
We got the first 100, so that was $5,000. Mm-hmm. So another 100. New first-time partners will be another 5,000. Is that right?
We had a caller from West Virginia that once we met that first 100 said, I'd like to challenge new partners to join the family, and they were giving $50 per gift.
Yeah, so 877-905-9274. Give online at WCRH.org. 877-905-9274.
Now, the situation here in the control room, the other guys went out to get a little bite to eat, and we are looking at our phones, at the lights that represent phones. You hear one ringing there in the background.
That's line 1. We need 3 more.
Yeah, we need 3 more lines. We do have all of our operators. We promised them a busy Friday night.
Yeah, so don't make liars out of us now. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. Please call. Here's a number. It's real simple to remember. It's 877-905. Like our frequency, we're at 90.5, 905. And then on your keypad, 9274 equals the letters of WCRH. So 877-905-9274 WCRH. And you can give online also at WCRH.org.
And we're having a good time on Friday night. That Bob Lepine guy, though. Bob. Sorry. Hey, Bob. How you doing? Hey. Sorry. Hey, Bob.
I stepped out to see that 129 first-time partners have joined us.
Yeah.
And that's pretty exciting news. Yeah. We're hoping to hear from 200 tonight so we can take advantage of a $50 boost that's going to come to each one of those first-time partners. So thanks to those of you who have called in as first-time partners. And We got 3 lines open right now. It should not be on a Saturday night. Excuse me. It's not a Saturday night.
It's not on a Saturday night, Bob. So you're right. It should not be
on a Friday night on the last day of Share. It should not be that any lines are open. All 4 of these lines should be full. I know it's the dinner hour for some. I know you're getting ready for Friday night activities. You may be driving in the car, and we want you to be hands-free in the car. So you say to your phone, call 877-905-9274 and just do it hands-free with us, okay? And just let us know you're with us, you support the station, and say, I'll go online later and make my pledge. I just wanted to call in and let you guys know I'm with you, and I'm going to go online and do this. Because we're rallying everybody here on a Friday night. Will you help us out? We hope you will.
Well, Bob, we had a good story about a half hour ago, in that we had a family from Charlestown who have 4 children. And if you'll see there are towards the end of the scroll there, Charlestown, and Charlestown, all $20 gifts.
That's cool.
And this is from a family of children who gave out of working in the yard and working in other people's yards. They wanted to give $20. The recent people to move into Charlestown, recent listeners, and so
they recently moved to the area, and they're recent listeners,
they found us recently.
Man, that is so cool.
So
Mom and Dad, first of all, you're doing a great job with your kids. Kids, way to go for pitching in on this.
You're my new heroes.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was the X-Men, now it's you.
And kids, listen to this. You gave $20.
Yeah.
That unlocked $50. So your $20 is like a $70 donation to WCRH. Yeah. So way to go. Thank you guys so much. Now with 4 lines open, let's get another family in here. 877-905-9274. Maybe you want to do separate, a donation for mom, a donation for dad, a donation for the kids. You can do that. We're happy to work with you. 877-905-9274, online at WCRH.org.
The Lord just speaks to me every day through the music and the programming at WCRH, the themes that are chosen each day for the music to follow just seems to be areas that the Lord is working on me in my own life. And so often on the way to work, there are so many songs that just touch my life. I feel like the Lord and I have our own little worship service on the way to work. The Lord has been so incredibly faithful to me over the last years, and especially in the last 12 months. So thank you for your work and your faithfulness, and my children and I continue to pray for your station, and I just pray that the Lord continues to bless your work. Thank you.
And we appreciate that very much. 877-905-9274, the number to call. Online, WCRH.org. On YouTube. And yes, yeah, Jeff, you're like right up in the camera. That's great, man. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
There it is.
Let me move over this way. You stay.
No,
You stay there.
you're not blocking it, but yeah, that's
slide
definitely a close-up. Are you ready for your close-up? Yeah.
Yeah.
So 877-905-9274.
How's my part, Dave?
Oh, yeah, you're fine. It's the glare is killing us. But you can watch on YouTube, and go to YouTube, do a search for WCRH, and watch the video stream there. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's open for comments now, so that's something that you can get in on. And we need to hear from you because I see no lights lit up. So give us a call, 877-905-9274.
I will tell you what's exciting. When I got here, this was less than 72 hours ago. We were at 42% of our goal. We are right now at 84% of our goal. We've doubled in the last really 60 hours. We're in the last 3 hours, and we need to get to 100% of our goal. So it's going to take some real juice, some muscle. We're starting to see folks online who are getting on and saying, we want to stand with you. Some new first-time partners. We're up to 135 first-time partners. Thank you to you first-timers. Each gift you've made, we're adding $50 to it, thanks to the generosity of a friend. Some day sponsors that have been added this afternoon and this evening. But with 4 lines open, Dave, that's what we need to fix right now.
Yeah, I had looked away and I hadn't noticed the online gifts that had been put in.
Yes.
So they're rolling in. Thank you very much. You can give online at WCRH.org. And thank you, first-time partners. You're continuing to have $50 added to your gift because of a generous West Virginia listener who said, after we reached that 100 mark, I want to continue to have new donors encouraged to call. So we've now exceeded that by 35. So up to 100, we're going to maybe see $5,000 additional come in because of the first donors.
And we are right now less than $90,000 away from our goal point. And again, we know it's a Friday night. We know you got a lot going on. We know the lines are empty right now. And so we're saying, Lord, you are the one who is our provider. We trust you. But we're going to ask every listener, would you just do this? Would you just say, Lord, do you want me to do something? Do you want me to make a gift? And just pause and see what God puts on your heart. And if the Lord says yes, then say how much, and then call 877-905-9274 and say, this is what I think the Lord wants me to do. And we'll record that. And you could help get us all the way to that $550,000 goal. Less than $90,000 away right now. Call us at 877-905-9274.
Got a listener in Hagerstown. Now, the comments say they have it on in his business. He owns a business in town, has it on his business 24/7. So he's listening to it. His customers are listening to it. $450 gift in honor of the 45th anniversary. So that's something, I don't know if I haven't hit on that lately, but 45th anniversary of WCRH going on the air started in 1976 when I was in preschool. And so a lot of people have been giving, $45, $450. If you wanted to give $4,500, that'd be good. But that's a way to do it too. And, I'm thinking as a business owner, just reminded me too, there's different businesses that give out challenges, maybe to the local businesses in the area to call in. Appreciate that call. So I thought that was cool. I'm on at their business 24/7. So who knows who knows who's being reached that way? People that won't go to church. They don't want to, they don't want to go to church. They want to be around those Christians, but you'd be surprised how many of those people, if you say, well, would you listen to the radio? Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll listen to the radio. And lives are changed that way. 877-905-9274.
And we are very confident that we have undercover listeners.
Yeah.
They wouldn't dare go to church, but they'll listen in, find out what this WCRH message is all about, because it's different. And they're encouraged to listen. Dave, I'm going to hold it up here to the camera for just a second.
Wow.
How is it?
That's good right
there.
there.
Is it good right there?
That's good right there.
This is the calendar we're going to be sending out after Sharathon is over. And we'll send it out to you so that you can have a brand new calendar to start 2022, just as our special way of saying thanks for participating in Sharathon. And if you're in Charlestown and you have 4 children who have given, guess how many calendars you're going to get? You're going to get
calendars.
4 calendars.
That's great.
One for every one of the children.
There you go. And here's a listener in honor of her parents' 45th wedding anniversary called in, and that's a gift of $100. So thank you for that as well. 877-905-9274. Got 3 lines open. Going to listen to some Rend Collective, and we need to hear from you. Don't forget you can give online at WCRH.org or call 877-905-9274.
Come set your rule and reign in.
Collective. And I love when I hear the phones ring, and I'm not hearing the phones ring as much right now.
Two of them
Well,
lit up.
yeah, 2 of them. I didn't hear them ring, though, because we were
We had music.
Come on, Bob.
Here we go. Does that help?
There we go.
Well, you must be ringing the bell because of first-time partners.
I was ringing the bell.
No, he's doing it to get on my nerves.
Make something.
Yeah, don't let him off the hook like that.
But we do have two new first-time partners. One from Falling Waters, West Virginia. One from Cumberland, Maryland. And that $50 from Cumberland.
Yeah.
$50 gets added to that, so that's $100. The $100 from Falling Waters. $50 gets added to that, so that's $150. As I said, we are now less than 90,000 away from our goal point. We need these lines lit up, folks. So now we need
2 hours
to call 877-905-9274 and say let's take this thing all the way through. You know what? If we would get let's see, how many day sponsors? 45 day sponsors would get us there. Okay.
Okay.
Is that all?
Simple.
Pick a day, become a day sponsor, and carry us across the finish line. We've got plenty of days left.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do.
We've covered about 100 days, and there are, if you haven't checked, 365. So that means we got 265 left for you to pick from. So become a day sponsor, a half-day sponsor. Help get us across. Here's a listener from Mercersburg who called in with a $400 gift. Thank you for that. 3 lines open right now, 877-905-9274.
877-905-9274, online at WCRH.org.
With SRN News, I'm Keith Peters. A Texas pro-life law is apparently on a fast track towards the United States Supreme Court. Senate Bill 8, which bans abortions when a fetal heartbeat can be detected, usually in about 6 weeks, is being challenged by the Biden administration. Texas Right to Life Legislative Director John Segoe says they expected the case to go to the Supreme Court.
The abortion industry here in Texas and the Biden administration have been taking every opportunity to attack Senate Bill 8. And thankfully, the state interest of Texas to protect innocent life is being maintained. And all of these legal attacks have been failing up until this point.
The Texas Attorney General's office called Thursday night's decision by the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals a testament that we are on the right side of the law and life. The Biden administration plans to reinstate a Trump-era border policy.
The Justice Department says beginning next month, asylum seekers will have to wait in Mexico for hearings in U.S. Immigration Court, complying with a judge's order. The Mexican government, which has raised concerns that U.S. officials are working to address, must give its approval. About 70,000 asylum seekers have been subject to the Remain in Mexico policy, which President Trump introduced in January 2019 and which President Biden suspended on his first day in office. Mike Hemp in Washington.
A long-serving member of Parliament was stabbed to death Friday during a meeting with constituents at a church in England, an attack that united Britain's fractious politicians in shock and sorrow. A 25-year-old man was arrested at the scene. Police said that counterterrorism officers were leading the investigation into the slaying of conservative lawmaker David Amos, but that they'd not yet determined whether it was a terrorist attack. This is SRN News. An American ministry is boosting evangelism in the UK.
The Billy Graham Evangelistic Association is halfway through a 4-city tour designed to teach Christian leaders how to more effectively spread the gospel. Meetings have been held in Glasgow and Liverpool so far this week, with trips to Cardiff and London in the offing. One ministry leader who was in attendance says the events are coming at a critical time, as she tells it to BGEA, quote, "Fire for the church in this country is a wee bit lacking." Michael Harrington, SRN News.
A federal judge has blocked Baltimore city officials from banning a conservative Catholic media outlet from holding a prayer rally at a city-owned pavilion during a U.S. bishops' meeting next month. The judge ruled that St. Michael's Media is likely to succeed on its claims that the city discriminated against it on the basis of its political views. The Michigan-based group wants to hold a rally on November 16th. This is SRN News. Officials in Norway say the man who was arrested after 5 were shot dead with a bow and arrow has been handed over to the medical services.
He's in custody, but he is being assessed by health professionals, and it's a psychiatric assessment that could last weeks or even months. There were a lot of reports, particularly from his family and friends, also of his mental problems. There was a restraining order that had been issued against him for threatening to kill a relative. But then, aside from that, there were fears over his radicalization. There will now be questions over whether the police could have stopped him earlier.
BBC correspondent Mark Lowen reporting from Kongsberg, Norway. Amazon's audiobook service Audible and phone apps for reading the Bible for Christianity and the Quran for Islam have disappeared from the Apple Store in mainland China. More details at srnnews.com. I'm Keith Peters reporting.
WCRH The Compass is a listener-supported radio ministry, and this portion of today's broadcasting costs are underwritten by a faithful listener in commemoration of World Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. John 18:9 says he did this to fulfill his own statement, "I did not lose a single one of those that you have given me," remembering those who came but could not stay. Thanks for your faithfulness for today's support.
The WCRH 4-day forecast, partly cloudy and mild tonight in the 60s. Clouds and sun, breezy around 70 on Saturday. Scattered showers and thunderstorms around for a while. Clearing cooler at night, 45 to 50. Mostly sunny and breezy on Sunday, just a bit over 60 then. 60s on Monday and near 70 by Tuesday with mostly sunny skies. This is staff meteorologist Gary Best for WCRH-FM and WCRH-HD, Williamsport.
At WCRH, we're helping you build. Not something that will last only a few years. Not something that will eventually fall apart. We're helping you build for eternity. We believe our song selection and programming are the tools you need throughout the building process, and your support helps us get the job done. Let's work together. Contact our crew right now during the Sharathon. Just call 877-905-9274 or connect with us on the web, WCRH.org.
That would be the worldwide intraweb. Is that what they're talking about?
Yes, that's on the worldwide interweb.
You can go to WCRH.org.
Be sure you follow us on the Facebook, because my kids think I'm so cool. You kids on the Facebook?
877-905-9274.
What did I wander into?
This is the first time in 3 days that Wayne and I...
Yeah, this is by design, though. Jeff Bean does not put us together until we can do no harm.
You wandered into Bob and I's brain, so you're on your own.
Yeah, okay.
Bob and I are finding out we have a lot of similarities in the way we think.
I do think we need to replace the bell, this kind of wimpy bell, with a cowbell next year. What do you think?
And then more cowbell.
More cowbell.
More cowbell after
right.
that. We have heard from 136 new partners. 1,201 of you have called in during Sharathon. I was saying, Wayne, when we got here just 2 days ago, we were at 42% of goal. We're at 84% of goal now.
Yep.
In the last 2 hours, the question is, can we ramp it up?
Oh, boy.
And we've got 3 lines open right now. So this is where those of you who on a Friday night are tuned in, here's what we know about you. We know that WCRH is a companion. Mm-hmm. It's a part of your life. It is, you are close to where we are. And first-time partners like the one in Sharpsburg who just called in and said, I've never given before. I want to give $500.
Yep, and it became $550.
God bless you for that. Thank you so much. We heard from 42 listeners last hour, and we need to get these phones going this morning, or this morning, or whenever we need to get them going.
Yeah, let's go back in time. But real quick, I don't know if we were speaking of day sponsors, but I'll speak of day sponsors. Yes. We still have some really key days available. Father's Day and National Day of Prayer, 2 that are still available.
I've been watching those 2 on the calendar all these 3 days, and I'm surprised that they're still available. So how about it? How about a day sponsorship for dads on Father's Day? Come on,
for
Father's Day.
What about for your dad, right?
Yeah.
877-905-9274. And if you'd say, I'd call, but it just feels like my $15 doesn't matter.
It matters.
Yeah, absolutely.
It matters. Believe us, yeah.
If everybody listening to do their part, we would blow through this goal.
Yeah.
We just need you to call tonight at 877-905-9274.
I know I always say this, but you're listening right now on a Friday evening at 7 o'clock to a Christian radio station raising money. Why? Because you love this ministry. You want to see what God is going to do, and you want to, track the progress, and you're interested. You're a friend of this ministry. Friend, have you called? 877-905-9274.
And we have heard from listeners in Sharpsburg, in Martinsburg, in Hagerstown, in Mercersburg, Falling Waters, Cumberland, Hedgesville, Newburgh, Greencastle, folks from all over the four-state area. Have you called? Have your area, is it represented, your community?
We've heard from the burgs, the towns, the waters, the lands, the castles.
Yeah, we want to hear from your castle. So our number is 877-905-9274. In the last 2 hours of Share, we need our friends to call and say, let's help WCRH get to the goal line and get across the goal line here in Share 2021.
Yeah. Why are we still on the air on a Friday evening? Because this is so important. This really is the lifeblood of this station, for it to have the resources to continue its ministry as we know it into the coming year. And we really are asking you to give us a call. If you haven't done it already, or if you've given a gift already, many people, I won't say many, but a few people have called back and said, you know what, I want to increase my gift. I saw some that gave a rather significant size gift in my world.
Yep.
And then they called back and said, hey, isn't this 45 years of ministry? I'm going to give another 45 tacked onto that because, hey, we're celebrating this 45th anniversary.
Yeah. $87,654 away from the goal line, and you can move us there. Every $20 gift helps. Every $200 gift helps. Whatever you're able to do will help move us a little bit closer. So here's the thing, as far as I can tell, we can't get sacked and go back 5 yards. All we can do is move forward. And we got 2 hours left on the clock.
Yep.
Let's move it forward a little bit at a time by calling 877-905-9274.
You trying to identify with Friday Night Football here?
I'm trying something.
Yeah.
Even I know what sack means.
You understood that?
I did get that one.
Yeah.
Checking.
It's a sack of hamburgers, Dave.
Yes, there we go. 877-905-9274. Give online at WCRH.org. Watch online on YouTube. Search for WCRH. And we are getting down to the quarterback. I don't know. Anyway, let's listen to some Micah Tyler, and I'll figure out sports maybe.
Yeah. You let us deal with the sports analogies.
905-927. We'll hit a field goal. It'll be good.
filled with Jesus' blessings. It's just wonderful. I don't think I could do the commute, and I don't think I could keep my job for retirement in 2 years if I did not have WCRH to help me along the way. Thank you. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work.
And thank you for that. And thank you for calling in, because all 4 lines are busy right now. So if you call in, get the busy signal. It's only going to be busy for a minute. And you can call right back, 877-905-9274.
It is clear our listeners are not giving up on this Sharathon. No. It is so clear to me.
I
Look
love
at
this.
All 4 of these lines are lit at 7:10 on a Friday evening. Thank you. That illustrates to me the loyalty of the people who listen to this radio station.
And if lines are full and you're getting a busy signal, go to WCRH.org.
Yep.
It takes you about, I did it this morning.
Okay.
I did my online gift. It took me about 90 seconds to do the whole thing.
Okay.
It was done. That'll show up as well. So if you don't want to talk to somebody, or if the lines are busy, you can take care of it this way. We just had a line open up, so you can call right now.
Yeah, you can give online, and I'll let you do that, but I think it's great when you call the volunteer who just is giving their evening, their Friday night to answer the phone. They want to talk to you.
Yeah.
And take time to tell them why you're giving your gift, too.
And the $1 a day just came up. That's something we haven't mentioned in a while. That's the way a lot of people do it.
And it's a first-timer.
That's right. So
partner.
365 plus 50. 415. Did I do the math in my head right?
You got it.
There we go. Frederick, Maryland, thank you for that gift of $1 a day, plus the $50 that gets added to that. 2 lines open right now at 877-905-9274. You can call, get right in, and help with the momentum, the excitement that's going on here at Sharathon on the last night, as we are now 84% of our way toward our goal of $550,000. And with lines open, we need to hear from you.
Yep. Thanks for sticking with us, Big Pool. We got your message and your gift of $50. Thank you.
Yes.
And some comments getting from our listeners. This listener from Mercersburg with the gift of $400 said God put it on his heart to give. This station helps unify the area. I like that.
Yeah. Hey, can we camp on that for a moment?
Yeah.
This station does pull churches and the Christian community together here. That is something that I haven't even thought about during this Sharathon. That's so important. Bob, you know that.
I do know that, and I know that there are concerts that come to the area because there's a station like this here. There are speakers who come to churches because they know there will be people who will come out to see us because WCRH will help spread the word.
Yep.
The spiritual vitality of this community is affected by a great local Christian radio station. You're not just investing in radio, you're investing in the whole spiritual culture that's here in this area.
A Christian station like this enhances the culture, the Christian culture of this community, and it is like salt seasoning the culture.
Yes.
This is seasoning this whole area with Christian radio. So keep that in mind as you listen.
I don't think we have any idea what would this community be like if WCRH was gone. How would the decay level increase? How would the spiritual atmosphere start to lessen and weaken? We don't want to see that happen. We don't want to test that hypothesis.
We need all the good influence we can get in this world, don't we?
And I have seen communities that have lost a Christian radio station, and I've seen church attendance go down, and I've seen people just, all of a sudden your day is different when your heart and mind is not focused on the Lord and on His Word.
Yeah.
3 lines open right now, folks. It's a Friday night, last night of Sharathon, into the last 2 hours. 877-905-9274.
Give online at WCRH.org. And some of my favorite people to listen to, the Gettys. Keith and Kristen Getty with Come People of the Risen King. I think. Is it not? There it is. It started off slow. They're messing with me. 877-905-9274. It's Sharathon right here on the Compass.
wonderful blessing. The door was shut in my life, and on September the 11th, I found WCRH, and I have not stopped listening. It is a blessing from God that you all are on this air, bringing the real truth to the people of Washington County and the tri-state area. And thank you very much, and just keep on keeping on.
Have a small testimony here from Chambersburg as to what WCRH means to me. I enjoy every part of it. I'm a steady listener. It's a constant lifter-upper. All the programs we can't get to church every day of the week. It's a wonderful companion. God bless you all. Bye now.
You know, I respect that so much because, with all due respect, that gentleman sounds a little on the older side, right?
Yes.
But he loves everything about the station. That I want to be that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to be that guy.
And we're hearing from people like that. In fact, 4 lines open right now, so we'd love to hear from you. But here's a listener who called from Hagerstown who said, it's always fun to give during Sharathon. I love Alistair Begg. We love Adventures in Odyssey. And we love WCRH.
Yep.
And another listener who called said, I couldn't do without the radio. First thing that is on in the morning and my companion throughout the day. So,
excellent.
877-905-9274 with 4 lines open. If you love WCRH, if you depend on this station, if you want it to be the light it is, the beacon it is in this community, then call us right now on a Friday night at 877-905-9274.
Hey, a little geography lesson. We're south of the Mason-Dixon line here, aren't we?
We are.
Yeah, okay. All right. Because if this is transcribed correctly, this announcement, this listener comment says, I listen to y'all.
Y'all.
I listen to y'all. I'm sharing the wealth. Money-wise is a favorite. All right, thank you. We don't say that in Chicago.
You don't say y'all?
We don't say y'all in Chicago.
You say use guys.
Use guys, yeah. Hey, use guys over there. Over by there. What we do, though, in Chicago, though, is, ask me directions, is Randolph Street parallel to Madison? We'll say, is Randolph Street parallel to Madison?
Yes. Answer a question with a question. Is that what you do?
It's constant. It's everywhere.
No, what I tell people is when you ask directions, when you ask someone like me directions, we go, you go down 4 blocks to the Arby's and you turn left and then go to the Dairy Queen and turn right at the Dairy Queen. So it's all restaurant related for us.
That's okay.
877-905-9274. I just ran down to Sheetz to get my Diet Coke. That's why I was thinking about that. 877-905-9274. And if you were going to call and say, oh, Bob, you shouldn't be drinking Diet Coke. I know I shouldn't, but but I do, okay?
Yeah.
877.
Deal with it.
I don't mean that. I just mean it's just if I've got the one, I tell my wife all the time. I said, if this is the least of your worries that I'm drinking Diet Coke, you are a blessed woman.
This is the worst thing I do.
Just
then
thank
you're
Jesus
lucky.
every day.
And she says,
it's not the worst. That's what she says. It's among the worst. 877-905.
The lesser of many evils, is that what it is?
Yeah, exactly. Here's a comment from Frederick, Maryland. Been listening and wanted to help meet our goal. Listens when she's in the kitchen. Uplifting music, she says. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, again, 4 lines are open. Our volunteers are twiddling their thumbs. They're saying, are the folks in Waynesboro going to call? The folks in Martinsburg, Hagerstown, folks in Frederick, folks in Sharpsburg? We need to hear from these folks. In the last hour and a half of Share, lines are open right now at 877-905-9274. It's crunch time, as we like to say in our Sharathon language, and we need to hear from you.
Yeah, please call 877-905-9274.
And give online at WCRH.org.
So happy to be here this evening with you as you listen to WCRH during the Sharathon. We're coming down to the final, hour and a half or so left to us here of a 3-day event. Maybe this is your first time tuning in. It's been a busy week, and, maybe you're still in the car for a reason and turned the radio on and found us. Well, it's been quite a few days here of reporting what God's doing through this ministry. 82% of the goal has been it's 84%. Yeah, 84% of the goal has been reached. We still need $86,000 plus. And Bob, that's a lot of money still needed in an hour and a half, but we're just going to keep going here until Jeff Bean throws us out of the studio, I guess around 9 o'clock, huh?
That's right. Lines are open. Volunteers are here.
Yep. And they're glad to be here, too.
Wayne and I are sitting here thinking, okay, what could we say that would cause a listener who's been listening and who's been waffling? What is there a formula? Is there a hocus pocus?
Yeah.
Like if we say that the secret word is corpuscle, so we say it drops down and you go, there, I was just waiting for you to say corpuscle, and now I will.
Okay, I'll give
877-905-9274. We wish we knew what it was, because we want you to show the value that this station is to you and your family by calling and saying it is a value, and it's worth $1 a day, it's worth $20 a month, it's worth. I mean, you're paying. What are you paying for internet service? What are you paying for satellite or for cable? What are you paying for music streaming services?
Careful, you're meddling now.
and here's a free service, and we're glad it's a free service. We're glad that there's no barrier here, so that anybody who wants to listen can tune in to WCRH. But we're asking you to make it a priority for you, your family, and for your neighbors and friends. This is crunch time. This is the time to call 877-905-9274.
Dave, I don't want to make us out to be heroes or anything. Bob and I are here because we love this station.
That's right.
Yeah. You're here because you have to be, right?
Yeah, I gotta be.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. You love this ministry more than we do. You're giving your life to this ministry.
I wouldn't want to do anything else.
Yeah, but we are here because we believe in this radio station, and I have for years. This station is doing things right, and I think listeners need to celebrate that. I think they need to support it. I think they need to have the vision to see it continue in this community for all the right reasons. So I have no hesitation. I've given my gift. Bob's given his gift.
Yep.
We want you to give your gift. 877-905-9274. Why have I given a gift to a radio station in a community hundreds of miles from where I live? Because this enriches this community. This is a gospel-centered ministry that's doing a great job, and that deserves support.
And we appreciate it too. And again, believe me, this is not one of my jokes to show our age difference, the disparity in our age. But I've been listening to Bob Lepine for a long time. I've been listening to Wayne for a long time. My wife is here. She grew up around Christian radio, and she was talking about, we were interviewing Ron Hutchcraft the other day, how Ron Hutchcraft was key when she was around 13 and made the decisions she made, as purity and different things like that. So it was Ron Hutchcraft and his Word With You program, and she's been listening. She's known Bob Lepine's name for a long time.
She probably listened to Saturday Night Alive.
I bet she did.
That we did with Ron.
You talk about in her blood. I mean, her dad is supposedly retired. My father-in-law is supposed to have retired. He sold some of his stations. He's supposed to be up in Wisconsin doing some fishing. I got an email from him the other day. He can't talk very long because he's too busy filling out applications for the FCC window that's open for all these states. And I'm like, you're retired, man.
And I was talking to your wife, Carrie, about him, too, and she was telling me everything he's doing. He's amazing.
He never stops, that guy. He's the Energizer Bunny, I'm telling you.
You just need to know that retire means you take your old car in, you put new tires on it, so you can get another 60,000 miles.
Another million miles.
That's what retire is.
And he says, I'll retire when I see Jesus. That's when I'm going to retire. And I'm like, you go, man, do it. So, it's in definitely in our family's blood. My oldest daughter was here, and she's been around Sharathons and radio for as long as I've been doing it. I mean, she's 19 now, and it seems like just yesterday, and I was doing radio in Tennessee, and this little 6-year-old kid would come in and give out the number, and she would talk, and it just tugs at my heartstrings, and to see them still coming in, and they love it. They just
beautiful
around it, and so it does. It means, it's in our blood for sure.
I just realized that this little light bank that's in front of you, Dave, where we can see the green light, the 4 amber lights that tell us if somebody has called. There are 2 lights lit right now, 2 lights that are unlit, so 2 lines open. But I'm starting to feel like that experiment, with the dogs, right? Where when the light goes on, you start to get excited. It's like, make the light go on. What could you do to make the light go on? So I'm starting to feel like a lab rat, and if you don't make the lights go on, I could have a heart attack.
Well, here's my concern. How do we shut it off at 9 o'clock?
Should we get some food pellets and throw at you? So that's funny. Now you're going to have me thinking about that. 877-905-9274. We're going to go to some music because we are all big music fans. And Bob, when we were talking off air, you mentioned artist name, and I said, oh yeah, to talk about a favorite artist, I got to play some Andrew Peterson. I love that guy. So let's listen to some Andrew Peterson. And we got 2 lines open, 877-905-9274. My favorite Andrew Peterson song could be one of my life songs for sure, because it's just encouraging to know that Jesus loves us just as we are, just as we were, and just as we always will be.
Michael's book on John, which I always refer to and highlight and underline.
Well, he's got one on all 4 Gospels. So.
And get insights that you don't find from other people.
Yeah. He pulls out details.
Yeah.
It's just to me. I love Bible study with Mike.
Yeah, and he does original languages very well, doesn't he?
Yes. It's disgusting, isn't it?
Well, I was telling these guys earlier that I heard him tell a story early on that this was when he and Susan, before they had met, he went to a little church in rural Kentucky and had been asked to preach. He was a student at Western Kentucky, and he said, I decided to show off a little bit, so I brought my Greek New Testament, and I was going to translate on the fly just to show how smart I was. He said, and Susan was there with her family, and her father hears me stumbling through my on-the-fly Greek translation and thinks, that boy can't read very well. He thinks I'm reading English. So he didn't think I was very bright, which didn't give me a leg up with Susan when we first met.
Yeah.
So
Mike was taught how to play banjo by Earl Scruggs.
Right.
Earl Scruggs was Mike's dad's patient. Mike's dad was a doctor. And Steve and Earl's son Steve and Mike are both on the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band album.
And Randy Scruggs was the one who produced his first album, right? Isn't that right?
That I don't know.
I think he just opened a studio, and they wanted to test out the studio, and Michael was the guy they tested the studio with. Okay, a little...
Thanks for flashback with Bob.
We're doing a little old-time reminiscing here while the phones are sitting and cricketing, so we need you to call 877-905-9274.
Well, but enough about you. Let's talk about me. What do you think of me? Let's talk about you. What do you think of me?
Yeah. You know, you guys see each other many times a year, maybe, or at least once a year.
Yeah, when we come here,
talk.
But you don't have time to talk. You see each other and say hi and move on.
So this is just
because you both have hosted major events at NRB, but not at the same time.
Right. Yeah, well.
So,
and you started in radio. What was your first paying gig on a radio station?
I went to Cedarville, as Jeff Bean did, and I was hired by the school as the program director of that radio station for a year at a minuscule salary.
In
1973 to 4.
Wow.
And 74, I applied to Moody.
Okay.
And the opening was in Chicago, so with great fear and trepidation, I moved to Chicago and became an announcer at WMBI Chicago.
And when you were program director at the station in Cedarville, what would have been one of the hit songs you would have been playing, or programs that you had on the air? What do you remember?
The program I remember creating was called Classic Black Plastic, because it was Bob just choked on his Diet Coke.
That's a great name. I love the name.
It was a classical music program,
Yes.
All vinyl, of course, in those days. So Classic Black Plastic.
I love it. And was it mostly sacred style music?
Mostly a lot of easy listening stuff. It was automated. So we had the big 10-inch reels. Now we're really inside baseball here.
We are.
Yeah.
We are.
But I moved to Chicago when I was 22 years old and left that job when I was 55.
There you go.
That was a few years ago now.
And there at Cedarville, did you load in the big carousel with the carts?
With the carts, yep. Oh, those carousels. You think this automation system has its bugs. Oh, my goodness. Those mechanical carousels were something else.
Okay,
well, let me give the phone number.
Yeah, before we go too far down the memory line, I remember one time, boys, when we should give this number because we have 2 lines open and we need our listeners in the last hour and 17 minutes. We need you to call
all night about these stories.
Well, you can talk when you go to Crumpy's after we're done. 877-905-9274. And you're going to drag race, too, I heard. So 877-905-9274. Those are the numbers. That is the number to call tonight. The only number, if you're going to call any number, make it 877-905-9274.
Yeah. Thanks for putting up with our silliness.
The Speedway is right across the road here, so we can go down there and just head out on the Speedway.
Friday night speeding with
Get your motor running, head out on the highway.
There you go.
877-905-9274. 2 lines open. Thank you to the listener from Martinsburg who called in with an online, or didn't call in, went online with a gift. One from Berkeley Springs with an online gift, $1 a day. Thank you for that. And a new first-time partner from Greencastle. We're up up to 139 first-time partners, so thank you. Your gift of $50 has become $100.
That's right.
Because you're a first-time partner, and that's going to happen until we get to 200.
The last 5 minutes is why Jeff has never allowed us to work and Mike together the whole 3 days until now, right? This is why.
Yes.
This
These
is why.
stories come out right here. That's
Well,
right.
We're going to go to some music from Matty Mullins, Show You the Cross, and we would like to hear from you. 7:44, so as they just said, about another hour and 60 minutes left of Sharathon.
If you've been abandoned by the ones you trust the most, and you build a wall around your heart to make sure no one else gets close, I could fill the air with empty words and hope that they would work, but nothing I could say would change the way you hurt.
For you daily, and I remember you in my prayers, and I just pray that God will continue to bless your station. I know even my high school daughters enjoy your station. I think especially our favorite thing is the upbeat, beautiful music that you play. And it's not just a bunch of fluff. I don't feel like I've been eating cotton candy all day, just listening to stuff, but it's really uplifting, glorifying our Lord Jesus Christ, and it just has real substance. And so I want to thank you especially for all that you do to really concentrate your efforts towards selecting music that is really lifting our Lord Jesus up.
And that's one of our testimonies. That one's a little older, but it's still, I think it represents the heart of many people and the experience that they have.
Yeah. She sounded like she was in high school, and she talked about having high school daughters.
She would love to hear that, I think, Bob. I know she's been here, so I know who that is. She would probably be flattered by that.
2 lines open right now, 877-905-9274. We are 85% of our way toward our goal. During Sharathon, we are $83,000 away from the goal. Mm-hmm. And here on a Friday night, we're asking everybody, get us as close to the finish line as you can get us tonight. Right. And you can do it by calling and becoming a day sponsor like somebody in Martinsburg just did. Or you can do it by calling like somebody in Greencastle and said, I'll do my $20. Whether it's $2,000 or $20, it's forward progress, which is what we're looking for this evening.
You know, and we realize that our bread and butter, so to speak, are those monthly givers, those people that give $1 a day. Mm-hmm. You know, that's what we understand to be the major support. But yet there are some times when someone has a little bit more ability to give.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's, you know, if we're looking your way right now, at least I am, you may be feeling a little uncomfortable, and I don't mean to do that, but if
He's looking at me, Bob. I feel uncomfortable.
Well, God has given you a little more, Wayne. You're not the thin man you used to be. That's all I'm going to say.
There we go. That's right.
Hey, it must be Friday night.
Wow, this took a turn quickly.
Yeah.
I was just ready to recommit to focus on the Sharathon, and suddenly I'm under attack.
No, Wayne, as Wayne likes to say, he has lost 100 pounds. He found most of it again. But over time, you lose it, you find it. I'm right there with you, brother. So it's you and me together.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
You and me together on this one.
No. Hey, look at the board. $600 from a first-time partner. Okay, what were you saying, Jeff? I'm sorry.
I don't remember. It wasn't anything important.
I really intended this segment to be focused on the Sharathon, but suddenly it took another turn. So we must be tired.
Where I was going was those who have been blessed with a greater financial ability that maybe they can give to a greater degree than the $1 a day or the $500 single gift. Maybe they could commit to $500 a month.
Yep.
Maybe they could commit to a rather large gift of $20,000. That would be nice to see from my perspective as a manager, but you do it to please the Lord. Don't do it to please me.
Sure.
Because I'll forget tomorrow that it's been done.
You know, we hesitate to mention that, but for some people, $20,000 is the same percentage of a gift related to their income as $500 or $200 is to someone else.
Yep, that's right. And for those of you who God has blessed in that way, and you can sit down and write a $25,000, $20,000 check, here's what you're investing in when you do that. You are investing in the spiritual climate of this community, of this 4-state area. You are investing in kingdom priorities.
Yep.
People are being encouraged, equipped, evangelized, discipled. They are being strengthened every day because this station is available every day, anytime anybody needs it. We just had a half-day sponsor, $1,000 from
Wonderful.
Chambersburg.
Thank you. Yep.
And a first-time partner, $600 from Hedgesville. Thank you. $50 added to your $600 generosity, so we thank you for that. We've had 15 gifts this hour, and we're getting close to the end of the hour with 4 lines open. Would you call us right now and say, this station really does matter, and I'm gonna demonstrate that with my gift tonight?
877-905-9274. I want to take a moment and say goodnight to Jeff Ward.
Yes.
Who's packing up to leave here tonight. Here's a guy. He's taking both guitars because he knows we're tempted to sell them and proceeds going to WCRH. So, but here's a guy. Jeff, how many years did you work here? 24 years of his life spent in ministry here at this radio station. Now retired, and comes back to help with the Sharathon. I want to say thank you, Jeff, for all you're doing.
And and he's going to help me out next week because I'm going to take a little bit of vacation.
Oh, good.
And he's going to fill in for me doing some broadcast.
I'm glad you get a break, and I'm glad you can help.
And a lot of you as listeners, you know Jeff, you know the 2 Jeffs, you know Claude, you know Dave. These are your friends who who are a part of your day every day. They wake you up in the morning, they take you to work, they bring you home from work. They're your companions. This is your chance to say, hey, thank you for pouring into my life and for your investment and your ministry. You thank them by calling 877-905-9274 and saying, we want to make a $20 or a $200 or a $20,000 contribution to WCRH.
Indeed. Okay.
Yeah, Jeff, you know how much I've missed you when you left and how much I still appreciate it when you come by. So, and I'm going to thank you even more for next week. So thank you.
Drive
for your
safely
help during
tonight.
Sharathon.
Drive carefully there,
Yeah,
Jeff.
Appreciate you.
Well, that sound means that we are down to our final minute of this hour.
One more hour to go,
just
though.
55 more minutes to go.
Okay.
So be sure to let us know.
You can call during the news. It's not rude to call during the news, is it?
It's a good time to call. In fact, it's good to tune out the news from time to time and call and talk to somebody about Jesus. So 877-905-9274 with 3 lines open. Now's a great time to call and say, let's get this thing moved forward here.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to go out with phone number at 877-905-9274. And don't forget, you can also give an online gift at WCRH.org. Thanks for participating. Stay with us. One more hour coming up here on The Compass.
With SRN News, I'm Keith Peters. The Biden administration says it will ask the Supreme Court to block the Texas abortion law, Senate Bill 8. Bob Agnew reports.
The DOJ announcement came just hours after a federal appeals court ruled in favor of the Texas statute, which limits abortions. A 3-judge panel for the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled late Thursday night in favor of SB 8, banning abortion after 6 weeks. The Texas law has been in place since September 1st, when in a 5-4 ruling, the Supreme Court declined to stop it from going into effect. Bob Agnew reporting.
The bill also bans abortions once a fetal heartbeat can be detected. A long-serving member of the British Parliament was stabbed to death.
David Amos was meeting with constituents at a church when he was stabbed.
I think everybody was deeply shocked and heart-stricken.
Prime Minister Boris Johnson says part of the reason for the shock is that Amos was so well-liked.
Above all, he was one of the kindest, nicest, most gentle people in politics. And he also had an outstanding record of passing laws to help the most vulnerable.
A 25-year-old man was arrested at the scene. Chief Constable Ben Julian Harrington says counter-terrorism officers are leading this case.
It will be for investigators to determine whether or not this is a terrorist incident. But as always, they will keep an open mind.
Amos was knighted by Queen Elizabeth in 2015 for his service, becoming Sir David. I'm Ed Donahue.
China has launched 3 astronauts to its space station for a record-setting 6-month stay for the country. The spacecraft blasted off early Saturday and was due to dock at the space station about 6 hours later. The 3 astronauts are the second crew to move into the new space station, which was launched last April. On Wall Street, the Dow up by 382 points. The Nasdaq rose 73. This is SRN News. Pastors get high marks for pandemic leadership.
The coronavirus sparked a lot of fear, soul-searching, and uncertainty in this country, and clergymen took action. A new poll from the Barna Group finds that 65% of Americans believe that pastors in their local community were strong leaders through the worst of the crisis. As you might expect, Christians approve of the clergy's performance by an even greater margin, 88%, and even 42% of non-religious people also give pastors high marks. Michael Harrington, SRN News.
A newly filed lawsuit accuses the federal government of funding organizations that refuse to place foster children with same-sex couples. The lawsuit alleges Michigan-based Bethany Christian Services refused to place a child with Kelly Easter late last year because she's a lesbian. Bethany's leadership announced in March that it had changed its policy. However, the office closest to the plaintiff will not do so because it is under contract to the Catholic Church. This is SRN News. A suicide bomber has attacked a Shiite mosque in southern Afghanistan, killing dozens of people.
People gathered outside the Fatimiyya Mosque in Kandahar province hours after the attack. The attack comes a week after an Islamic State bombing claimed 46 lives at a Shiite mosque in northern Afghanistan. The sectarian bloodletting has raised fears that IS is expanding its foothold in Afghanistan. Video footage showed bodies scattered across bloodstained carpets, with survivors walking around in a daze or crying out in anguish. I'm Karen Chamas.
A judge on Friday denied a last-ditch effort to dismiss a criminal case against actor Jussie Smollett, who's accused of lying to police when he reported that he was the victim of a racist anti-homosexual attack in downtown Chicago in January of 2019. More details at srnnews.com. I'm Keith Peters reporting.
WCRH The Compass is a listener-supported radio ministry, and this portion of today's broadcasting costs are underwritten by a faithful listener in commemoration of World Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. John 18:9 says he did this to fulfill his own statement, "I did not lose a single one of those that you have given me," remembering those who came but could not stay. Thanks for your faithfulness for today's support.
The WCRH 4-day forecast, partly cloudy and mild tonight in the 60s. Clouds and sun, breezy around 70 on Saturday. Scattered showers and thunderstorms around for a while. Clearing cooler at night, 45 to 50. Mostly sunny and breezy on Sunday, just a bit over 60 then. 60s on Monday and near 70 by Tuesday with mostly sunny skies. This is staff meteorologist Gary Best for WCRH-FM and WCRH-HD. Williamsport.
As fast as time flies by, it's easy to take for granted all that happens in an hour. At WCRH, in that hour, there are countless lives being impacted by the message heard. No matter what the situation, we're here making a difference in people's lives, thanks to you. Help encourage someone this hour with your monthly gift. Call right now. 877-905-9274 or give online at WCRH.org. Sharathon.
The number, again, is 807-905-9877. What did I say?
I don't know.
I don't remember what I said. 877.
I'm sorry, were you talking, Jeff?
905 gibberish. You guys have me mixed up now. 877.
Yes, Bob, we've done our job. That's right.
877. I had to look at the sheet now.
Yep.
905-9274.
And what is it about 3 in a row, 12, 16-hour intense days that by the last part of this you can't get the phone number straight? I don't understand that.
Don't know. Something's going on.
Same reason I've been saying
Sharathon
thanks for joining
fever.
us this morning at 8 o'clock at night.
Sharathon fever.
So we have 2 lines open right now. And here in the final 60 minutes of Sharathon, this is where we don't want you to listen to us at all anymore.
No.
Okay, we quit listening and go call 877-905-9274. We are 85% of our way to our goal.
Mm-hmm.
We've got an hour left to go. How close to that finish line can we get? It all depends on those of you who will call, and maybe one of you can call and get us there. I mean, there is a listener in this area who could say, I can do that, and I'd love to do that. And if you're listening right now, call 877-905-9274. We need $81,654. And you might say, okay, let's do that. We'd love to hear from you.
That'd be a miracle.
Yeah, it would be.
All right. And by the way, I stopped listening to myself 2 days ago. So, no, seriously, thank you for hanging there with us tonight online and on the radio. I know we have some listeners online around the world who are tuned in right now. 877-905-9274. If you're one of those online listeners, maybe you're using the live stream, maybe you're using the app, which I think is a great app, by the way, because not only do you get the Compass, but you get Southern Compass Radio, which is our Southern gospel music, and you also get the Navigator, which is a teaching channel, so there's just another extension of this ministry. You may be listening on the app, and maybe the best way for you to give tonight is online, WCRH.org. That's fine. Give us a ring, a connection? What would you give us?
Give us
an email. Text,
no, give us a connection, I guess. WCRH.org. Never mind.
Now,
give us your Venmo number. That's what we want you to give us right there.
Give us your PIN number, please. I have some good news. I walked out. We have one more challenge left.
Oh, good.
It's a $2,500 challenge. This does it for the day.
Okay.
For this hour.
Okay.
And it's a dollar for dollar challenge. So when we get to $470,846, that will be our. If my math is right, yes, it is.
Okay.
That'll be our when we meet our goal.
All right. Well, we've had a listener from Boonesboro with a $200 gift. Thank you. A listener from Mogginsville with a $200 gift. Thank you for that. So with this matching gift, you guys know how this works, right? You call and say, I'll give $200. We unlock $200 from the matching gift. We've got $2,500 like that. A day sponsor will have a second day. We'll have $2,000 added. We just want to take full advantage of this.
That's right.
To do it, we need all 4 lines to light up right now at 877-905-9274. And I've said this before, during these matching gift moments like we have right now, this is the best time for you to call because whatever you give gets matched. If you're a first-time partner with us, in addition to your gift being matched, $50 is added on top of that. This is the best return on your money. If somebody called you tonight and said, here's the deal. If you'd give us $500, we'll turn it into $1,000 instantly.
Yeah, I hang up on those calls, but this one's true.
This is a legit one, and you're going to be helping the ministry, but you got to call to make it happen at 877-905-9274.
You may be flying through the area on the interstate here. Maybe you're a trucker listening to WCRH, and maybe you come through this area often and listen to this radio station. You know of its ministry. You know how effective it is in touching you with music and with teaching. Maybe you want to call in a gift as you head down the highway tonight, hands-free, of course. We'd love to hear from you, 877-905-9274.
He means call hands-free. He doesn't mean head down the highway hands-free. Keep your hands on the wheel and stop flying through the area on the interstate.
Have you met my interpreter, Bob?
Well, here's the number one more time. Now, all 4 lines are completely open for you to call and help meet this challenge. $2,500 dollar-for-dollar challenge. Maybe a day sponsor wants to call right now. That'll eat about 80% of that challenge, or just a lot of $1 a calls.
Yeah.
And new donors, of course, you would still receive that $50 bonus for whatever you give. So here's the number. We're going to go to some music from Aaron Schust. It's 877-905-9274. 877-905-9274. Commemoration of World Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. John 18:9 says he did this to fulfill his own statement, I did not lose a single one of those that you have given me. Remembering those who came but could not stay. Thanks for your faithfulness for today's support. And we've talked about over the couple of days the different types of day sponsors and half-day sponsors there are. There's one remembering those who have died as infants or even before in the womb. And so very important for not only to remember the mothers who have experienced that, but the families as well. So it's 10 minutes past 8 o'clock here on this final hour of Sharathon, closing out 3 days, and we have a challenge on the board. We still have a need of $1,975, $1,975
that was a good
to
year,
meet
by the
that
way.
challenge.
75 was a good
My
year.
graduation from high school year. So 3 lines at 877-905-9274.
Speaking of the past, here's a comment from a listener, and I really appreciate it because this just, to me, the heritage of this radio station is very important. Listened for years. It's always been an encouragement. Used to like listening to Donald C. Cole. I remember the C part of Donald C. Cole, and we all remember Pastor Cole, one of the most important people in my life. So thank you for that remembrance. Thank you for supporting WCRH all these years. Pastor Cole's been with the Lord now for, I think, around 8 years maybe.
About that, I guess.
So thank you for that remembrance.
Here's a listener from Greencastle, and I like this comment. She says, I really enjoy listening to some of the programs. So that would mean that there are some she's not so hot on, but she enjoys listening to some of the programs. So thank you. I hope Family Life Today is one of those, and I hope Truth for Life is another one, and I hope Wayne on Sunday nights with First Person is the third one that you like listening to.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah,
and we can throw Philip DeCourcy in there, too.
What's not to like? Listens in the morning as she drives her son to school and also enjoys Focus on a Family. That comes to us from Martinsburg. That's one of those $1-a-day givers. Thank you so much.
A Hedgesville gift of $600. I love the station. It's all I listen to. It brings the joy of the Lord to me. And there are days when you don't start off your day with the joy of the Lord, and you need to turn on the radio station and get an attitude adjustment. You need to reset your mind on things above, not on things that are on earth, as Colossians tells us. And that's what WCRH helps us to do.
And, you know, one thing about the mornings, Bob, we really appreciate Dave. Dave keeps it real. Dave doesn't just come on the air and become Mr. Christian. Dave, like all of us, talks about his struggles. I kind of hide behind that a little bit. I don't open that door very wide. But Dave is honest, and people really respond to that. And
love him for it. Yep. Speaking of Dave, I don't fully understand this comment, but I'm going to read it anyway.
Okay.
Why should I, begin to understand now? This listener says, I heard the guy say that we needed to celebrate. I've listened for 35 years since high school. I wonder where I'd be without the good programming through the years. Can't believe Dave is still awake. He should buy his girls a snake. Please read this on the air.
I bet that's a snack. Buy them a snack.
A snack?
No, I imagine it's a snake.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the snake part of this?
Well, his one daughter likes the odd animals. The odd pets.
Oh.
And I think that was under discussion.
So she takes after Dad, huh?
I think that was under discussion to get a snake. So I
should
think
buy his girls a snake.
Yeah, I think they're endorsing that comment.
Here's a listener from Falling Waters, $25 gift, says, I know someone who works at WCRH. They said new partners would get $50 added to their gifts. So I thought, okay, I'll give. $25 is now $75.
Yep.
That works. So that's the news, folks.
That's exactly what's supposed to happen.
Yeah, you make a gift tonight. Your $25 gift becomes a $75 gift. Your $50 gift becomes a $100 gift. Lines are open right now at 877-905-9274. Thank you for calling that person who's calling right now. And look, if you've ever watched the highlights at the end of the day after football is over, okay? I'm just a little Sports Illustration here. When they showed the highlights of the game, what do they always show? They show the winning touchdown. They show the pass or the run that gets you across the goal line. Well, that's where we are. We're in the red zone, right? We're at 85% of our way there. We're in the red zone, and we're asking who's going to be the listener who is going to take the ball and run it a few yards up and get us into the end zone here on that could be you.
Yeah.
You could be on the highlights tonight.
Go.
So all you have to do is call 877-905-9274 and we'll call Scott what's his name? Scott Van Pelt. We'll call him and he'll put you on the highlights tonight on ESPN if you'll call
Sports Center.
877-905-9274. Two lines open. We need to hear from listeners. Let's take full advantage of this matching gift. Your gift is matched dollar for dollar right now when you call up to a total of $2,500. We've got $1,975 left on that matching gift opportunity. So let us hear from you at 877-905-9274.
A couple of people are calling right now. That's encouraging, but two lines are open, so there's no waiting. 877-905-9274. You may have overpromised on Sports Center there, but that's okay. We get caught up in the excitement. I understand, Bob.
And Bob is the big trivia fan. He loves trivia. So, Bob, Scott Van Pelt's favorite team or favorite university is?
Well, I have no idea. I'm going to go, it's Penn State.
No.
Okay.
You're in the home soil right now.
Oh, the Terrapins.
He Wayne, very good.
Thank you.
The Terrapins, not just University of Maryland. No, he was a grad of Maryland.
Wow, okay. I did not know that.
Yeah.
I knew David Letterman went to Ball State, but that's
oddly enough, I looked up what a terrapin is today.
Is it a fish?
It is an how do you say
anthropomorphic?
I can't say the word.
And you're a radio announcer.
I am, but it's 9 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock at night. Yeah.
Anthropomorphic.
Terrapin, turtle.
Yeah, it's a turtle.
A turtle.
It's a turtle.
Yeah.
The fighting turtles.
Well, here we go.
In other words, it's a talking turtle.
A Hagerstown caller with a $500 gift. Thank you for that. And that moves the ball forward 3 yards. We're closer to the end zone. Three lines open at 877-905-9274. Call right now. Four lines open. And come on, we got to take advantage of this matching gift. Come on.
We're down to $1,475.
Yeah, so we're about almost halfway, but not quite.
Not quite.
And we still have room on all of our phone lines right now, 877-905-9274. Let's hear from Hillsong Worship. Here is What a Beautiful Name, and we'll be back with more Sharathon after this.
You, which is you're probably in a good spot. Anyway.
Gentlemen,
Yeah,
look at
we
the
need
screen.
to do an update.
Look at the screen, gentlemen. Oh, how about that?
That is beautiful.
Thank you, listeners.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. We had a challenge of $2,500, and
I love that.
Wow. Was that crowd outside the studio? Is that a?
That was a drop-in.
Okay, all right.
And along the way, we went past it. We're now at $4,295.
Yeah.
So we've taken advantage of that $2,500, and we've brought in 3 new first-time partners.
Yes.
With a $25, a $45, and a $10 gift. Each one of those gets $50 added to that.
And
we're at 86% of our way on the goal.
And we only need 77,000
Yep.
plus to meet the goal. That was over 80,000 a few moments ago.
Well, and I need to instruct our operators to put in the challenge now.
Oh, right.
So that's
going to drop
help.
into 75,000.
Can you guys chat while I just
Can we
step out?
chat?
Okay, here's
Jeff.
the thing. Here's the sad moment. I'm looking at my Christmas tree lights here in front of Jeff, the green and the 3 ambers. Then they're all off. And you know how it is when the Christmas tree lights don't work and you go, is one of these loose or something? No, what this means is that none of you is calling. Is that right? None of you is calling? Not one of you is calling.
Yeah, far be it from me to correct you, Bob.
877-905-9274. We'd like all 4 of these lines to get lit up because we're looking for the highlight that's going to get us over the goal line here on Sharathon. You could be that caller.
Yeah.
The amount you need now is less than it was before, $77,359, and you take us there. So you can write that one check, or 2 of you can get together and split that in half.
It's okay for us to celebrate that challenge being met, but you need to call. You can be thankful, but still make a phone call if you haven't done so already. 877-905-9274. What were you checking on, Jeff? Is everything okay?
Oh, he's adding in the challenge.
Oh, you're adding in the 2,500.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would have been back quicker, but I was being abused by one of the staff.
We are not buying that for a minute.
Oh,
your staff
it was terrible.
is not an abusive staff at all. Your staff is a wonderful staff. We know your staff, and if you were being abused, you earned it. I can just guarantee you.
It's the one that it was not in the staff picture this afternoon. That's all I'm going to say.
A little bit of a sore point.
Oh, I can see it. So it's like the one who dips the bread with me in the bowl. I see what you're saying
the
here.
Double dipper.
Yes, all right.
I have a $2,000 report here, and this was from Hagerstown. Here was a $500 gift from Mercersburg. They are really glad to have a Christian station their kids can listen to, and a $500 gift from Hagerstown. So thank you.
Mission accomplished, Jeff. They just put in the $2,500 challenge money.
So we need less than $75,000 here in the next 30 minutes to get across the goal line.
That's wonderful.
You can help make that happen. We've heard from 12 of you this hour. Thank you. 16 last hour. Let's see if we can just flood these phone lines here in the last 30 minutes. 877-905-9274, the number to call. The green light goes on first, then the amber lights come on after that. And folks, if you're listening on a Friday night, we know you love WCRH. If you've not called to participate and share, call and do what the listener in Martinsburg did. Give $10. Okay? And because there's 50 that'll come with that if you'll just give your $10 gift. Or call like the listener in Greencastle who said, I'll give $1 for every year WCRH has been on the air. That's $45. $50 comes along with that for a first-time donor. The lines are open. The volunteers are here. They want to talk to you. 877-905-9274. I'm getting all worked up here.
Hey, I was just looking for the battery in the back to see what's powering you right now.
Caffeine right here. A cup of caffeine, baby.
All right. Well, this has been a wonderful 3 days. We've got a half hour to go here.
Less than a half hour.
And I want to thank 1,229 people who have given gifts. Even as we asked for more tonight, we need to pause and say thank you to these 1,200 plus people.
Yeah. And
many of them have been faithful for a long time, too.
Yeah. And if you'll join me in prayer, I'll just thank the Lord for everything that's accomplished. We'll do an ending prayer, of course, but I think that's appropriate now.
Yep.
Father, we just come before you. You are so good to us. And even if our listeners only responded $1 and it was from you, we know it would be a blessing to the whole community. And yet you've decided to move through many people, as Wayne said, over 1,200 people to give. So we thank you for that. We thank you for what the station is going to do in the next year. And by your power, we'll see lives changed and people saved into the kingdom of heaven. And Father, we'll join you again in prayer in just a little bit. But we thank you for this time now.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah. Amen. Where 2 or 3 are gathered, I'm in the midst of them, and he's with us during this Sharathon. Thank you, Lord, for all that you've done. It's been remarkable. You are our great Savior. Man.
143 new partners have joined us since the beginning of Share. We still have $50 for the next 57 of you who will call in as new partners, and you can do what one family did. Call in and have everybody in the family give $20, and all of you can be new partners and help bump us along. So the lines are open. We want to hear from you at 877-905-9274. Help us finish Sharathon 2021 strong.
We mentioned earlier today that with the change in the laws, a gift of stock can be a huge blessing to a nonprofit ministry. If you want to give the gift of stock, don't cash the stock out and give the gift. Just transfer the stock. And we can help you do that if you contact us. And there are tremendous tax advantages to you and to the ministry as
the
well.
ministry maximizes the amount there.
So just when you call, just ask about that. We can give you more details.
How about a song from We Are Messengers? This is Magnify. And as we close in on the last 25 minutes, don't be bashful. Now's the time to call 877-905-9274.
I've been trying to make sense of the sorrow that I feel, holding on for life to the only thing that's real. I've only scratched the surface, I've barely had a taste.